that there is merit in buying some of the staples and FMCG names as well. And the reason why I find it intriguing is that while the budget allocates or gives, as you said, unlevered equity in the hands of the consumer, and HUL or some of the other stocks trade at 45-50 times for 5-6% growth, right? Even with this kind of money coming in, is it? And the terminal growth isn't very different. Would you believe that large cap FMCG would find favor, or would it again be very bottom up and stock specific in the consumption space as well?
I would say, Neeraj, it will be bottom up. Let's not forget one thing, that the reason why some of these larger companies are having a lower growth is also from the fact that there are a lot of regional brands which are emerging, which may not be listed. Some of the companies on a regional basis are taking away market share. If you go to any wholesale, you go to V-Mart or you go to any of the stores at D-Mart, you will see that even though the overall consumption is not as bad as it is reflected in the growth of some of these larger FMCG companies, because there is market share being taken away, marginally so, by some of these regional brands and smaller companies. Because see, equity markets have been very lenient, and a lot of these regional companies have been able to raise equity via SME, via doing IPO, doing private equity. So that is also kind of taking away marginal market share away from a lot of these larger companies. So I would not say randomly I'll just go and buy consumption stocks. It will be a bottom-up stock picking, and I would emphasize more on the growth and the valuation which we are paying. Last 2 days, obviously, a lot of portfolio managers who are very heavily tilted towards the capex may have had to shift in consumption. But I would be, while I am saying this is a very, very good move by the government, the 12 lakh rupees no tax was not anticipated by the market, and it will definitely boost the overall consumption in India. But for me, from a market perspective, it will be bottom-up stock picking. By the way, even in this sector.
Some of the private companies who raise money via private equity also benefit from the likes of MK Ventures and Madhusudan Kela, who invest in these as well. But Mr. Kela, one of the large themes that you had recommended or suggested on one of our shows, rather not a show really, events, was alcohol beverages, right? That falls squarely within the consumption bucket, not necessarily just a very large cap presence, strong growth. Does the budget give more fillip to that theme? Are you even more bullish now on liquor companies?
Now, I am positive, Neeraj. I think budget does give some kind of a fillip, but our conviction on liquor is really medium to long term. We believe that state governments are going to be more progressive, more open, as we have seen in UP, and also what we are seeing in Andhra Pradesh. Very early days, so the organized players will get more and more market share. So I remain quite positive on the liquor space, but my view is medium to long term.
So, if I had to understand this, and I think what people would be curious to know, Mr. Kela, is how do you think people will spend this extra disposable income now that taxes are lower? Are they going to buy alco bevs? Are they going to go in for staples? Is there going to be some saving? Is there going to be discretionary spends? Because that's the biggest question right now, right? Where do you follow that money? What would be your take on that?
Or also, Tamanna, it could also be in buying houses for the middle class and spending part of this money into EMIs. Because let's say one middle class person who was earning money may have the saving of around 1 lakh rupee, rough number. So in a family of two, you have 2 lakh rupees of incremental earning in a year, which is roughly 15,000-17,000 rupees per month. So your first need is, apart from regular consumption, your first need also be to buy a house for yourself, and that gives, and which is why I say it is unlevered equity, because that regular income gives me also the flexibility to do selective buying of the capex item, which I was not able to do before the budget. So I think this will be a combination of consumption as well as some place like housing in the long run.
Very interesting take, and if people do that, then you're actually seeing a very positive contribution to the economy in terms of building scale. Just moving away from consumption for a bit and back to markets right now.
Tamanna,
Yeah.
sorry to intervene.
No, please.
Sorry to intervene. The estimate of the budget itself, what I have read through, is the GDP growth rate of between 0.5 to even bullish people are saying 1.5%. And I believe that it will surely boost the overall economic growth. Given what the government has done and what people, in my opinion, are missing out. Or for the moment, yes, these broad numbers indicate a lot. But if you go into the detail, what they've done for National Manufacturing Mission, what they've done for SME credit, SME and MSME credit, what they've done to select sectors like leather, toys. So there is solar manufacturing. There is lot of details, and the government intent clearly is on ease of doing business. They decriminalized 180 laws in last year budget. They decriminalized another 100 laws in this year budget. So clearly the focus is on growth, and apart from broad number which everyone is talking about, what gives me personally the confidence is the fine print and detailing which is done on lot of sectors, which will aid to growth.
So then I would ask you, because in your view, capex is good. The tax cuts are revolutionary. They're really going to add to the GDP. Why do you think that markets reacted the way they did on Saturday to the budget?
Because see, markets are clearly, there is overvaluation and there is a selling by foreigners. You can't do away with that, every day they've been selling. And that has nothing got to do with India per se. It is the dollar strength, it is money going into US market, or because of dollar strength, rupee being weaker. And foreigners are selling relentlessly every day. So markets is reflecting that. It's nothing to do with the budget.
Mr. Kela, I want to talk about PSU banks, and because we've laid the context, I think, for this question based on what you've said already, right? If you look at the earnings picture for the third quarter, by and large, you're seeing that asset quality for a lot of these banks has improved very dramatically. And if these banks, which have been the backbone of providing funds for capital expenditure and for corporate lending, if they get that fillip heading into next year and that asset quality is improving, they don't have too much exposure to the unsecured credit, are these the banks to bet on, and is the valuation picture comfortable for you?
So I would say that, when we made a call 3 years back on PSU stocks or PSU banks, and that was a very bullish call, and actually I went all out, and we were absolutely the minor voice at that point of time. So at that point of time, the valuation was very attractive and the ownership was not there, and also the kind of trajectory of growth which one could see at that point was not discounted by the markets. So some of these banks still offer good investing opportunity, but your return should be moderate. See, the most important point I'm saying that right now you're given what is happening globally, and given what has happened to select portfolio and market as a whole in the last 3-4 years, whatever you are investing, you should not extrapolate what has happened in the last 3-4 years, and your return expectation should be moderate. So if you are, let's say, looking at 12 to 15% return over the next 12 months, some of these banks will offer that kind of returns.
Before we thank you, big calls during March, April 2020 of budget or of lows being made worked out beautifully. Big call on PSU banks, as you just said when you made it, worked out beautifully. Big call on alcohol companies, a small subset, worked out beautifully. Post-budget, around the Trump era, what is Madhusudan Kela's big call for the next 12 to 24 months? It could be a sector, it could be a stock, it could be market wisdom, whatever it is.
It is market wisdom, Neeraj. It is not sector or stock. I would say, preserve the money what is being made. Don't credit your own self that you are the like a star who made the money. It is the overall market boom which happened in the last 3 years that has made the money. So preserve the money. Be very choosy, very selective. This is a bottom-up stock pickings market. And if you keep your homework ready, then market volatility will provide excellent entry points to invest into. But you have to be you have to put in more amount of work and have your expectation moderate.
Sir, सारे बजट का और लास्ट 48 आवर्स का सारांश आपने एक आंसर में दे दिया. So thank you so much for that. Really appreciate from all three of us in the studio and all the viewers. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Neeraj. Thank you. Thank you.
That's a wonderful thought, by the way.
Yeah.
It's a really good thought.
The rising tide has lifted everything, so don't pat yourself on the back.
Yeah.
No, but you know what happens when the tide goes out?
Exactly.
Everyone's left naked. If you haven't,
Unless you've tied your boat.
If you haven't protected yourself. Yeah, I mean, interesting times. All right, very quick conversation on budget impact. We have Sanjay Kulshrestha, Chairman and Managing Director of HUDCO, Housing and Urban Development Corporation Limited, joining in. Stock under pressure today because I suppose there was even a bigger expectation of what the budget capex would be for housing, but quite a bit of announcements for PM Awas Yojana. It will be expanding for additional 3 crore families. Mr. Kulshrestha, very good morning. Want to get your take on what the budget announcements mean for you and your company.
I think this is the best budget which was expected by the country, and it's a very revolutionary kind of budget. It will not only provide the macroeconomic stability, but also generate the housing and the skill set. If I'm talking about the housing skill set, then I will be talking about the financial reforms, ease of doing business, investment into the sectors like energy or housing or urban development, mobility or energy transition. So everything has been covered and so beautifully crafted budget that everything is speaking about the policy, and reforms are coming with ease of doing business. So I think it's a budget of simplification along with the investment. A lot of things had been talked about in the budget very in detail. So I think this is the budget of the expectation, and it will rather spur economic growth into the investment sectors, in the infrastructure sector, and the sectors which you see, which are covered starting from the MSME or SME. So everything is towards the creation of the skill set and the infrastructure finally.
Okay. So taking from that, let me ask a follow-up, Mr. Kulshrestha. In your own estimation, based on what you heard in the budget and the projection for the next financial year, what are you building in as your own internal targets in terms of top-line growth, in terms of, and how are you speaking to your teams? I'm sure that you've already had conversations with them.
HUDCO, if you see from last year, we are continuously improving our numbers, and our year-to-year is already 40%. So we will be sustaining that kind of growth momentum. It is not because the company is doing that thing, but actually the policy advocacy from the Government of India side, the commitment from the state government side, and the overall ecosystem is supporting the infrastructure growth. So it is the time of monetization. It is the time of expansion of the harmonized list. So all these things will give us a good tailwind, and I think we need to revive our numbers because we were discussing around 1.5 lakh crores, which needs to certainly be reviewed and revised. And this work is still in progress, and we are discussing with our stakeholders, and I think it will be the upward, and just wait for some time. We will be coming with some upward number for next fiscal.
Okay, so let me just ensure that I have this understood, right? Because at the end of the third quarter, your loan book stood at 1.18 lakh crore, and you were guiding for 1.5 lakh crore by the end of FY26, right? And that's only a 25-27% increase. So therefore, what you're saying is it could be substantially higher. Mr. Kushresh, just roughly, I'm not going to point a gun at you, but give us an understanding of the kind of positivity or optimism that you have. If it's not 27%, what could it be?
I will not divulge any number, but yes, it will be plus 27% because there are reasons to believe. Just a couple of months back, the PMAY, the project that you had also talked about, it will generate 3 crores of the households in next 5 years of the time. And if you see, these houses are the epitome of the infrastructure growth. With all these things, HUDCO is the company which has exposure available towards lending and the borrowing side, continuously cutting down our cost of funds, and the financial ratios are very strong. So we are well positioned to spur that kind of growth within the company, and which will support and supplement the vision of the government of India. So I am very hopeful that with all these sectors, with the expanded harmonized list, with MOUs which we had signed during last year, and now we are planning certain more MOUs. New cities will be developing, tourists will be developing. All these things will spur new growth, new engines, and I am very sure that we will be growing by more than 27, maybe around 30% or so. But the numbers has to be worked out very diligently, so that we will not come out with the faceless that the numbers are not being achieved.
Mr. Kushresh, thanks so much for joining us and for giving us the perspective that you did today, and all the best to you in the new financial year.
Thank you so much.
Now, I do want to remind you that after just a few minutes, the interview that we've been speaking about all day today is lined up for you. The whole interview where NDTV Network and the editor-in-chief of NDTV Network, Sanjay Pugalia, has spoken exclusively with Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, delving deep into the big announcements that were made, very strong statements being made by the Finance Minister about CapEx, about the reason why she chose to take the call to make that 12 lakh of income completely tax-free. All of that lined up for you on the other side of this very quick break. But that brings us to the end of this particular edition of India Market Open. Do stay tuned. Lots more coming up on NDTV Profit.
नमस्कार, आप देख रहे हैं एनडीटीवी नेटवर्क। मोदी सरकार के तीसरे कार्यकाल का पहला बजट, और वो भी ऐसा बजट जिससे अगर उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो बड़े सपनों को साकार करे और प्रामाणिक हो और ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, तो आप कह सकते हैं कि वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारामन ने जितने बजट अभी तक पेश किए हैं उसमें ये सबसे शानदार, सबसे बड़े सपने वाला और सबसे ट्रांसपेरेंट बजट है। इसके डिटेल समझते हैं, क्योंकि इसमें सबके लिए कुछ है या कुछ मिसिंग भी है, ये पता करने की कोशिश करते हैं। वित्त मंत्री जी, आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला। किसी भी टेलीविज़न नेटवर्क पे आपका ये पहला इंटरव्यू है जो हमारे 6 चैनल के सारे दर्शक देख रहे हैं। कल जब बजट भाषण सुना उसके बाद मेरा पहला एक्रोनिम निकाला मैंने, वो था RRR, रिस्पॉन्सिव, रिस्पॉन्सिबल, रिफॉर्मिस्ट, और मैंने कहा रिवॉल्यूशनरी। अब इसमें एक R और हम अगर जोड़ना चाहें, रोरिंग इकोनॉमी कैसे बनेगी, विकसित भारत के लिए ये जो ग्रोथ रेट देगा वो 8% से प्लस देगा क्या?
8% देगा, ये तो ज़रूर हम सब एक्सपेक्टेशन रख सकते हैं। मैं देख रही हूँ कि अगले 20 साल 25 साल के लिए भारत का फंडामेंटल्स आज ठीक है, मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक फंडामेंटल्स। इसको और मजबूत करने के लिए हम कदम उठाना चाहिए। इसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी पहले से ही हमें गाइडेंस देते रहे कि इस साल के बजट के लिए आप पूरे अच्छा सा तैयारी करो कि फंडामेंटल स्ट्रॉन्ग करने के लिए। और उसमें एक और पहलू ऐड भी किए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कि मध्यम वर्ग जो हमें ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर के नाते टैक्स भरते रह रहे हैं, उनके लिए हम कुछ करना है। तो क्या करना है? आप कुछ वर्कआउट करके आओ। ये था उनकी गाइडेंस शुरुआत से ही।
जी, तो क्या मैं ये इंटरप्रेट कर सकता हूँ कि चूंकि सरकार का फोकस बिल्कुल सबसे ज़्यादा गरीब, पिछड़े, दलित लोगों पर ज़्यादा रहा, गरीबों पर ज़्यादा रहा, रूरल एरिया पे ज़्यादा रहा, मिडिल क्लास कहीं ना कहीं नेग्लेक्ट हो गया, जो कि बिल्कुल आपका एक कोर है भारत के लिए, आबादी भले ही छोटी हो, तो उस नेग्लेक्ट को एड्रेस करने का कोशिश किया गया है।
इसमें एक मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूँ। पहले से ही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी 2021, 2020 उस समय से ही ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर का रिकग्निशन के नाते फेसलेस ले आए। इनकम टैक्स चार्टर, टैक्स पेयर्स चार्टर हमने घोषित करवाए, और टैक्स पेयर्स को सर्टिफिकेट भी भेज देते कि समय पर टैक्स भरने वाले टैक्स पेयर हो या रेगुलरली टैक्स पेयर, उनका रिकग्निशन हो। ये सब करते आ रहे हैं। टैक्स पेयर का रिकग्निशन और सम्मान कभी भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मन में है। और इस समय जब दुनिया के तुलना में हम फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी रह रहे हैं, पिछली बार भी रहे, पिछले 2-3 साल में रह रहे, और IMF और वर्ल्ड बैंक के नज़रिया में हम अगले साल भी फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग रहेंगे। और इस संदर्भ में क्या हम टैक्स पेयर्स को सम्मान करने जैसे ये काम कर सकते हैं? इस गाइडेंस के नाते हम काम किए, इसीलिए इस बार इनकम टैक्स का ये प्रपोजल हम ले आए।
एक और क्यूरियोसिटी है लोगों में, दैट इज हाउ डिड यू अराइव एट दिस नंबर ऑफ 12 लाख रुपीस?
मिडिल क्लास के चर्चा बहुत होता है, और आज रियलिटी हम देखें तो कम से कम 1 लाख तक पर मंथ सैलरी कमाने वाले के लाइफस्टाइल कैसे हैं, और अगर वो शहर, मेट्रोपॉलिटन शहर में रहते हैं, उनका एक्सपेंसेस क्या है, और उनके लाइफ में स्टार्टिंग स्टेज में रहने वाले का खर्च क्या क्या हो सकता है, ये सब असेस करने के बाद हमें लगता है टैक्स पेयर उस लेवल नंबर से टैक्स भर रहा है, क्या उनको हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए अराइव किए कि एटलीस्ट 1 लाख पर मंथ राहत ज़रूर दें।
जी, एक क्या अप्रोच में कोई चेंज है, शिफ्ट है? अभी तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट लेड ग्रोथ की तरफ सरकार का कोर फोकस था, जहाँ तक बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स का सवाल है। अब आप क्या कंजम्पशन लेड ग्रोथ देख रहे हैं? इसी वजह से इस बार केपेक्स पे मामूली इंक्रीमेंट है।
पहले मैं उस बात को मैं पकड़ना चाह रही हूँ, केपेक्स में मामूली। जब कोविड के समय से हर साल 15%, 20% इंक्रीमेंटल नंबर ऐड करते हुए ग्रोथ इन पब्लिक एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन कैपिटल एसेट्स इतनी दूर तक ले आए। हम पिछले साल 11.11 लाख करोड़ का अनाउंसमेंट किए। उसके ऊपर अभी जब 10% के ज़्यादा 10.23% इंक्रीज हो रही है और आरई से कंपेयर करते हुए इट रीचेस अ हायर नंबर 11.21, 24 ऐसे, वो मामूली सा हो गए। 11 लाख से अधिक भारत देश में लगातार पिछले 2 साल और उससे पहले 10 लाख ऐसे एम्फेसिस ऑन पब्लिक एक्सपेंडिचर जब हो रही है, 10% ओवर आरई इज ऑल्सो मामूली। आप एक बार इसको रिकग्नाइज करना चाहिए कि रिपीटेडली पब्लिक एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन कैपिटल एसेट बिल्डिंग इतने लेवल तक पहुंच गए। आज 10.23 ग्रोथ ऑल्सो इज लुकिंग लाइक मामूली। नो, आर एम्फेसिस ऑन कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर कम नहीं हुआ है। आज भी उतना ही अमाउंट खर्च कर रहे हैं और स्टेट्स को भी दे रहे हैं 50 इयर्स का इंटरेस्ट फ्री कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर का पैसा। सो उसमें कोई कुछ कम नहीं है। मगर आप जो बात पूछ रहे हैं कि कंजम्पशन के ओर खर्च करने के लिए अभी शिफ्ट हो गया, क्या शिफ्ट नहीं, उसको भी जोड़ रहे हैं कि ग्रोथ के लिए अगर इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स चाहिए और ट्रिगर्स चाहिए, जैसे कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर पिछले 5 साल में लगातार उसके द्वारा इकोनॉमी को ग्रो करने के लिए हम मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट को ध्यान में रखते हुए खर्च किया। अभी कंजम्पशन का भी हम प्रोत्साहन इससे आएगा, ये हमारे कैलकुलेशन है। मगर हमारे पहले मकसद ये था कि ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर्स का हम ज़रूर रिकग्नाइज करना है।
जी बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने। एक आर्गुमेंट तो ये है कि सरकार और केंद्र सरकार और राज्य दोनों मिला लें तो 17% का कैपेक्स ग्रोथ है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर साइड में भी काफ़ी काम करेगा और कंजम्पशन पर भी फोकस करना है। एक बात बताएं, ये बहुत लोग समझना चाहते हैं कि 1 लाख करोड़ का रेवेन्यू फॉरगॉन अगर है, इसमें 1 लाख करोड़ अगर खर्चे में शिफ्ट होता है, क्या वो हमारी जो ग्रोथ की ज़रूरत है, विकसित भारत का जो टारगेट है, उसके लिए एडिक्वेट है?
अगर एक ग्रोइंग नेशन हमारी जैसी इसमें खर्च और ज़्यादा करना और तेज़ी से करना, आंकड़ा इतना तक पहुंचना, तो कोई भी बोल सकते हैं नो इससे ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, इससे ज़्यादा होना चाहिए। मगर सबका एक लिमिट भी है। हमारे रिसोर्सेस का भी हम ध्यान रखते हुए, किसी का बर्डन ना करते हुए इकोनॉमी को आगे ले चलना है। एक और डेटा मैं आपको अंदाज़न बोलना चाह रही हूँ। हमने इस बार 4.3% तक जीडीपी के तुलना करने में 4.3% ऑफ द जीडीपी कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को खर्च कर रहे हैं इफेक्टिवली, बोथ दैट विच गोज टू द स्टेट्स एंड हमारे 4.3 ऑफ जीडीपी। और आने वाले साल का प्रेडिक्शन फिस्कल डेफिसिट का हम क्या बोल रहे हैं, 4.4, जो हमारे ग्लाइड पाथ के तहत 4.5 के नीचे तक पहुंचना है, वो पहुंचने के लिए एस्टिमेट बोल दिया। उससे हमें क्या समझ में आ रहा है कि 4.3% ऑफ द जीडीपी वी आर स्पेंडिंग ऑन कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, फिस्कल डेफिसिट 4.4 प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, विच मीन्स हम बोरो कर रहे हैं डेफिसिट फाइनेंस के लिए, तो वो सीधा अच्छा कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए जा रहा है। सो एज अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नमेंट, और मोदी जी का सीएम रहते हुए उनका एक्सपीरियंस, अभी पीएम रहते हुए 3rd टर्म है उनका उसमें एक्सपीरियंस, ये सब में मैच्योरिटी अब देखिए, कोई सोशल वेलफेयर प्रोग्राम का कम नहीं हो रही है। ऊपर से टैक्स पेयर्स को रिवॉर्ड करने के लिए, रिस्पेक्ट करने के लिए बड़ा सा कदम उठाया गया। फिर भी ये डेटा पॉइंट बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कि हम बोरो करने वाले नंबर, डेफिसिट नंबर is going towards capital expenditure.
True.
Effective capital expenditure is also 4.3. 4.4 is your fiscal deficit for the coming year. रेस्पॉन्सिबल हैंडलिंग ऑफ योर बोरोइंग हो रही है, इसको मैं आप जैसे वरिष्ठ सीनियर पत्रकार जैसे लोग इसको रिकग्नाइज करना चाहिए।
नहीं, ये आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा। एक्चुअली बहुत लोग ये बात अब मानने लग गए हैं, पहले थोड़ा स्केप्टिसिज्म था कि फिस्कल डिसिप्लिन और प्रूडेंस के मामले में आप लोग एक तरीके से ज़िद्दी हैं, वरना बहुत प्रेशर हो सकता है और आप डेफिसिट फाइनेंसिंग कर सकते हैं डेट के मामले में और इररिस्पॉन्सिबल हो सकते हैं। कोई भी डेमोक्रेसी में ये होता है, पूरा इस वक्त दुनिया में लोग डेट पे स्प्लर्ज कर रहे हैं। वैसे मैं एक्चुअली मैं थोड़ा सा समझना भी चाहता हूँ आपसे और इस पे कि ये इतना जो स्ट्रिक्ट डिसिप्लिन है उसके सामने इस बार एक क्रिटिसिज्म ये हो रहा है कि जो आदत है इस सरकार की कि बहुत सारे अच्छे वेलफेयर स्कीम लाते हैं, इस बार कोई नया ज़्यादा स्कीम नहीं लाए आप।
स्कीम जुलाई के बजट में अनाउंस भी हुआ है, 6 महीने बाद में जो बजट आ रहा है। अभी विकसित भारत के लिए जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स फॉर आवर फंडामेंटल, जैसे मैंने शुरुआत में की, हमारे फंडामेंटल फाउंडेशन सही स्ट्रेंथ के साथ होना चाहिए। एआई आ रही है बड़े पैमाने पर, भारत में उसके क्षमता कैसे होगा, उसके लिए युवा कैसे ट्रेनिंग पाएंगे, इसके लिए हम एआई का रूट में कितना और इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर ध्यान दिया गया। प्राइवेट सेक्टर में रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के लिए ध्यान दिया गया। 1 लाख करोड़ का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ रिसर्च सपोर्ट के लिए जुलाई के बजट में, उसका आगे ले चलते हुए और भी इस बजट में भी अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है। इसके साथ साथ हेल्थ में आज बड़ा भयंकर fearful or fear instilling kind of a illness, terminal illness और life threatening illness, इन सब के लिए डे केयर सेंटर्स दे रहे हैं हर जिले में। इसके अलावा मेडिकल सीट्स को बढ़ा रहे हैं। वी आर ऑल्सो स्पेंडिंग ऑन एवरी लेवल ऑन एजुकेशन एंड न्यूट्रिशन। सो ओवरऑल नज़रिया आप देखिए, अगले 25 ईयर्स के लिए फंडामेंटल्स को मजबूत करने के लिए इस बजट में इतनी सारी एजुकेशन हो, न्यूट्रिशन हो, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ डिजिटल बुक्स हो, एआई निर्माण करने वाले स्किल्स हो, इन सब के लिए देते हुए दूसरी तरफ शिप बिल्डिंग, जो भारत के आज के हालात में इंटरनेशनली ऑयल इंपोर्ट करो या अपने कंटेनर्स ढूंढ लो, इन सब का भी चैलेंजेस आ रहा है। ग्लोबली आज कंटेनर्स का बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, शिप का बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। भारत में शिप बिल्डिंग कैपेसिटी रहने के बावजूद भी हम कुछ उसमें आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे। फंडामेंटली हमारे पास अगर अच्छा बड़े कंटेनर्स रहता, हमारे ट्रेड पॉलिसी में कितना काम आएगा। इसीलिए उसके लिए भी मैरीटाइम मिशन ले आए, उसका पैसा 20,000 के ऊपर करोड़ दिया गया है। सो इट इज़ अ बैलेंस बिटवीन strengthening your foundation towards Viksit Bharat Yatra, equally immediately attending to your children, their nutrition, education, higher education and LRS, जो आपने पैसा आपके बच्चे के लिए विदेश भेजना चाहते हैं एजुकेशन के लिए, उसके ऊपर completely रिमूव कर दिया TDS को। और अगर MSME लोग भारत में उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए विदेश से कुछ रॉ मटेरियल ले आना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए ड्यूटी को कम कर दिया, कस्टम्स रैशनलाइजेशन हुआ है। सो मैं इसको मानती हूँ कि एकदम बैलेंस करने के लिए कोशिश की। लंबे रास्ते के लिए जो फाउंडेशन चाहिए, आज के रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए न्यूट्रिशन, हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, इन सब के लिए भी।
बिल्कुल, आपने बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स जो अभी बताए उनमें से ही कुछ सवाल निकलते हैं। कस्टम ड्यूटी का जो रैशनलाइजेशन हुआ उसका टाइमिंग बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। कई आइटम्स हैं जिसमें मोटर बाइक और कार भी हैं, तो उसमें अब टेस्ला गाड़ियों पर भी कम हो जाएगा ड्यूटी और हार्ले डेविडसन भी कम हो जाएगा। तो ट्रंप लेड अमेरिका को देखते हुए जो टैरिफ की बात बार बार हो रही है, उसमें क्या हम ये समझें कि भारत क्लियर कट सिग्नल दे रहा है ट्रंप को?
भारत ये कर रहा है कि हमारे अपने इकोनॉमी को स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भरता पक्का रखने के लिए, और जैसे मैंने कहा अगले 25 ईयर्स में हमारे फाउंडेशन, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब, मेक इन इंडिया फॉर द वर्ल्ड, इसके लिए स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए बहुत सारे कदम उठाए। और इसमें हमारे MSMEs को सस्ते में रॉ मटेरियल मिले, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स जो हमारे देश में नहीं है उसको ले आएँ, इन सब के लिए कस्टम्स ड्यूटी का रैशनलाइज किया। नंबर ऑफ ड्यूटीज़ को रिड्यूस किया, जिन जिन आइटम के ऊपर है उसको भी रिड्यूस किया, जिससे हमारे प्रोडक्शन इसमें बढ़ जाए। मगर जो आइटम इधर नहीं है उसको अगर इंपोर्ट करना है, उससे वैल्यू एडिशन करने के बाद एक्सपोर्ट करना है, उसको भी हम रैशनलाइज किए हैं कस्टम्स में।
बिल्कुल मैडम, एक कंसर्न है लोगों का, क्योंकि एफडीआई का डिक्लाइन लगातार है और एफपीआई की बड़ी भारी सेलिंग हुई है। क्या इस बजट में ऐसा कुछ है जो उनको सिग्नल करे कि भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए अब आना और आसान हुआ है इस बजट से?
इस बजट से बहुत सारे मैसेज ऐसे हैं कि हमारी एफडीआई भारत में आए और इधर इन्वेस्ट करने में हमारी लॉ अबाइडिंग सोसाइटी है, कॉमन लॉ प्रैक्टिस करता है, स्किल्ड मैन पावर है, मैन पावर के कॉस्ट और बाकी देशों के साथ तुलना करने के समय आप देखते हैं हमारी कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन कम होता है। इसीलिए वो अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए पॉलिसी भी और ऐसे टैरिफ का भी संज्ञान में लेते हुए करते हैं। एक और अनाउंसमेंट मैंने इस बजट में किया कि हमारे बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटीज़ जो करते हैं हम, उसके लिए जो टेम्पलेट मॉडल ट्रीटी हमारे सामने रहते हैं 2016 से वही चल रहा है। अभी ग्लोबल सिचुएशन देखते हुए हमें लगता है उसको भी थोड़ा इन्वेस्टर फ्रेंडली बनाने के लिए आवश्यकता है। उसको भी मैंने घोषणा की कि हम उसको भी बदलेंगे।
जी मैडम, मेरे पास सवाल बहुत है और थोड़ा सोशल सेक्टर पे और राज्यों पे भी बात करेंगे, लेकिन उसके पहले कुछ और जो कंटेंशियस इश्यूज़ हैं उनमें से एक ये है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर कैपेक्स के बारे में ये बजट एक्सप्रेस करता है अपना ये थॉट या एक्सपेक्टेशन कि अब शायद वो लोग इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू करेंगे। मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि अभी तक वो इन्वेस्ट क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं, जबकि आपका इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ही बताता है कि वो कैश पाइल पे बैठे हुए हैं। उनका कहना है कि इनेबलिंग इन्वायरमेंट नहीं है। आप किस वजह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि इस बजट के बाद अब वो इन्वेस्टमेंट शुरू करेंगे?
मैं मानती हूँ इस सरकार प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट करने में और हमारे पब्लिक सेक्टर का रोल बढ़ाने में और हमारे पॉलिसी जैसे डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के पॉलिसी हो, इन सब के कारण हम इकोसिस्टम तैयार कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट इस देश में हो, डोमेस्टिक हो, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट हो, वो सब बढ़े। इसके लिए लेजिस्लेटिव एंड इकोसिस्टम बढ़ाने में पूरे मदद दे रहे हैं। कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स रेट को 2019 में कम किया, जिससे उस समय का सीरियस प्रॉब्लम था कि ट्विन बैलेंस शीट का, वो सब अभी ख़त्म हो गया है। बैंक भी अच्छा हेल्थ में आ गए, कंपनियां भी अच्छा हेल्थ में आ गए। जैसे आप सही कह रहे हैं, पैसिव इन्वेस्टमेंट करके वो इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं। अभी अगर कंजम्पशन बढ़ता है और उसके तहत लगता है कि ग्रेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट का पॉसिबिलिटी है, वो भी अच्छा ट्रिगर हो सकता है।
मुझे आशंका है, डर है कि वो ये कहना शुरू करेंगे कि अभी पूरा कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं हुआ है तो थोड़ा और इंतज़ार करते हैं।
मैं उसके ऊपर इतना विस्तार से और ग्रैनुलर लेवल में जवाब दे नहीं सकती हूँ। कंपनीज अपने अपने कमर्शियल डिसीजन लेते हैं। मौका भारत में है और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग हम इस साल भी हैं, आने वाले साल भी रहने वाले हैं और पूरे दुनिया देख रही है भारत की ओर। इसलिए मैं मानती हूँ सब आएंगे इन्वेस्ट और एक्सपैंड दोनों करने के लिए।
बिल्कुल, एक नया अप्रोच जिस पर कि अब चर्चा शायद बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि इसके पहले ज़्यादा खबरों में नहीं था तो हम लोग कम फैमिलियर हैं। डीप टेक की बात आप लोगों ने कही है, उसमें न्यूक्लियर पावर के बारे में एक बड़ा प्लान अनाउंस कर दिया है, बहुत बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट उसमें होने जा रहा है। तो अब ये सब तो रियलिटीज़ हैं। इसी तरीके से एआई पे आप लोग पहले बता चुके। तो भारत के कई नए सेक्टर जो डेवलप हो रहे हैं, उसमें आपको क्या लगता है कि नए एंटरप्रेन्योर ही आएंगे या ओल्ड इकोनॉमी के भी प्लेयर को आना चाहिए?
नया बहुत आ रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी आ रहे हैं, और मुझे लग रहा है कि ओल्ड इकोनॉमी का इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स भी इसका फ़ायदा असेस कर रहे हैं। और आप ये भी एक बार एनालाइज करना चाहिए कि एआई ड्रिवन प्रोसेसेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में ओल्ड इंडस्ट्रीज़ में भी आजकल आने लगी है। इसीलिए मुझे लग रहा है कि इस टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन, एआई ड्रिवन, वेब 3 ड्रिवन प्रोसेसेस को कोई नकार नहीं सकते। जितने लेवल वो डाइजेस्ट कर पाएंगे उतना लेवल लेना ही पड़ेगा। और मुझे उसमें भारत देश में युवा को सक्षम करना, ट्रेन करना और उनको तैयार रखना सरकार रिकग्नाइज करती है, वो बड़ा काम है और उसमें हम ज़रूर हमारे रोल करेंगे।
ये मैम आपने खुद बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बताया। तो इसमें जो कंसर्न है वो ये है कि चूँकि एआई बहुत तेज़ी से आ रहा है तो जॉब के चैलेंजेस होंगे, स्किल के चैलेंज पहले से हैं, तो जो ट्रांजिशन पीरियड का स्ट्रगल है, नौकरी मुझे अभी चाहिए इस युवा डेमोग्राफी में, और वहाँ जब तक ये बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक बनेंगे और नए किस्म के जॉब क्रिएट होंगे उसमें गैप का खतरा है।
इसीलिए तो जुलाई के बजट के द्वारा हम पीएम इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम ले आए, जिसमें टॉप 500 कंपनीज में जो भी 10th पास हो, 12th पास हो, उस लेवल से लेकर के डिग्री हाथ में है मगर अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, अपॉर्चुनिटी इसलिए नहीं है, स्किल नहीं है हमारे हाथ में, उन सभी लोगों को केंद्र सरकार पैसा दे करके और कंपनियों के तरफ से उनका CSR से कुछ पैसा दे करके पूरे साल का एक्सपोजर दिलाने के लिए हम इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम ले आए। और इसके साथ साथ इस बजट में भी ट्रेनिंग फॉर AI इसके लिए सेंटर्स बना रहे हैं, जिसका ट्रेनिंग भी विदेश से आए हुए AI में ट्रेनिंग करने वाले स्पेशलिस्ट लोग को हम मंगवा रहे हैं और बुला रहे हैं और उनको इधर आकर के सर्टिफाई करने के लिए। इसमें बहुत सारे पहलू हैं। उसमें स्किल ट्रेनिंग मंत्रालय भी, हम भी नया घोषणा के द्वारा, ये मेजर एरिया है। हमारे डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड को अच्छा उपयोग, इकोनॉमी के लिए उपयोग करना है तो ये सब कदम आवश्यक है।
बिल्कुल, डीरेगुलेशन की बात आपने कही है और एक जो नॉन फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर के कंप्लायंस को देखने के लिए कि 50% इसमें से हटा देने चाहिए, तो वो कमेटी कब बनेगी और वो इम्प्लीमेंट कब होगा, ये बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी है लोगों को जानने के लिए।
ये बहुत सीरियस इशू है जिसमें हम बार बार पिछले 2 साल से देख रहे हैं कि सर्टिफिकेशन, इंस्पेक्शन और स्टैंडर्ड्स डिटरमाइनिंग, इन सब में बहुत ही एरियाज में हमें और अच्छा काम करने का आवश्यकता है। अलग अलग रेगुलेटर अलग अलग उनके अपने काम करते जा रहे हैं, मगर इन सब में ओवरलैप्स भी है और इन सब को कोऑर्डिनेशन करने का आवश्यकता भी है। इसीलिए इस हाई लेवल कमेटी का घोषणा हुआ है। जल्द से जल्द हम फॉर्म करेंगे उसको।
एक चीज़ और, आपने अर्बन चैलेंज फंड की बात कही, क्योंकि अर्बन फोकस, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फोकस ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो वो कैसे काम करेगा, क्योंकि उसमें भी काफ़ी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं जो दिलचस्पी लेंगे।
अर्बन प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ मेट्रोपॉलिटन एरियाज़ में नहीं है, और प्रॉब्लम जब मैं कहती हूँ वो हाउसिंग का हो सकता है, जॉब्स का हो सकता है, उधर भी स्किलिंग का हो सकता है, और हर अर्बन एरिया में रहने वाले और आकर उधर बसाने वाले लोग अर्बन लोग ही नहीं, गांव से भी आए हुए लोग हैं, उनके टैलेंट सेट्स अलग है। इन सब का कोऑर्डिनेशन करते हुए एक शहर को शहर जैसे रखना और शहर जैसे प्लान करना और शहर जैसे विस्तार करने का भी एक प्लान तरीके में जाने का आवश्यकता है। मगर एट दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम बहुत सारे शहर में इस कोऑर्डिनेशन करने का या स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम्स आइडेंटिफाई करने का उस मेट्रोपॉलिटन इलेक्टेड बॉडीज़ में, लोकल अर्बन बॉडीज़ में कैपेसिटी है नहीं है, ये सब भी इशू हो रही है। जैसे हम 2 साल पहले से म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स में मार्केट में जा कर के पैसा रेस करने के लिए एक इंसेंटिव भी दे रहे हैं, मगर प्रॉब्लम जहाँ है वहाँ हम एड्रेस करने के लिए कोशिश पिछले बजट से कर रहे हैं। प्रॉब्लम कैपेसिटी के कारण म्युनिसिपल बॉडी आगे जा कर के मार्केट से पैसा उठा नहीं रहे। एक आध सूरत जैसे, अहमदाबाद जैसे, इंदौर जैसे म्युनिसिपैलिटी आगे आकर के मार्केट से रिसोर्स रेज कर रहे हैं। वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम हो, अर्बन सिटीज़ में रेंटल अकोमोडेशन हो, इन सब के लिए, मगर हर म्युनिसिपैलिटी ऐसे कैपेसिटी नहीं रखते। फिर कैपेसिटी बढ़ाना भी है और उधर इंडस्ट्री के लिए आने वाले, गांव से आने वाले लोगों को बसाने के लिए व्यवस्था, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, ऐसे अर्बन चैलेंजेस को मीट करने के लिए हम टेक्निकल असिस्टेंस भी और उसके लिए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग भी और उसके लिए रिसोर्स रेज करने का भी हमारी इस घोषणा से लोग चैलेंज मोड में आए। जो अच्छा सा चैलेंज में आगे आ रहे हैं उनके साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं और इसमें वर्ल्ड बैंक जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस भाग लेने के लिए तैयार हैं। उनसे रिसोर्स भी और टेक्निकल स्किल्स भी ले आएंगे। ग्लोबल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस भी इसमें आ जाएंगे।
बिल्कुल। एक चीज़ और, मुझे लगता है अब लफ्ज़ बदल गए हैं। अब बात हम लोग डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट की ना करें, पॉसिबली री इन्वेस्टमेंट इन PSUs की करें।
नहीं, दोनों करें।
ओके। तो एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन का बहुत ही एम्बिशियस प्लान आपने अनाउंस किया है। रेलवे के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पूछ रहा था मैं।
एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का सब्स्टिट्यूट नहीं है। एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन चलेगा, पहले भी चला, अभी भी आगे चलेंगे दूसरे एडिशन की ओर। उसमें ही हमने ये स्पष्ट भी बोले कि अप टू 10 लाख करोड़ फ्लो बैक करेंगे। अगर कोई एसेट है उसको मोनेटाइज करने के लिए हम किसी प्राइवेट पार्टी के साथ करेंगे, वो सेल करने के लिए नहीं।
एग्जैक्टली।
ये ऑप्टिमम यूज करके सरकार को भी रेवेन्यू
अपने ही PSUs को ठीक करेगी।
अपने भी PSU हो सकता है, कोई भी हो सकता है, मगर ओनरशिप केंद्र सरकार के हाथ में ही रहेगा। ओनरशिप ट्रांसफर नहीं होगा। मगर उससे आज के लिए कुछ अच्छा मोनेटाइज करने के लिए आइडिया है तो वो मोनेटाइज करने वाले का उनके अपने प्रॉफिट भी लेगा, हमारे अपने रेवेन्यू शेयर भी होगा, मगर लैंड और एसेट विल बी आवर्स। वो डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है।
एब्सोल्युटली।
मगर उससे आने वाले रेवेन्यू सरकार खजाने में डाल करके कुछ और करेगा ऐसा नहीं है, मगर उससे आने वाले रेवेन्यू से प्लाउ बैक करके और एसेट बिल्डअप करेंगे। वो है प्रपोजल एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन का। मगर डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का जो कैबिनेट अप्रूवल दिया है उसको हम आगे ही ले चलेंगे। मगर इसमें एक बात याद रखना चाहिए कि डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट अब तक नहीं हुआ इसलिए छोड़ दिया सरकार ने और वो वैसे के वैसे पड़ा हुआ है,
सोच के है।
सब के लिए उनके वैल्यूएशन बढ़ाने के प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट के द्वारा काम हो रही है।
एग्जैक्टली। तो लेट मी रीफ्रेज इट। जो पहले था कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन का एक लॉजिक है, तो प्राइवेटाइजेशन को लेकर के सरकार बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड नहीं है कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन करना ज़रूरी है टू अचीव द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स।
प्राइवेटाइजेशन और डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का माहौल भी बहुत आवश्यक है। आज आप एक ज़माना था कि आप प्रॉफिट नॉट अर्निंग लॉस मेकिंग PSUs को सेल कर रहे हैं। मैं तो अभी बोल रही हूँ कि कोविड के बाद मार्केट अच्छा रहने के बावजूद भी इधर तैयार करने में कितने काम होना चाहिए उतना होने का ये 3 साल कम पड़ा है। क्यों? अपने आप हर एक PSU अब तक धीरे धीरे प्रोफेशनल हो रहे हैं, मगर उनके अपने इंटरनल वैल्यूएशन मैकेनिज्म भी एस्टैब्लिश नहीं हुआ। वो चले अच्छा, मगर जो मार्केट का असेसमेंट, फेयर वैल्यू असेसमेंट जो करना है, उसके लिए जो प्रोसेसेस होना है, वो सब प्रोसेस उसमें नहीं है। क्योंकि उनको ये था कि पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनी हमारे वैल्यूएशन हम क्यों करें। मगर पब्लिक सेक्टर हो प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो, आप मार्केट में लिस्ट हो गया है तो आपके वैल्यूएशन डिटरमाइन करना बिल्कुल नेसेसिटी है। LIC के IPO के समय कम से कम 1.5 साल लगा वैल्यूएशन हम फेयर मार्केट वैल्यू रीच करने के लिए, IPO जाने से पहले जी। इसीलिए हर इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर हम इतने काम करना पड़ रहा है। जो व्यवस्थात्मक पहले से होना था वो नहीं हुआ। अभी प्रोफेशनलाइज करके हम रन कर रहे हैं, उससे प्रॉफिट भी कमा रहे हैं, अच्छे मैनेजमेंट भी हो रही है, उनके वैल्यूएशन भी खुद ब खुद ठीक हो रही है, मगर ये सिस्टम उनके अंदर रखना आवश्यक है।
और ये वैलिडेट हो गया जो एक्सपीरियंस है उससे। कमिंग बैक टू एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन, जस्ट टू इलस्ट्रेट कि हम ये सोचते हैं कि रेलवे की ज़मीन लेंगे, उसको मोनेटाइज करेंगे तो बेसिकली स्ट्रक्चर्स बनेंगे, होटल्स बनेंगे, मॉल्स बनेंगे, इसी तरह की एक्टिविटी होगी। किन किन सेक्टर्स पे इसका इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है?
एवरी सेक्टर, स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम्स, कितना है पब्लिक सेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम, गवर्नमेंट बिल्ड स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम। आज स्पोर्ट्स के लिए जगह नहीं है, यही शिकायत है। मगर जो स्टेडियम है उसको अपडेट करो, तैयार करो और सबको उपयोग में ले आओ, वो भी एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन है।
ये थोड़ा मेरे दिल की बात है जो आपने कहा मैडम, स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम या जैसे यहाँ पर भारत मंडपम बना है, पूरे देश में अब इस आबादी को जो तरह तरह के एक्सपीरियंस और आगे बढ़ना और कॉन्सर्ट इकोनॉमी की बात कही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने, तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि ये रियलाइजेशन सरकार में है कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर इस तरह के स्ट्रक्चर्स, स्टेडियम्स वगैरह बनना ज़रूरी है, बड़े बड़े कन्वेंशन सेंटर बनना ज़रूरी है, और बहुत इनएडिक्वेट है,
बहुत इनएडिक्वेट है। मगर वो जो संपत्ति है वो वैसे की वैसे पड़ा हुआ है, संपत्ति है, इनएडिक्वेट भी फील कर रहे हैं, उसको क्यों ना हम उपयोग में ले आए, उसको क्यों ना हम मॉडर्न करें, उसको क्यों ना हम एक स्पोर्ट नहीं, जितने भी स्पोर्ट है उन सब के लिए वो तैयार रहें और पब्लिक के लिए अवेलेबल रहें। ये स्पोर्ट्स का एक उदाहरण है, ऐसे बहुत सारे हैं,
बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। अब मैं थोड़ा सोशल और पॉलिटिकल सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ। तो इन अ मैनर ऑफ स्पीकिंग, कल बजट स्पीच सुनने के बाद मुंह से ये निकला कि ये बिहार के चुनाव के अनाउंसमेंट का बजट है और दिल्ली का तो बूथ कैप्चर हो गया।
ये तो जनता के बजट है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी सही कहा, पीपल्स बजट है। और मैं उसमें एक और साहस करना चाहती हूँ, अब्राहम लिंकन के शब्दावली उपयोग करते हुए। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने तो इंडिकेट ही किया कि पब्लिक पीपल्स बजट है, ये बाय द पीपल, ऑफ द पीपल एंड फॉर द पीपल बजट है। पीपल के आवाज़ सुनकर बहुत सारे इसमें फैक्टर्स ले आए, इसमें कैरेक्टरिस्टिक चेंजेस जो हुआ है वो सब पीपल के वॉइस के अनुसार हुआ है। सो वी आर मेकिंग द बजट फॉर द पीपल फ्रॉम द इनपुट्स दैट दे हैव गिवन अस एंड मेड इट फॉर गवर्नमेंट विच इज़ पीपल इलेक्टेड। सो इसमें पूरे देश का बेहतरी के लिए बहुत सारे अंश हैं। ठीक है, ऑपोजिशन पार्टी को तो यही लगता है कि चुनाव के लिए बजट होता है, मैं उससे सहमत नहीं हूँ। चुनाव के भी हो सकता है, मगर पूरे देश में, देश के लिए इतना, असम में चुनाव हो रही है क्या, बड़ा सा 12.47 कैपेसिटी यूरिया प्लांट बन रही है असम नाम रूप में, वो भी रिवाइविंग वन ऑफ द ओल्ड यूरिया फैक्ट्रीज। एंड पूर्वोदय हमारे फिलॉसफी है, पूर्वोदय के लिए बहुत कर रहे हैं। और पूर्वोदय में बिहार नहीं है क्या? और बिहार के लिए कितने सालों से एक एयरपोर्ट तक जब बात करते हैं सब, बिहार में आबादी इतना है, इतना डेंस है, और राजगीर है, और नालंदा है, गया है, बोध गया है, इसके बावजूद अच्छा सा एक इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट नहीं है। इसके लिए हम सब जिम्मेदार है कि नहीं है, उधर देना है कि नहीं है? पूर्वोदय जब बात करते हैं और इतना बड़ा स्टेट, इतना जनाबा, इतना पॉपुलेशन, और यू डोंट वांट टू डू एनीथिंग। और मकाना, इसीलिए हमने अनाउंस किया कि पूरे श्री अन्न के लिए पूरे 1 साल गया।
और बुद्धिज़्म के कारण टूरिस्ट की आबादी, इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट्स बहुत आते हैं बिहार में, लेकिन उनको हम 1 रात या 2 रात रुकवा नहीं पाते। हाँ। और हम उसमें डॉलर लूज कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, सो टूरिज्म के नाते भी क्या हम बिहार को जो शानदार हिस्ट्री को दिखाते हैं, दर्शाते हैं हमारे, उनके लिए एयरपोर्ट देना मन में दुख आता है। और कल कोई बताया कि बिहार ही दिखता है, अरे बिहार क्या बाग नहीं है भारत में? और बिहार के स्किल्ड, सेमी स्किल्ड वर्कर्स पूरे देश में जा रहे हैं, क्या उनके गांव में ठीक काम नहीं होना चाहिए?
बिल्कुल। एक और बहुत अहम स्कीम आपने कल अनाउंस की है, वो है SC ST और महिलाओं के लिए, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए बिना कोलैटरल के लोन वाला। हाँ। उसका ज़रा डिटेल अगर आप समझें।
हाँ, ये पहले आपको मालूम होगा कि स्टैंड अप एक स्कीम चलता था स्टार्टअप के साथ साथ, उसमें हमें बहुत अच्छा परिणाम मिला, और उसमें और ज़्यादा लोगों को जोड़ने के लिए ये सोच था। और हर एक जगह जहाँ भी एक बैंक हो, उस बैंक का एक ब्रांच, सिर्फ एक ब्रांच रहने में, उस ब्रांच को हम बोल रहे हैं कि एक कम से कम SC, एक कम से कम ST और एक कम से कम महिला के लिए आप कुछ ना कुछ उनके इनोवेटिव एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बढ़ाने के लिए आप मदद करो, और उसके लिए पूरे सिक्योरिटी केंद्र सरकार देगी। सो वो व्यक्ति जो आता है, SC और ST और महिला जो आते हैं, उनके हाथों से हम कोई सिक्योरिटी लेने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। उनके पास बिजनेस आइडिया है, अच्छा कर सकते हैं, उनको दो मदद, और हम स्टैंड करते हैं गारंटी। यही स्कीम है, अभी बढ़ा रहे हैं
जी। रूरल सेक्टर
नाम नहीं है अभी तक, एक अच्छा सा नाम आएगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो नाम बताना है क्या?
हाँ बताइए।
नहीं, आप बताएंगे?
नहीं पूरे।
अच्छा,
नहीं,
ढूंढ रहे हैं।
हाँ अच्छा नाम जो आएगा उसको हम जरूर लगाएंगे उसमें।
तो हम लोग क्या ये एनडीटीवी के दर्शकों को कह सकते हैं कि वित्त मंत्री जी आपसे नाम मांग रही हैं और वो भेजें?
हाँ भेजिए, जरूर भेजिए।
इंटरेस्टिंग, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस। रूरल प्रॉस्पेरिटी, ताकि लोग मजबूरी में माइग्रेट ना करें और भी सब स्टैंडर्ड ज़िंदगी जीने के लिए, ये एक मुद्दा सामने रहा है। रूरल डेवलपमेंट ओवरऑल है। और तीसरा एग्रीकल्चर। तो हुआ क्या है कल दरअसल कि वो 12 लाख के चक्कर में ये दूसरी हेडलाइंस थोड़ी सी दब गई हैं, लेकिन वो सब बड़े अहम अनाउंसमेंट आपने किए हैं, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री धन धान्य कृषि योजना। तो उसमें क्या ऐसी चीज़ है जो आपको लगता है कि बड़ा ट्रिगर बनने जा रही है रूरल
ये
डेवलपमेंट?
धन धान्य, प्रधानमंत्री धन धान्य कृषि योजना, मैं मानती हूँ इट्स गोइंग टू बी ए गेम चेंजर। क्योंकि आप एक एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स का प्रोग्राम पिछले 4-5 साल से चल रही है। वो एक राज्य के अंदर ही अगर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट उस लेवल तक नहीं है, राज्य के स्तर पर नहीं है, उससे कम है, उसको फोकस करके हर सोशल वेलफेयर एंड हेल्थ पैरामीटर्स को लेके चलने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ही सीधा डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ बात करके 116 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वो चला। वो अच्छा सैचुरेशन लेवल तक आए, प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर आए, मोर्टालिटी रेट बच्चों का, इन्फेंट मोर्टालिटी रेट, मैटरनल मोर्टालिटी रेट, प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर हो, स्कूल हो, पोषण हो, इन सब के ऊपर अभी और पीएम ग्राम सड़क योजना, ये सब भी उसको ब्लॉक स्तर पर लेके जा रहे हैं। क्योंकि वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्तर पर हो गया, ब्लॉक अगर एक आध ब्लॉक उसमें और अटेंशन हम देना है तो उसके लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रगति प्रोग्राम के द्वारा महीने में एक बार उसको चेक भी करते हैं प्रोग्रेस। उसके जैसे मैं ये नहीं बोल रही वो एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स है, वो तो अलग है। एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्टिविटी में जो कम आ रहे हैं, एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्टिविटी कम रहने के कारण जो स्ट्रेस है, एग्रीकल्चर में स्ट्रेस है, एग्रीकल्चरल रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज़ में कम पड़ने वाले जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स भारत देश में जितनी भी हों, उन सब के एक आंकड़ा लेने के बाद कम से कम 100 सच प्रोडक्टिविटी लो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स को हम लेके उसमें प्रोडक्टिविटी बनाने के लिए, अच्छा प्रोडक्टिविटी बनाने के लिए हाई यील्डिंग सीड्स, उधर जो भी उत्पादन हो, वो चावल ग्रोइंग एरिया हो सकता है या जोवर ग्रोइंग एरिया हो सकता है या कुछ श्री अन्न के क्षेत्र भी हो सकता है, उन क्रॉप्स के लिए हाई यील्डिंग सीड्स लेके जाना, किसान को स्किलिंग करना, मतलब इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के तहत स्मॉल इरिगेशन को, माइनर इरिगेशन को लेके जाना, फिर उधर एग्रीकल्चर रिलेटेड अदर एक्टिविटीज़ का भी करना, जिससे माइग्रेशन का टेम्पटेशन नहीं होना चाहिए। फिर भी वो जा सकते हैं जो जाना चाहते हैं, मगर उधर अपॉर्चुनिटी अच्छा बढ़ाने में, एग्रीकल्चरली उसको इम्प्रूव करने में और वैल्यू एडेड इंडस्ट्री को उधर ले आने में फोकस्ड तरीके में। हर वैल्यू एडेड इंडस्ट्री हर जगह काम नहीं आ सकता है। उन डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो चाहिए उसको लेके जा करके उधर युवा को ट्रेन करके उनका चॉइस रहना चाहिए कि इधर है अपॉर्चुनिटी, फिर भी मैं जाना चाह रहा हूँ कहीं सिटी में, ठीक है जाओ, मगर इधर अपॉर्चुनिटी के कम के कारण नहीं जाना, अपॉर्चुनिटी हम इधर दिलवाएंगे। वो है वो करार
जी। ये गिग वर्कर्स के बारे में भी आपने एक कल अनाउंसमेंट किया, तो उसमें एग्जैक्टली उनको मिलेगा क्या?
तुरंत हम रजिस्ट्रेशन इन ई श्रम पोर्टल में उनके नाम भर्ती करना, फिर उनके डिटेल्स उसमें आएगा, फिर उनको आइडेंटिटी दिलवाना और उनको तुरंत पीएम आयुष्मान भारत स्कीम में उनको जोड़ना, जिससे 5 लाख रुपया तक उनको मुफ्त में इलाज मिलेगा
जी।
ये तुरंत होगा उनके लिए।
ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि ये लोग बहुत क्रिटिकल काम करते हैं, हमारे अर्बन लाइफ के एकदम इंटीग्रेटेड पार्ट हो गए हैं। दूसरा, इंडियन पोस्टल डिपार्टमेंट के बारे में भी एक स्कीम थी, वो भी इट इज़ क्वाइट, आई एम क्यूरियस टू नो मोर अबाउट।
हैप्पी यू आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन। मुझे बहुत एक सेंस ऑफ ग्रेटिफिकेशन इसमें से मिलता है, क्योंकि मैं इसमें बहुत ही एक उदाहरण मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूँ। बचपन से हम सबको भी टाउन्स में, विलेजेस में अगर केंद्र सरकार या सरकार के द्वारा जो भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आकर के हर फैमिली से जुड़ता है वो डाक सेवक होता है। ग्राम में आप आकर के सेना में भर्ती हुए कोई परिवार में उनके आवागमन मतलब हिस कमिंग बैक होम उसके ऊपर मैसेज आना है या दुख के खबर आना है वो ही ले आता था, या कोई एप्लीकेशन जॉब के लिए डाले आपको जॉब मिल गया वो शुभ खबर भी वही ले आता था। सो ही यूज्ड टू बी फॉर एवरीथिंग। आज भी वो इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी लेके जाता है, कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर के काम करते हैं और पोस्टल का करते हैं, आजकल कुरियर सर्विस भी उनके द्वारा हो रही है। और हर गांव में पंचायत स्तर पर कम से कम एक पोस्ट ऑफिस है, उसमें पेमेंट बैंक का ऑपरेशन भी आजकल हो रही है। सो जब इतना बड़ा नेटवर्क भारत देश के हाथ में है, गांव-गांव तक है, क्या उनको हम बेहतर उपयोग कर नहीं सकते? इसीलिए ये अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है कि उनका लॉजिस्टिक्स के लिए भी हम उपयोग करेंगे और देश भर के मूवमेंट ऑफ गुड्स के लिए वो काम में आएंगे। लोकली विश्वकर्मा लोग या वो लोकली छोटे हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स का एक्सपोर्टर, उन सब को भी वो पॉइंट ऑफ रेफरेंस होगा एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए और रॉ मटेरियल रिसीव करने के लिए भी। और ये लॉजिस्टिक्स एस्पेक्ट एक है, दूसरा उनके पेमेंट बैंक का काम जो होता है इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक, उसका भी कैपेसिटी बढ़ाएंगे।
जी बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग ये 2-3 इंटरवेंशंस हैं, क्योंकि रोज़ाना लाइफ में दिखलाई पड़ते हैं तो पता चलता है लोगों को। अब एक सवाल और है मेरा, और वो ये है कि अगेन कमिंग बैक टू विकसित भारत, टू काइंड ऑफ वाइंड अप आवर कन्वर्सेशन। विकसित भारत के लिए जो समय काल है 2047 का, उसके लिए जिस तेज़ी से दौड़ने की ज़रूरत है, जाहिर है कि हम लोग कई बार क्रिटिसिज्म में बोलते हैं कि ये सरकार बिग बैंग काम नहीं करती है, इंक्रीमेंटल काम करती है। एक्चुअली अब लगता है कि इंक्रीमेंटलिज्म इज़ अ गुड थिंग। तो मैं ये समझना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि जो ग्लोबल हेडविंड है, जो अनसर्टेनिटी और अनप्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी नई इंट्रोड्यूस हो गई है, उसमें भारत के एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर के जो कंसर्न्स हैं वो रहेंगे, लेकिन तब भी हम अपने आप को उनसे इंसुलेट कैसे करेंगे इस गोल को अचीव करने के लिए?
ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस में शिपिंग का उदाहरण इतना विस्तार से इसीलिए बोला कि कैपेसिटी हमारे अगर हाथ में रहता, हम ही शिप बिल्ड करते, कंटेनर्स बिल्ड करते और ग्लोबल ट्रेड के लिए हम जितना अभी चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं उसका, ऐसे ही ड्रग्स में हम मतलब मेडिसिन बल्क ड्रग्स में हम अच्छा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करना है। ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस हमें बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स में दिखाई दे सकता है, उसके लिए हम तैयार भी रहना चाहिए, अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ पे उपयोग करना। मगर अगर चैलेंज आता है कि किसी देश के ऊपर मतलब किसी देश को हम जाके मार्केट कर नहीं सकते हमारे गुड्स, नया मार्केट ढूंढ लेना, ऐसे करके बहुत सारे ओपनिंग करना है। और जब इन्वेस्टमेंट आता है एक देश से, उन देश में इंटरेस्ट भी बढ़ता है भारत के सक्सेस के ऊपर। हम हमारे पैसे, हमारे कॉरपोरेशंस, हमारे कंपनी जाकर भारत में पूंजी निवेश करें तो माई इंटरेस्ट इन कीपिंग इंडिया गोइंग वेल विल ऑल्सो बी इन्वॉल्व। सो बायलैटरल रिलेशनशिप बढ़ाना और नेगोशिएशंस करने में उनके साथ अंडरस्टैंड करके नेगोशिएशन करना। सो ये एक डिपार्टमेंट का काम नहीं, पूरे होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच में एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स भी, इंडस्ट्री भी, हमारे फिनांस के द्वारा कस्टम्स भी और इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटियाँ साइन करने का ताकत भी, ये सब।
तो बेसिकली ट्रेड और टैरिफ जो रिस्ट्रिक्शंस और प्रोटेक्शनिज्म की जो बात हो रही है, उसको लेकर के मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया के कंसर्न्स काफ़ी होंगे कि कैसे हम उनसे दोस्ती भी रखें और कैसे अपना बिजनेस बढ़ाएं, क्योंकि अब एक्सपोर्ट करना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल भी हो सकता है।
हाँ, इसीलिए एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन का मिशन हमने इस बजट में अनाउंस किया, जिसमें बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स हैं। न्यू मार्केट के लिए फैसिलिटेट करना और एक्सपोर्टर्स को सपोर्ट करना, ECGC जैसे एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट गारंटी कॉर्पोरेशन के द्वारा, एक्सिम बैंक जैसे एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट करने वाले का, क्रेडिट फाइनेंस करने वाले का, सब इनका कैपेसिटी बढ़ाना, ECGC का, एक्सिम का कैपेसिटी बढ़ाना, जो कि एक्सपोर्टर्स का जितना चाहिए उतना हम हेल्प कर पाएंगे। ऐसे ही लाइन ऑफ क्रेडिट के द्वारा बहुत सारे जाकर के फॉरेन कंट्रीज़ में प्रोजेक्ट लेते हैं, उनको कैसे सपोर्ट करना। फिर लेदर गुड्स का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ, कुछ इंपोर्ट करने का रेस्ट्रिक्शंस टैरिफ में रिमूव किया, एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए मिनिमम एक्सपोर्ट प्राइस था उसको हटाया, लेबर इंटेंसिव टॉयज हब भारत बनना है उसके लिए कैसे टैरिफ के रूट से, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए सपोर्ट कैसे तुरंत उसमें एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए टैरिफ का विषय में और इंपोर्ट करने के लिए कस्टम्स ड्यूटी रिमूव करने में बहुत सारे स्टेप्स इस बजट में घोषणा हुई है। सो लेबर इंटेंसिव लेदर, टेक्सटाइल्स, टॉयज, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स, इन सब के लिए प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए बहुत सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए।
वेल थॉट स्ट्रेटजी है। एक सेक्टर और छूट गया हमारी चर्चा में, वो है डिफेंस का, क्योंकि कल कुछ ऐसी कमेंट्रीज आई थी कि डिफेंस सेक्टर को लेकर के थोड़ा सा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है, क्योंकि उसमें भी बहुत प्रायोरिटाइजेशन और काम की ज़रूरत है, लेकिन कुछ अनाउंसमेंट नहीं आया।
नहीं, डिफेंस का मामले में अनाउंसमेंट नहीं और कम भी नहीं हुआ अलॉटमेंट। हम हर बार ये जानबूझ करके डिफेंस पेंशन्स अलग है, डिफेंस प्रोक्योरमेंट और रिलेटेड एक्सपेंस अलग है, दोनों को कम ना करते हुए आगे कैसे ले जाना उसके ऊपर ध्यान देते हैं। इस बार भी डिफेंस का बजट में कुछ कटौती नहीं है, मगर डिफेंस का बजट का पेक्यूलियरिटी हम समझना चाहिए। जिस साल उनको पेमेंट करने का आता है उस साल ज़्यादा प्रोविजनिंग करना होता है, जिस साल वो ऑर्डर पे करते हैं उनके लिए पहले इंस्टॉलमेंट देने का होता है, उनका लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोजेक्ट प्लान होता है, LTPP बोलते हैं, उसके अनुसार उनका प्रोक्योरमेंट का सिस्टम होता है अगर इंपोर्ट हो। मगर हम आनंद से ये बात को याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ और हम रिकग्नाइज भी करना चाहिए कि नियरली इफ़ आई नो राइट 60% आजकल भारत में प्रोड्यूस्ड हुए कंपोनेंट्स को ही डिफेंस लोग खरीदते हैं। विदेश से इंपोर्ट करना स्पेसिफिक लार्ज टिकट कुछ है तो भी वो अलग है, बट मेनली रनिंग कंज्यूमेबल सब कुछ आज भारत से ही खरीद रहे हैं। हमारी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सिर्फ भारत के लिए नहीं, एक्सपोर्ट का भी हो रही है। दैट इज व्हाई आई थिंक वी हैव क्रॉस्ड 25,000 crores अर्निंग विद डिफेंस कंपोनेंट्स गोइंग एक्सपोर्ट।
एक आखिरी सवाल कि कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल टू बिकम कॉम्पिटिटिव काफ़ी कुछ करने की ज़रूरत है, तो एक एग्जांपल के तौर पर अगर मैं समझना चाहूँ कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की भी अभी जो ज़रूरत है उसमें प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग के तौर पर बहुत ज़्यादा सहूलियत देने की ज़रूरत है, उस पर कोई थॉट?
प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग का वेरी क्लियरली वी आर आइडेंटिफाइंग MSMEs का जो जाना है, एग्रीकल्चर का जो जाना, एग्रीकल्चर को आपने देखा होगा कि किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के द्वारा जो 2 लाख रुपया पर किसान ले सकते थे, अभी वो बढ़ा करके 5 लाख तक हमने बढ़ाया, विच इज़ ऑल्सो इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन दिया हुआ, 7% सीलिंग इंटरेस्ट का होता है और केंद्र सरकार 1.5 तक देती है। अगर एक किसान समय पर उसको वापस करता है, लोन सर्विसिंग ठीक है, उनका 3% का इंसेंटिव बाद में मिलता है। सो ऐसे प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर के लिए विस्तार कर रहे हैं, ना कि कम करना, और उसमें MSME के लोन के ऊपर भी बहुत SIDBI के द्वारा अच्छा आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, क्लस्टर्स में बैंक ब्रांचेस रख रहे हैं।
जी मैम, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया, इसमें से बहुत सारे पर्सपेक्टिव भी क्लियर हुए और बहुत सारी नई बातें भी सामने आई। आपको एक बार फिर से, जिसको कहते हैं बिल्कुल निर्विवाद बजट, इस बजट की क्रिटिसिज्म की कितनी भी कोशिश कर लें बहुत ही मुश्किल है, और ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंजिंग काम है जिसको आपने अकम्प्लिश किया है। बहुत बहुत बधाई इसके लिए आपको।
धन्यवाद जी, धन्यवाद।
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही आर है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं ना ही. प्रेम गली अति साकरी, जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Hello and welcome. This is KYC, a show designed to give regular investors powerful, actionable insights into the fundamentals of a single NSE listed company every day. Today we are taking up Inox Wind. It's been a fantastic last 12 months for this particular company, not only on the back of the changes that the company has seen in fundamentals, but also in terms of price action. There's certainly been a lot of outperformance. And as usual, let me start by telling you about what this particular company does. It is part of the Inox Group and one of the leading companies, in fact, as far as this particular group is concerned. It does look at the business, it is in the business of manufacturing wind turbine generators. It in fact has a manufacturing capacity of around 2.5 gigawatts across 4 facilities. And well, at the moment, it also has a considerably large order book of around 3.3 gigawatts. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, that's what it has. So it does seem like it has plenty in terms of visibility going forward. Now, Inox Wind is a fully integrated company in terms of wind energy. Particularly, it's a maker of wind turbine generators, but it also provides other renewable solutions. And it is essentially also an EPC service provider. Inox Green, of course, is also a provider of operations and maintenance solutions. And Inox Renewables and Inox Green are Inox Wind subsidiaries. So that's just in case there's any confusion as to where Inox Renewables and Inox Green comes through and what role they have to play as far as Inox Wind is concerned. On a consolidated basis, however, Inox Wind is what we are looking at and going to try and figure out this company in this show today. So as usual, what we usually do is we talk about how the company has done over the past few years. and keeping the income statement in mind, the kind of order book that the company currently has. We talk about the balance sheets and the cash flows as well, and how things are panning out there for the particular company. And moving on, we talk about other factors like return ratios, shareholding pattern, how the stock has done, as well as what the street is making of this particular company. So let's start by taking a look at the income statement. And when it comes to the income statement, it's actually done quite well over the past 3 years at least. So it has seen its revenue move from 700 odd crores back in FY22 all the way to nearly 1800 crores in FY24. In fact, as of the first 9 months of FY25, it has already surpassed the kind of revenues it has seen in FY24. So it does seem like it's going to be one of the strongest years that the company has seen. Let's talk about profitability as well. Perhaps we can take out, how things have panned out when it comes to EBITDA. And from a large negative of around 430 crores and 667 odd crores in terms of an operating loss in FY22, FY23, in the 9 months of FY25, the company has already become profitable, and by quite a margin. So there is a considerable amount of change in the company and the prospects for this particular company going in. Now, this is as far as, of course, your EBITDA trends too. Let's move on and talk about your so several other margins, but perhaps we can bring out margins as well. So for FY24, your EBITDA margins coming in at around 18%, and the first 9 months, again, your margins coming in at around 23%. It's something that we're going to take up with the management too. But it does seem like, based on all of this, the company is on an ascending trajectory, and it does look like there's a lot of improvement in a lot of metrics, which is why, at least as far as its income statement is concerned, we're going to give the company a thumbs up. Let's move on and talk about its order book position. This is another important one because this actually gives you an idea of the visibility for the company. And as you can see, we are looking at a steady growth in your order book as well for Inox Wind. Back in the second quarter of FY24, that order book stood at around 1.3 gigawatts, a little less than that, eventually going to 2.5 gigawatts back in the start of FY25, and 9 months down the line, that particular order book currently stands at around 3.3 gigawatts. It's something that we're going to talk to the management about as well. And the order book revenue visibility stands at around 19,700 crores over the next 2 to 3 years. And the company earns an average 6 crores per megawatt. So it is considerable. It's also something that we're going to keep an eye on as well. But overall, in terms of visibility as well, we're going to give it a thumbs up to the company. So that's 2 thumbs up so far. Let's talk about the balance sheet then. And this is another interesting one here. What we are seeing is, equity shareholders' funds or values, in general, we're looking at about 323 odd crores. That's the net worth of the company. As far as its borrowing is concerned, that stands at around 403 odd crores. That's its overall gross borrowing. But its cash balance stands at around 361 crores, which actually takes its net debt to a very, very negligible number at the moment. So it's actually favorable for the company. It does seem like the company is sitting on a fairly strong balance sheet position as well. So, no issues there either. So it's going to be a thumbs up as far as the balance sheet is concerned too. Do remember, these values are for the first half of FY25, and there has been an improvement in terms of its operating metrics over FY24 as well, which is why it's going to be a thumbs up. Now, let's come to maybe one or two concerns here, and the return ratios. So when it comes to the return on capital employed, as one might expect, because of the fact that the company is coming out of operational losses, naturally the return ratios are going to be in the negative right now. But the positive is that these return ratios, that is, the negativity is reducing. And because of that, we're going to give it a neutral rating. So the return on capital employed ratio is looking at an improvement, even though it is moving into the red. It does seem like it's poised to move into the green at the moment, considering the kind of order flows that the company is seeing and the kind of operational metric that we have seen in terms of its income statement as well as the balance sheet. So that's going to be another positive, and hence I'm going to give this one a neutral rating. Moving on to cash flows, again, well, because of the fact this is a capital intensive, business, we're looking at your overall cash flows from operations turning positive at around 22 odd crores, and net cash flows from operations as well has turned positive in the first half. But because it's just the first half, we'll wait for the financial year to end, and that will give us a better picture of how cash flows have panned out. Well, this is as far as your overall financial statements are concerned, coming down to Inox Wind. The real question is that if you look beyond the financial statements, and they certainly do indicate a lot of improvement over the last few years, where do the other metrics stand? So let's talk about the shareholding pattern. At the moment, we do know that the Inox Group holds about a little over 48% in the company. We have a considerable amount of high institutional holding in the company. So when it comes to DIIs and FIIs, again, DII is holding 9.8%. It's also seen an increase in the DII holding. FII holding, on the other hand, has seen a little bit of a drop, but it still stands at well over 15.2%, 15.3%, close to that. And your public shareholding, well, that largely stands at around 26.7%. So what's really exchanged hands is just between DIIs and FIIs, and I'd reckon that the FII decline is also not necessarily because of the company itself, but because of the overall environment with respect to capital markets in general, not necessarily to do anything with Inox Wind, which is why we'll give this one a thumbs up as well. So pretty steady when it comes to the financial statements, pretty steady when it comes to the shareholding at the moment. Now let's come to the more interesting part here, and that is how the company has done. Now, over the last 6 months, the company has declined around 4%. But Inox Wind has outperformed the chunk of the broader market indices. So the Nifty Mid Cap Index or the Nifty Small Cap Index, hasn't done as well. In fact, in the last 1 year, it has moved up around 35%, and this is about, well, if I'm not mistaken, about 4 to 5 times better than what we've seen as far as the mid-cap index is concerned. So it's going to be a thumbs up overall. There's been a significant amount of outperformance here as far as the company is concerned in terms of the returns that it has given, rather the returns the stock price has given to the shareholders. So it's going to be another thumbs up. Just want to point out, over the last 5 years, it's moved up 17 times. So it's a clear multi-bagger. There's no doubt about that as well. And perhaps over the last 5 years, there's been yet another staggering outperformance as far as the particular company is concerned. Moving down to street coverage, what is the street making of this particular aspect? What is this particular company? So we don't have a lot of analysts. We have about 6 analysts on the street who cover Inox Wind. And it does seem like that they are bullish as far as Inox Wind is concerned. So firstly, we have 5 out of 6 buys on this particular company, just 1 hold and no sells on this particular company. And in fact, the consensus target at the moment, as far as this list of analysts is concerned, indicates an upside of around 40% from current market levels. So it does seem like at least analysts are looking favorably at Inox Wind at this point in time, especially given the market conditions right there. So it's going to be a thumbs up here as well. So if you consider all the factors that we've spoken about with respect to where the company is, and I'm not going to talk too much about the valuations, because if we consider just the price to earnings valuation, it may not necessarily be a fair picture, because like I mentioned, that the company's come out of losses very, very recently, and naturally the price to earnings ratio is going to be considerably large, which is why we thought that it would be a better idea to perhaps judge the company on several other parameters. And hence, when you come down to all these other parameters, let's take a look at how things are shaping up. So income statement, order book, balance sheet, all thumbs up. It's a neutral for cash flows. Moving on, again, a thumbs up for perhaps the shareholding pattern, and certainly a very strong one in terms of what the company has done, or rather what the price of the share has done over the past few years, along with street coverage, which is also a thumbs up. And that brings us a total score for the company at around 6.5 out of 8. So certainly on a very, very strong footing. Want to end this particular segment of the show by talking about the management commentary in terms of guidance, and perhaps we can get a better picture, an updated picture from the management. The full year margins are expected to be at around 17%, and they are looking at targeting an execution of around but maybe 800 megawatts in FY25 and about another 1200 megawatts in FY26. But we'll get more clarifications on this particular aspect. I'm going to get in the management of the company as well, but for this particular conversation, I am also joined by my colleague Neeraj Shah, who's going to perhaps help us shed more light on the particular company. Neeraj, thanks for joining in.
Glad to be here, Agam.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more I can add after all the fabulous explaining that you've done already on this one.
Well, thanks, man.
But I mean, the one thing that you said, Agam, is very true, that for this sector at large, Inox Wind, Suzlon, etc., the past is not an indication of what the future will be because the sector has come out of the losses. So I think that's a very important factor to consider.
Right.
And maybe 4 years, 5 years out, we can look at the past and then try and ask whether they can actually do an encore of what they've done in the last 5 years over the next 5. But maybe that is something that is reserved for the future, I would reckon.
Right, absolutely. So, well, on that note, let's get in Devansh Jain. He's the Executive Director at Inox GFL Group, who joins us on the show. Devansh, good morning. Thanks for joining in. Devansh, first and foremost, I'm going to take a view on the entire sector at the moment, the current environment for wind energy in general. I know that the government has ambitious plans when it comes to not just renewables, but for wind specifically as well. You have a current order backlog of around 3.3 gigawatts at the moment. Can you give us an idea about what more opportunities present themselves in the current environment, keeping in mind what the government has in store, and what role can Inox Wind play here?
Hi, good morning, Agam. Good morning, Neeraj. Glad to be back. So first and foremost, maybe just a little bit on the budget. I think the recent budget maintains a very, very strong focus on RE capacity addition in India and supports Make in India with the National Clean Manufacturing Mission. I think it reduces a lot of noise around the sector over the last couple of, I would say, weeks since the US President's statements around renewable energy. Having said that, I think one thing which was always very clear, barring sentiment, was the fact that Trump's policies have zero impact on India's renewables mission and on India's wind sector, because the entire Indian wind sector is a domestic play. And India's larger renewable ambitions were all eventually moving towards a domestic manufacturing kind of an environment. And I think that's been more than evidently put forth in this budget, where they've given a huge impetus, huge clarity, line of sight to domestic manufacturing for green hydrogen equipment, electrolyzers, wind turbines, and solar cells. So I think we're very excited, very bullish, and I think it only increases our ambitions as we move forward, given that the government is absolutely gung-ho about renewable energy. I think also the recent statements from them to kind of strengthen and improve intrastate transmission infrastructure is very helpful, because you've had a lot of the renewables coming up on the ISTS grid, the central grid. And I think by focusing on strengthening the state infrastructure and grid, I think you'll be able to do a lot more consumption at local consumption points or at far-flung consumption points. So that's a little bit with respect to how we see the budget and how we see the sector moving forward. Specifically on the wind side, I think the government's mission is very, very clear, very strong. I think we're looking at, in terms of various government statements, every quarter comes and goes. But I think the government really is targeting for about 10 gigawatts of wind every year from central and state tenders and hybrid FDRE tenders. Over and above that, you have the C&I market, which is very large. Now, if you're going to put all of that together, you're probably going to see almost 15 gigawatts of wind requirements every year. But I think, realistically, we would see the wind sector doing about 6 gigawatts next year. And thereafter, that's FY26. And FY27, I would expect it to be around 8 gigawatts and kind of keep moving, moving up, as we move forward. I mean, that's almost doubling of the markets in the next year, and then further, almost 40-50% increase in the next financial year. Having said that, I think also it's a very unique opportunity in India, given that you primarily have possibly two players in a duopolistic market for turnkey operations. And I think we probably are the largest players on the turnkey side. We have the largest project development pipeline in the country. And with our, recent foray into Inox Solar at the group level, I think we're probably the only player, certainly in India and probably only globally, which is offering absolutely unique, comprehensive solutions, transgressing the entire ecosystem from development, execution, to wind, to solar, to O&M services, and eventually battery as well, which is a large part of the group as we move forward.
Yeah. So Devansh, glad to hear that you were constructive on the budget. I would love to ask the next question in two parts. One is the updates, right? I'm believing you're sticking to 800 and 1200 megawatts for FY25 and 26. But I reckon in order to do 800, you need to do what, 331 megawatts in Q4, if my math is not completely wrong. On track to do that, part one. Okay, let's start with this. Are you on track to do 331 in Q4?
So Neeraj, I won't talk about specific numbers, but yes, we maintain our guidance for FY25 and we maintain our guidance for FY26. Okay. Just with respect, adding a point around that, there are a lot of questions around margin, given that we've guided for about 17%.
I'm coming to that. Devansh, okay. I'm coming to that. Okay. Sorry, but just one more follow-up there. Sure. I heard you say that it will be 6 gigawatts in FY26, 8 gigawatts in FY27. If you do 1200, hypothetically, let's work with that hypothesis. And if you do 1200 out of 6, that keeps you at 20% of the market share, right? And then if the market moves to 8 gigawatts, if I presume that you are going to do only 20%, then you probably reach 1600 megawatts. I'm presuming you were not going to be satisfied with a constant market share. Is it safe to assume that you will be higher than 1600, closer to 1800 or 2 gigawatts in 27?
Neeraj, we've publicly guided for 800 this year, 1200 FY26 and 2 gigawatt plus in FY27.
Okay. So you're confident with that?
We've already said about 25% plus. And that's, if you notice over the past 3 or 4 quarters, we've virtually upgraded guidances and volume targets every quarter. This is probably the first quarter where we said, let's do something different rather than upgrading guidances every quarter. Let the market now visualize where we're headed. It's not rocket science to extrapolate what the current numbers are and what they would look like as we end FY25.
Okay. The next follow-up that I have is that I was listening to a conversation that you were having earlier, and Inox Solar, right? And Inox Solar, Inox Wind gives you the capability to bid for hybrid orders. Now, your executions as you had planned earlier, did they factor in the hybrid order wins from Inox Wind, Inox Solar combined, part one? And if not, and maybe leave that 2 gigawatt target independently, is there some ballpark estimate of what's the kind of hybrid order wins that you can do with both of these entities combined in let's say the next 2 years?
Look, let me just clarify. First and foremost, Inox Solar is in the private domain.
Agreed.
But it complements the entire larger group. So whatever statements we've made and guidances we've given out for Inox Wind are all relevant to Inox Wind until now. Inox Solar came up only about a quarter ago.
Exactly.
So what Inox Solar really does is enables Inox Wind to participate now in hybrid tenders, FDRE tenders. It also enables our EPC arm and our O&M arm, which are under Inox Wind, right? Inox Green and Inox Renewable Solutions, to further increase their profitability, business opportunities, and obviously at the end of the day, Inox Wind wins if they're going to supply more and more hybrid projects. Now, as we've stated, 1200 megawatts next year and say 2 gigawatt thereafter for wind. On the solar side, the solar market is much larger in India. Having said that, if typically wind goes at about 6 crores a megawatt, solar, the cell modules got about 1.5 crore per megawatt. So let's not get overexcited about just megawatt numbers. In terms of revenue, we have 4 times the revenue of one cell and module. But I think we would target, as we move forward in the next 2 years, about 10% of the solar market in India, very clearly. I think we have one of the strongest moats in the business. We understand the sector inside out. We have some of the largest common infrastructure assets in the country today. Our O&M capabilities are far, far more complex than solar, which I would say is fairly run-of-the-mill. So I think we should be looking at a very, very large play on that side as well, which would only aid our EPC and O&M business in Inox Wind.
So Devansh, you don't have, I think your balance sheet is in a very comfortable position at this point in time. You can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think it looks good at this point in time. Considering your execution targets, there will be a lot of working capital requirement. Does that mean that you will potentially need to raise funds down down 2 quarters, 3 quarters down the line? And if you would you need to consider debt or equity, or do you think that at the moment your internal accruals are enough for you to deal with whatever you have in terms of your order book?
Look, I think we've stated that fairly clearly. We're a net cash balance sheet. There is no question of raising capital at the Inox Wind level. We're throwing up significant free cash flows, and we had said that H2 would be very large free cash flows. We've put in enough working capital, which was required to ramp up this business, and I would say that given our profitability numbers look extremely strong, we would be in a position where we would be throwing up such fairly large amounts of capital, which in fact we'll probably have to put a dividend policy in place to return back to shareholders.
Okay. And Devansh, at the moment, with respect to the pricing environment, are there any concerns at this point in time?
In terms of pricing for wind equipment?
Yes.
Look, we're virtually sold out for the next 2 years. So I don't think there's any challenge around that. Let's also not forget what's happening now is you've really got 2-3 players in the sector, strong players, right? In terms of EPC capability, possibly just 2 players, we being the largest in the EPC segment. And with more and more focus on domestic content requirement, and I believe there will be more steps taken, this is going to just become very, very tough for some of our Chinese counterparts to even do anything. I mean, first and foremost, in terms of quality and long-term capability, I think it's chalk and cheese, number one. Number two, I think with domestic content requirement effectively coming in, and I think the budget is in fairly giving enough hints around that. I think this is only going to make our positioning stronger and stronger in the Indian market. So I think there's no question of pricing pressure. I think we're being very selective in the kind of people we want to work with. We want to work with strong, credible players who have the capability to either execute, if it's equipment supply, or where we are doing turnkey for them, those who have the ability to raise capital and pay, and not just make excuses for the sake of making excuses. I think the sector's learned a lot over the past 5 to 6 years, and certainly we are using our learnings of these years to be very careful and selective with whom we work and how we work.
Yeah, a few people have survived, and those who have survived right now, Devansh, you would agree, they are thriving. I still think maybe at a later date I'll try and probe this order inflow via solar and hybrid combined in a different way, because we have to wrap up this interview. But before we wrap up, I have to ask this other question, Devansh, which is that, are you sensing any change in the ecosystem? I mean, it could be around tariffs, it could be around advancements in battery storage, demand, your conversations with the powers about how they envision a growth. Any change in the ecosystem currently versus what has been the case in the last 12 months?
Look, I think certainly one part which has changed is that battery costs have come down. And I think to that extent, the government has become even more bullish on the larger renewable energy foray, because effectively what's been happening is, let's try and understand, if you talk of the target being 40 gigawatts or 50 gigawatts of solar a year and 10 to 15 gigawatts of wind a year, how are you going to absorb all of that? It was not possible for the grid to take in all this kind of infirm power. And I think to that extent, they've now gone, there's a lot of impetus to wind. There's a lot of impetus, and you're seeing that because there are more and more hybrid and FDRE tenders. In fact, almost 90% of all tenders today are hybrid and FDRE. You've moved away in the past 12 months from plain solar and plain wind. Second, I think the government is very, very focused now on the entire domestic manufacturing ecosystem. I mean, that's something which we've been hearing. I mean, whether it's the secretary, the joint secretary, the minister, all of them have been saying, we want everything, all the value addition to happen in India. We don't want imports of equipment. We don't want people dumping their goods in India. And I think you're seeing all of that happening in solar modules, now solar cells. That's also the reason why we've gone into solar. I think in wind, we were very, very clear. This is kicking in. You're increasingly going to be seeing a lot more barriers to import of equipment. They want everything being done domestically. So the domestic content requirement policy also, which is expected anytime for wind, is really going to make positioning for domestic wind turbine guys that much stronger.
Right.
We hear sometimes the Chinese and so on and so forth. Effectively, you've seen the Chinese virtually being eliminated in solar. And that's something we expect will happen in wind as well. And thirdly, I would say, I think it's only emboldened their efforts to go whole hog on net zero. So I think you saw also the nuclear target. Of course, that's probably 8 to 10 years away. It's not going to happen today. But more and more clarity around us becoming a net zero country as we move forward.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Point taken, Devansh. On that note, thanking you for joining us and giving us a lot more insight and clarity with respect to your business here. But, and of course, thanking Neeraj for joining us and making this cameo on my show. But yes, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of KYC. Lots more lined up on the other side. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही आर है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं ना ही, प्रेम गली अति साकरी जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research.
Welcome back. You're watching Profit Buzzers. But let's have a look at market. What markets are doing. Let's see what Nifty 50 is up to? I think it's on a day's low. Well, yeah, it's down 0.86%. Well, maybe because of the Trump tariffs that has been announced. But let's see what are the constituents dragging this Nifty 50. If I were to talk about what are the there you go. You have Bharti Airtel, M&M, which are the gainers in fee, but on the loser side, lots of other stocks which are actually on the loser side. But if I were to talk about the sectorial heat map, let's see what are the sectors in red and which are the sectors that are gaining. There you go. You have Nifty IT, which is on the gainer side, then Nifty Digital, Nifty Auto, Nifty Finance. I think everything except Nifty IT and consumer durables are in red. Nifty Media is down like 1.1%, Nifty Next 50, then Nifty Metal is also down 3%. Well, not absolutely looking for Nifty Finance is down 0.3%. Well, but if I were to let's see what are broader markets giving us a cue, because I think there you go. So the Nifty Mid Cap 150 is down 1.5%. Let's see what are the stocks which are on the Nifty Small Cap is down 1.9%. Let's see what are the stocks which are on the loser side. You have HUDCO, then you have Samvardhana. Because Samvardhana, of course, this is on the back of the Trump tariffs that has been announced. Maybe will be negative for the company. You have RITES, you have NCC, Thermax, then HP, and on the gainer side, if I were to talk about a lot of stocks actually on the gainer side, Jubilant, then you have Hudson Agro also. Let's just see what small cap, what are the constituents when it comes to small cap 250, which was actually down. Let's see what's happening there as well. A lot of stocks would be, you have Siemens, HUDCO, yeah. And let's also talk about the advanced decline ratio. What is the clue? There you go. So you have almost 1,802 decline versus 40 advances, not looking actually good for the market. But I also wanted to highlight few of the stocks. Let's see what Neogen Chemicals is doing, because the earnings came yesterday and pretty good earnings by the company. Let's see what Neogen Chemicals is doing, because if their CSM segment, then their battery segment also did quite good for the company. Well, it's down 4%. Let's see what Divi's Lab is also doing. The company is expected to, there you go, the results have come. Good results actually. EBITDA is up 51%, margins are 32% versus 26%. The company has beaten its estimates because margin was expected around 30-31%. Net profit is up 64%. That's not bad, that's good. And if I were to talk about the estimations, the revenue growth was expected at 20%, but came out to 25%. Good when it comes to revenue, good when it comes to EBITDA. EBITDA is up 52%. Maybe this is because of these custom synthesis business, which company was expecting good growth into that, plus the new ventures that the company is gone into. You have your sartans, then you have the various other products that the company makes for innovator companies. So good show when it comes to Divi's. Let's see what Divi's is doing in the trade. I am expecting Divi's is, there you go, Divi's is up 1% kind of thing. I mean, in a fallen market, I think that's a good show that the Divi's has been given. But we need to wait for the con call. The con call is at 3 o'clock. Let's see what Divi's has to say. But yeah, good show. Even the contrast media segment for the Divi's will actually do good, because that segment is growing into double digit. So yeah, so good show when it comes to Divi's. But let's move on. Let's see why the markets are into the fall, because of the fear of the Trump tariffs. So Trump has announced a 25% tariffs on import from Mexico and Canada, and an additional 10% tariffs on imports from China as well. But what this means, how this will benefit India or will not benefit India. Well, to speak on this, I'm here joined by Mr. Ajay Sahai, who is the CEO of Federation of Indian Exports. Welcome, Mr. Sahai.
Thank you.
So, China, Mexico, and Canada have taken the initial hit with respect to trade tariffs. India has averted the first one. Your views on the same?
In fact, once the additional tariff is imposed on these countries, there is bound to be trade diversion because US importer will be seeking alternative source of supply so that they can address the high cost. And from that perspective, definitely the opportunity will come to India also. It all depends on our capacity and capability in those segments and our competitiveness also. So from our perspective, I think we have opportunity both in the sunrise sectors of exports and labor-intensive sectors of exports.
Got it. So, sir, does this signal that bilateral trade negotiation may be on the cards?
In fact, our view is that since Mr. Trump is looking into making America great again, he will be definitely bringing all the countries to negotiating table. Probably for India, the threat may not be on actual imposition of tariff because most of our exports are not by and large competing with US manufacturing, but definitely it will be used to get some more market access or some tariff concession for US products. So I think we should be ready with some kind of negotiation, even if the actual tariff threat may not be there.
So we should be ready for the negotiation. Okay, but so duties on items primarily exported to the US, such as motorcycle with engine capacity below 1600 cc, ground installation of satellites, and also synthetic flavoring essence. These all were slashed in the budget. So is this a bid to avoid Trump's tariffs? Any views on that?
In fact, I have to see how much of that import is actually flowing from the US, but reduction on tariff itself is a positive signal because Mr. Trump has, of course, attacked India for the high tariff. So it's a good measure. And I'm pretty sure in some of the segment, US supplier will also be benefited. And to that extent, it will be softening US President Trump's stand also against India.
Got it. And so with tariffs for China, Mexico, and Canada, how do you think this will benefit India?
In fact, we are competing with these countries in the US market, and since now there will be additional tariffs on these countries, India exports will be much competitive. We feel that in sectors such as mobile and telecommunication, electrical and machinery segment, even pharmaceuticals, in apparel and textile sector, and even in aluminum and steel, if additional tariff is not imposed on India, we tend to gain market from these countries, and probably that will help us in pushing our exports to US as well.
Got it. And sir, so there are few concerns. One is uncertainty, which can disrupt the global supply chains, which could be inflationary for the Indian economy, as we are still heavily dependent on the few of the component supply. So your view on that? Is this actually a concern?
Uncertainty is expected, and probably it may accentuate also because countries, for example, Canada has retaliated with tariff. Probably other countries will also be doing that. So in a way, it will be more opportunity for India because right now we are looking into our export to US. Probably tomorrow, US export to these countries are impacted, giving us further market access opportunity. But I agree, on a whole, this is a little dangerous trend because if the countries are started looking inwardly, it will push basically the inflation, while at the same time, it will moderate the trade also. So from the long-term perspective, it's not good sign, but if the tariff war escalates and we are not coming into the tariff war, probably it will be an opportunity for India.
Got it. My last question to you, the sectors which you are bullish on because of this announcement.
No, in fact, that's why I said that in sectors where, because of the PLI scheme, we have got now the strength in manufacturing sector to start with mobile and electronic sector. Even in auto component sector, we are a major player. We are now competing very well in apparel, made-ups and textile sectors also. Probably opportunity will come in the footwear sector. But I think we have to move aggressively. We have to put our focus on US by showcasing our product in US trade fair and exhibition, and also tying up with the major distributor and importer association in US, because if the US government is imposing tariff, at the same time they will be locating the supplier who can provide these products so that the consumer is not adversely impacted.
Thank you, Mr. Sai, for answering the questions.
Thank you.
Cool. Now let's now focus on banks. Equitas Small Finance Bank is the first counter in focus on the back of its Q3 numbers. We were able to get hold of P.N. Vasudevan, who is MD and CEO of the Equitas, and here's what he has to say about the company.
In terms of credit cost, if you see, 86% of our advances is non-microfinance, which is actually secured book. And in that 86%, our credit cost remains at a very comfortable level. It's about 1.1% for the quarter, as well as for the 9 months, it's at similar levels. And so there is really no concern from a credit cost and quality perspective, as far as our secured book is concerned, which is about 86% of the book. The pain really coming in from our microfinance portfolio, which is about 14% of the book. It was 19% when we started the year. It's actually been coming down because our disbursements have slowed down during the year. And so the book has actually been coming down. Now, as far as the microfinance credit cost is concerned, yes, we did see a small, improvement in Q3 compared to Q2. But I would say that it was more notional because in Q2, we had gone in for extra buffer provision. And that is why the second quarter credit cost was at a higher level. But otherwise, if you look at the portfolio per se, between second and third quarter, the portfolio actually kind of remained at similar levels of X-bucket efficiency. The credit cost is about 10% for the third quarter. Now, in microfinance, what happens is that when an account slips from X bucket to an overdue bucket, it takes 90 days for the account to become NPA, assuming that we don't collect it. And then over the next 2 months or 3 months, it gets 100% provided. So typically, credit cost is a 6-month lag from a X bucket flow. So that's why you see Q3 credit cost is a reflection of our Q1 slippage. Now, Q2 was actually worse than Q1. So Q4 credit cost might actually not improve much. So we might see still a similar level of credit cost in Q4 also. But Q3 was slightly better. So maybe Q1 of next year, we might see some small improvement. Now, but the whole challenge is Q4, this quarter. How is our X-bucket efficiency going to play out? If that plays up really well, and if we start improving, we are at 98.2% in Q3. If that goes to anything around 98.6 or so, more or less the product becomes a break-even product. Right now, it's loss-making. The income minus credit cost is negative. But if it reaches 98.6, more or less the product breaks even. So the whole question is in Q4, will our X-bucket efficiency go to 98.6? So that's the real challenge in front of us. We have done a lot of work from the bank side as well as industry side. We have got some guardrail 2.0 which has been rolled out in January. And we'll have to see the impact of all of that, whether the quality of borrowers and the quality of portfolio across the industry as well as for us, whether it will really improve in Q4 or maybe Q1. And in which case we might see elevated credit costs for this quarter and next quarter. And maybe Q2 or Q3 is when we might start seeing some level of normalcy coming.
Fair point. And so the margin contraction is also equally sharp. Is that at all a concern? And where do margins therefore lie for the next couple of quarters at the very least? Could pressure continue to sustain?
Yes, so our NIM came down by about 30 basis points in the third quarter compared to the second quarter, which itself was 30% lower than the first quarter. Lastly, the reduction in NIM contributed by the fact that microfinance as a portfolio has been coming down from a contribution perspective, and it has an impact. In the third quarter, out of 30 bips drop in NIM, 20 bips came out of the drop in microfinance portfolio, and 10 bips was a one-off where the treasury income was a little on the lower side. But 20 bips was more or less contribution from the microfinance. So if for the next 2 or 3 quarters, if you are going to look at our NIM, you might see contraction by similar levels of around 15-20 bips. But what we expect is that over a 3 to 4 or 5 quarters, slightly in the medium term, microfinance as a percentage of the book would have already come down sharply by that point in time. And so the effect of any further drop in microfinance won't have much of an effect on NIM. So I think the microfinance based NIM effect might last for another 2 to 3 quarters.
Another 2 to 3 quarters, okay, understood. And is it 20 bips a quarter or 20 bips overall, the contraction expected from here?
Right now it has been 20 bips per quarter.
Yes, understood. Okay. And so just trying to therefore gauge your other book is growing at a fairly healthy clip, which is your secured book. Can that continue and will that start to take center stage? And is the strategy now going to be to reduce reliance on microfinance, and therefore where should normalized NIM be?
Yes, so the rest of the book has been doing quite well. Our credit cost, as I mentioned, is at about 1.1%, which is very comfortable. And the rest of the book has grown by 20% year on year for the third quarter. And we expect that level of growth to continue in the rest of the book. And so to that extent, yes, they should offset some of the effect that we are seeing from the microfinance book. The other important element is that, in Equitas, we have about nearly 85% of our book, which is a fixed rate loan book. Hardly 15-17% of our loans are floating rate. So last 1 year, 1.5 years, when the interest rates have been going up, we have actually been having the negative impact of that because our cost of funds went up, but 85% being a fixed rate, our earnings was not going up. But assuming that there could be an interest rate reversal scenario over the next 12 months, then we will actually see the reverse effect, which is that we will see a benefit on the books because our interest earnings won't be coming down, large book being fixed. Whereas our cost of funds might actually start coming down if the interest rate reversal happens. So we might actually have some kind of tailwind from the interest rate movements that is possible over the next 12 months. So a combination of that plus contribution from the rest of the book, non-microfinance, I think the effect of NIM drop because of microfinance might get mitigated over the next 2 quarters.
Okay. And sir, just give us color on the ROA therefore. Your credit costs have been elevated last couple of quarters, but are recoveries starting to come through in Q3? Because that's something you suggested. Slippages have started to come off. So how is Q3 and Q4 looking in terms of recovery? And therefore, should ROAs now steadily expand even though there could be some pressure with regard to the provisions that you're making? How should one look at the ROA trajectory?
As I mentioned, the credit cost from the rest of the book is not a concern. It's largely the microfinance, and that I think will remain as an issue for at least Q4 and Q1. I think that's fairly clear because of the fact that Q2 and Q3 was only 98.2. So there will be some elevated credit costs between this and next quarter. And then Q4, Q1, we'll have to see how that pans out for predicting the credit cost for the subsequent quarters. From a ROA perspective, I think, somewhere by second half of next year, we should try and see a much better ROA because by and large, the microfinance would have played out by that point in time. And the rest of the book continues to grow well. And the cost of funds might see a dip if the interest rate reversal starts happening over the next 3 to 6 months. So a combination of all of this, I think the second half of next year is when we might start seeing an uptick on our ROA.
Well, Equitas expects ROA to be better in second half of next year. Well, our next counter in focus is Punjab National Bank, whose profit doubled in Q3. We spoke to Kalyan Kumar, who's the executive director, about its numbers, and here's what he had to say. Listen in.
PNB has actually grown nicely in this quarter, December quarter, Q3. And I don't find any reason that this growth will not be sustained in this ensuing this Q4. Because if you see the kind of prospects we are observing in the market in terms of REM sector, retail, agriculture, MSME sector, and also in the infrastructure sector, we find a lot of opportunity there. And also the kind of strategies PNB has taken for garnering low-cost deposit, CASA, and also in RAM sector, I am sure that this growth is going to be sustainable and will be content.
Sure. So, Mr. Kumar, can you also give me an idea on your net interest margins? Is there some pressure expected in the near term? What more can you tell us about this particular aspect?
In the net interest margin, I can tell you if we are expecting for the rate cuts, if there is any rate cut in the next MPC, then there might be some slight impact on NIM, but I don't find any significant impact as of March 25 in the NIM percentage.
All right. So what can you tell us about recoveries? What's in the pipeline and expectations for FY26?
Recovery, we have brought down substantially in this quarter, and we are having kitty of in the return of category, it is 95,000 crore and approximately 45,000 crore in the gross NPA segment. There is good kitty available still now, and we have digitized our recovery processes and also revamped our organizational structure. And with the combination of these two, I am quite hopeful that recovery would be good in this quarter also.
So, can you also give us a better idea on slippages at the moment? Are there any concerns in the near term?
Slippages, I can tell you, Agam, actually PNB has done very nice, having a book of 11,10,000 crore. There, our slippage in this quarter was only 1,774 crores, and this is, I can tell you, this is the one of the best containment of slippage example in the industry. There, I can assure you, because most of the things are in order, and I don't foresee any more slippages in this quarter, because we have made our systems very robust and we have integrated technology for monitoring and also proactive monitoring, rather I will say. I don't foresee any reason behind actually more slippages and all. It will be continued. The way slippages are maintained, it will be continued.
Right, sir. So the union budget also has, made some provisions to spur growth when it comes to MSME. Do you think that the measures taken could perhaps lead to more credit being taken by the MSMEs, and do you think that these measures will be favorable?
Certainly, these budget proposals for augmenting MSME sector, it will certainly gives us very good scope for growth in under MSME segment. And PNB actually in last 3 years, I can tell you, PNB has designed these models very nicely for reaching to the underserved segments also. In terms of digitizing the processes of loan, simplifying the loan processes, and also towards the capability building of those smaller entrepreneurs. And with the kind of support in this budget in terms of more coverage under CGT, MSE, and also a different support system, certainly with the structural support and technological things which PNB has created, now PNB is in a position to play a major role in MSME segment. I am happy to share with you on 13th February, at 200 places, PNB is organizing MSME outreach campaign, and there we are going to drive this vigorously. And I am sure MSME segment, PNB being second largest bank, is going to play a major role in the improved ecosystem which this budget actually provides us.
Right, sir. Sir, and any challenges with respect to LCR at the moment?
There is no challenges with PNB in LCR, because as of 31st December, our LCR was 136%. And I don't foresee, and we are having additional SLR of 5.33%, which amounts to more than 76,000 crore. We don't foresee any challenge on liquidity front in near future for PNB.
Right, sir. And is it also safe to assume that a 1% return on assets is also sustainable, sir?
Yes, 1% ROA is our actually guidance which we have given to market, and I am quite hopeful that this would be maintained in this quarter also.
Well, this was from PNB on the Q3 numbers and the outlook going ahead for the company. Well, that's all the time we have on the show. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata. They're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही आर है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं नाही. प्रेम गली अति साकरी, जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits.
Thanks so much for tuning into this very special conversation. It's an absolute delight to be talking the day post the budget, or 2 days post the budget, with Mr. Neelkant Mishra of Axis. Neelkant, so good having you. Thank you for taking the time out and speaking to us.
Thank you, Neeraj. Thank you, Tamanna. Thank you for having me.
Just wondering, Neelkant, the budget should be a statement of accounts. Pre-budget, everybody is saying as long as nothing negative comes, it's great. And I don't think too many negatives came about, but for the slight pickle that people have around the quantum of capex and the growth thereof. How did you look at the budget statement and the after effects thereof, if you will?
So I have been a loud voice saying that the importance of the budget for the economy and the markets has been shrinking over the last 3 decades, and it continues to shrink. And therefore, I don't think this is very important for people to position in the markets. Even if you take the actual announcement, it was largely as expected. In fact, the fact that there would be a potentially 1 lakh crore slippage on capex, and then and a similar increase for FY26, and therefore some nominal growth in the capex by the center. The fact that the center is running out of areas to spend under the Constitution of India, it can only spend on national highways, railways, defense, telecom, major ports and airports. On many of these, there is not much of capex that you can really do. National highways, perhaps they can do a bit more, but we are reaching a level where the pace of construction is now sufficient. Railways can do a bit more, but on a base of 2.5 lakh crores, would it have gone up a lot? Maybe yes, maybe no. But beyond that, where does the government spend? Out of the 11.1 lakh crores that was budgeted in FY25, only 9 lakh crores was under his direct control. 2.1 lakh crores was stuff which was handing it over to states or giving incentives here and there. So I think the limitations on the government's fiscal path were actually becoming clear. And therefore, the only positive surprise was that perhaps the government estimated slightly more revenue than we expected. And with that 1 lakh crore of extra revenue that it saw, it handed it over to the taxpayer. So the one way to look at it is that versus FY19, FY26, the primary deficit, which is fiscal deficit minus interest cost, is now nearly back to normal. And so the COVID impact, the bump that we saw has now been very decently adjusted back. Now, when you compare FY19 to FY26, what you see is a substantial jump in the personal income tax to GDP ratio. And you also see on the expenditure side a rise in the capex to GDP ratio. That more or less is it. Now, given that you have constraints in spending on capex, because you can't spend more even if you want to, and you're still expecting more taxes to come from the personal income tax side. So you kind of circle back and give it back to the people who have been fueling this transition. I think that is all there is to it. And for those who think that this means an overall boost to consumption, guess what? The payout for this 1 lakh crores or the foregone income is also coming from the higher compliance and the higher personal income taxes. So it does boost discretionary demand in certain sectors which are greatly affected by the demand from these about 75 lakh people who are going to be benefiting from it. But other than that, the aggregate consumption is not getting boosted. So therefore, I think the budget was more or less as expected with some minor tweaks as we discussed. And frankly, the trade wars and a lot of the changes happening globally are now far, far more interesting.
Yeah, and we'll come to those trade wars in a bit, but I just wanted to get a take from you on 2 points, Neelkant. One is on the fiscal deficit glide path that the finance minister spoke about. Arguably, she has shown even a tighter position than was expected in terms of fiscal deficit, and on the nominal growth projection of 10.1%. Do you think that's conservative? Some of the commentary that we saw as we were covering the budget was that this is a government that underpromises and over-delivers. So baking in that 10.1 is a little under what was expected, but we will beat it. Just wanted to get your thoughts on these two.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. One quibble one can have is the expectations on personal income tax growth. So the growth implied in the budget is 14%, and this is after that 1 lakh crore giveaway. And therefore, if you add that back, the underlying taxes are expected to grow at 22%. Given that growth this year, and while there may be some concerns on capital gains taxes, etc., the fact is STT, there's still very decent growth. So maybe they can meet that. But whatever slightly optimistic estimates there may be on that front, you're right in that 10.1% of GDP means that there is adequate buffer. So even if the economy does slow a bit or disappoint consensus expectations, at least on the headline level, the government will not be badly off. So very conservative numbers. What is much more interesting is the fiscal glide path. So the first thing is they've given now a debt to GDP anchor, which is what the FRBM review committee had suggested. I was part of an advisory council to that. It gives them a lot more flexibility. The sensitivity that they've provided at 10% nominal GDP growth over the next 5 years, 10.5% and then 11%, and the mild and moderate and the high rate of consolidation, it shows, if you do the underlying math, that the fiscal deficit going forward does not need to fall by 40, 50, 60 basis points like it was so far. Remember that in FY25, we've done 80 basis points of GDP, and then this becomes 40 basis points of GDP. And then going forward, if the government's taxes are doing very well, the consolidation may be 10 basis points or 15 basis points of GDP. If the economy is slowing down and the government needs to spend more, they can do 12 plus 12 basis points or 15 basis points of GDP. So it has kept for itself some flexibility, but even through this, the debt to GDP would fall from 56% to a range of between 48 and 52%. So this is, I think, very healthy in the context of what the world is seeing. So they have, I think this is very smart budget making, and I think the fiscal glide path that they've talked about is actually should be very encouraging to the bond markets as well.
Okay, Neelkant, the other feeling is that the ball will now squarely be in the RBI's court to do things. I mean, one independent of the budget, and like you said, a statement of accounts and non-event, but two, also because of what's happening around the world. Now, do you think that a rate cut could be firmly in place, or a series of maybe a short, shallow rate cycle could be firmly in place, or is that debatable? And can the Reserve Bank do something else beyond a rate cut and some more liquidity measures? Because, well, they have done a little bit already.
Yeah, so that's now again. So take a step back. I don't think this slowdown that we have seen is a structural slowdown, meaning that there are people who believe that India's trend growth is going to be 5.5% and not 7%. I think it should be 7%. So the slowdown that has happened in our framework is a cyclical slowdown, and it has been caused by the changed rhythm or cadence of fiscal spending, and that at least is that was one part of it. Second was monetary. On the fiscal side, with December capex by the central government up 95% year on year, and even under the revised estimates, which are lower than budgeted estimates for capex, the last 3 months of the year, the government capex will be up 21% year on year. So there is quite a bit of late year tailwind to the economy coming from the change cadence of fiscal spending. On the monetary side, and therefore, but beyond that, there is not much scope. So as we just discussed, if you have promised that you will bring it below 4.5% in FY26, and you are at 4.4, then there's not much more room for you to spend to stimulate the economy. Therefore, the stimulation, a large part of the stimulation needs to come from the monetary side. Now, on monetary, we should divide that into two parts. Both are related, but not like it's not that you control one and the other automatically gets done. There is the cost of money and there is the quantity of money. The cost of money is the interest rate. There is consensus now that the RBI will be cutting rates. The MPC will be cutting rates. Frankly, if you ask me from a prescriptive angle, I don't think they should be cutting rates because it's about the stickiness of inflation, the fact that the number of items reporting above 6% inflation actually went up in December, even as the headline number came off. So inflation is starting to percolate. In fact, Ahmedabad does this business expectations, inflation expectation survey. Last month, there was a 61 basis point increase in the inflation expectation by corporate. So inflation expectations are still quite high. And if you were prescribing, you would not be prescribing a rate cut. But what has happened is that the overturn window has shifted. So the overturn window, as you know, is where consensus is. So the realm of policy making is often defined by what is acceptable to a large number of people. Now, 6 months back, the Overton window was no cuts, don't change stance, keep tight liquidity. The Overton window now is cut rates and ease liquidity. Now, I think the rate cut possibilities, I mean, we shouldn't be in a hurry, that our MPC shouldn't be in a hurry. Maybe they can do it in April, they can do it in June. And if inflation does behave, maybe they can do it more. But my fear is inflation won't behave and they may not and should not be cutting rates. But they should be and can be doing a lot on the quantity side. And that's where I think the tightening has been much more meaningful. If your base money growth is below 5% in an economy growing in double digits, I think that's a huge driver of a slowdown. Credit growth falling from 17% year on year to less than 11% year on year is a very major driver of the growth slowdown. So I think the RBI should be, and this is where I'm being prescriptive. Let's see how the RBI acts. But my prescription would be to do much more of what they did, the 1 lakh crores that they did in one day, given that about 5 lakh crores has been withdrawn because of the currency market interventions. And they may need to do more there. They need to do a lot more in terms of durable liquidity improvement. They may also need to slow down a bit on some of the loan deposit ratio norms that they were trying to enforce. I think there is an opportunity also in reducing the risk weights, the macroprudential measures, where suppose the real estate cycle is in a decent place right now, you can reduce risk weights on say mortgages, and therefore trigger some more loan creation in that segment. If you can get bank loan growth up from about 11% to say 14-15%, I think the economy will start to recover. So that's the area where a lot more work needs to be done. I wouldn't obsess too much about a 25 basis point rate cut, which anyway will show up with a lag in the economy many quarters later.
Well, thanks for tuning in to this very special conversation with somebody whose thoughts I have the highest regard for. And post-budget, it's an absolute delight to talk to Pranjul Bhandari of HSBC. Pranjul, so good talking to you. Thanks for taking the time out and being with us. I don't know if you are in the business of rating budgets, but did the budget leave you positively surprised, negatively surprised, or was this largely in line with what you had estimated?
No, thank you very much for having me on your show. It's always a delight. Look, I was not expecting any big wonder from this budget because it was a very difficult backdrop in which this budget was made. On the one hand, you have so much of global uncertainty around the world, which called for macro stability to be maintained. On the other hand, we have been facing weak growth domestically, on the back of which policy stimulus was expected. So, how can you do both, right? You can do only one of them. So it wasn't an easy task for this budget, but I think it has come out on the conservative side, which I think is the right thing to do. For me, the biggest thing that stands out is the fact that they are bringing down the fiscal deficit from 4.8% to 4.4% of GDP in FY26. This will preserve macro stability for us, which is very important at a time when the global environment is very volatile. We've had news on tariff last evening. There could be a lot more uncertainty coming up. In this period, if you can secure macro stability, you'll be in a good place. So I think that's the first good takeaway that came out for me. Now, within this limited space you have, because you're fiscal consolidating, I think there was a choice made that we will focus on consumption. And here, it was focused on middle class consumption. You can, argue it was good or bad. The truth is we will see the kind of things that this income bracket consumes, from consumer durables to maybe housing mortgages, which is a good thing because construction activity creates jobs. But I think this is the part of the economy that the government chose to stimulate. So, it was difficult choices, but I think they've come out on the right side.
Got it. Pranjul, just a squeeze in on the macro a little bit, and then I'll come to how you think about consumer, because I think you have great thoughts there. But one of the thoughts is that that while the central government has done what it has done, and 4.4 is a great number, right? Not too many people anticipated that, if you will. But the state government freebies coupled with, coupled with the possibility of fairly high debt issuances in penciled in the current calendar because of that would raise the risks of maybe rising yields. And my question to you therefore is, a lot is anticipated from the Reserve Bank this time around. Even before the budget, everybody started saying maybe Feb 7th is the main show. Do you think the central bank has the ability to deliver a rate cut because of what the center has done, which is a 4.8 and 4.4? Or will they have a lot of exogenous risks in mind and therefore will not be able to do a rate cut, if you will, in February?
Right. So look, thinking about the kinds of part of the economy that the budget tried to stimulate, it was mostly middle class consumption. But, we can talk about it somewhere that to balance the budget, they will have to cut somewhere. And if you see current expenditure was cut, within that, I think fertilizer outlays are a little lesser. Some money to telecom is a little lesser, some provisioning is lesser, some schemes are a little lesser. So there has to be cut in current expenditure to make space for the consumer stimulus. So if you add all of this up, it is actually a neutral budget. It's a budget in which actually fiscal consolidation has happened. And if you've given consumer stimulus in one place, somewhere else you've had to take off money from the table. And this is very important for the RBI because RBI is now dealing with a neutral fiscal impulse and inflation that is falling. We have January inflation predicted at 4%, which is the inflation target of the RBI. So inflation is now coming down to target. This opens up the space for the RBI to stimulate. And I think the RBI can stimulate in a couple of ways. Number one, it can give you rate cuts, and we are expecting 225 basis points rate cuts over February and April. Second, it can infuse liquidity into the system. It's already started to do that, and I think it'll continue to do that to ensure that reserve money growth, which the RBI creates, is in line with nominal GDP growth. So that's going to be a work in progress. Third, there could be some regulatory easing on NBFC lending norms. We're going to hear something on LCR hopefully soon. So those also could be useful. And fourth, on the exchange rate, there are already steps to make the exchange rate more flexible, which is a fantastic thing to keep our exports competitive. So these four things, I think, will allow the central bank to stimulate the economy where the fiscal was not able to do because it was tasked more with macro stability.
Fair call. Okay. Now, thank you, Pranjul. I just wanted that thing. So 25 basis points in Feb, 25 in April, you are working with two, presumably 25 each in both of these. So you do expect a rate cut on Feb 7th, which is good to know. Now, back to the budget, Pranjul. This consumption push, did it surprise you? You're right. They made a choice. Maybe they've done the capex, heavy lifting, private sector hasn't come. So they're giving some bit of grants to states, if indeed states do private capex, so on and so forth, and tilt towards consumption. Is this the right move at the current juncture of where the economy is?
Look, it's a very interesting question, and I'll tell you honestly, there are no right answers. You have to understand how things happened. For 4 years in a row, we had an average capex growth of 30% year on year. We maxed out on roads. We maxed out on a on-the-ground capability of railways. So it's going to be very hard to keep increasing money there because your capacity on the ground is not rising in line with that. So this time the government has focused on other sectors of capex like urban development, housing, more loans to states. All of these are new. These are fledgling parts of the capex pie, and they may take some time to actually, pick up. In a way, if roads and rails also about 5 years ago had taken some time to pick up. So my sense is that there has become a natural slowdown in capex as we are moving from the old sectors, roads and rail, to the new sectors, urban development and housing. So at this point of time, it was very hard to actually increase outlays on capex even more than they have done. In fact, my suspicion is that they will actually end up with a capex which is going to be slightly lower than what they have promised in the budget. So then what do you stimulate? What is left is consumption. And then there's also a demand and a need for consumption stimulus because we know that, a lot of the consumer data had been very weak in the last couple of months. And that is why they chose consumption. And from that perspective, it's a fair choice. Just increasing the amount for capex would not have ensured the capex happens. But giving this tax break ensures that the stimulus happens on the consumption front.
Yeah.
The only thing I want to sort of warn you against is that this is, when you're giving money to somebody, you're cutting somewhere else, because this is a period of fiscal consolidation, not fiscal expansion. And this is what markets will have to think carefully about. Does this mean sector rotation, or does this mean that the entire index actually rises? And you have to be very careful where it is sector rotation and where is it the entire market rising. So I think this is something that the market will have to think through, that has consumption come at the cost of something else or not?
Yeah, most certainly. Fisc deficit plus 1 lakh crores extra definitely comes at the expense of other things, and I would reckon some capex. I thought the Jal Jeevan etc. allocations also being pulled back in the current year too have been kept steady, so that is interesting. The other focus, Pranjul, and you've spoken about this a number of times, which is job creation, right? It was interesting to see the focus on job creating sectors, textiles, leather, so on and so forth, not just plain capex, but focus on some of these sectors. Did that stand out, or is it a by the way?
Yeah. So I want to take a step back. We had a disappointing growth number of about 5.5% in September. December, it seems to me growth will be about 6%, because there has been some improvement in government spending. Agricultural production has picked up. And now if the monetary policy starts stimulating, then hopefully in the next 6 months, we'll move from 6 to 6.5% growth. So I have some visibility of moving from 5.5 to 6.5% growth. But if we want any growth which is higher than 6.5, and remember for last 2 years we've had 7.5, if we want to get back to those 7.5% numbers, then we have to get some of our labor-intensive sectors to start kicking, to start doing better than before. And here there's a very interesting point. All the export growth that we've seen in the last couple of years has happened in high-tech sectors, mobile phones, pharma, which are great for growth, don't get me wrong, but they are not as great for jobs. Where we haven't done well has been mid-tech to low-tech sectors like textiles, footwear, furniture, food processing. And I think the challenge now is to actually get FDI into these sectors and make sure that we plug into Asian supply chains, because many of these Asian supply chains in mid-tech sectors are likely to get rejigged in a new tariff world. We did not benefit or participate in the last 5 years in Trump 1, but in Trump 2, we have this opportunity that we plug in and we start actually producing a lot of these mid-tech goods and start selling them to economies like the US. I think that's a big opportunity that we have at this point of time. And from that perspective, I think the budget did have some tick marks. For example, it reduced intermediary good import tariffs, across several products. It spoke about how to make exports easier by better funding to small export MSMEs, more hand holding. It spoke about how to bring down the regulatory cholesterol, although that will take time. It's like a 1 year long sort of review that's going to happen. But I think the right tick marks were made in terms of where they want to go. The challenge will be to get there quicker rather than later, because a huge opportunity is opening up in front of us. I think supply chains are getting rejigged once again. It's our chance to go and grab the opportunity.
Got it. One final question, Pranjul. The global macro tariff skirmishes or noises being made already, could it be a big headwind to export growth? I mean, nothing is known. As of now, I don't think too many people know, but you make a hypothesis, right? So what's your hypothesis?
Look, you're right. If trade flows around the world slow, and then there is lot of uncertainty that something new can be announced tomorrow or day after, and we don't know which country it will be announced against, then there's a huge scope of uncertainty. And generally, when we see this kind of global uncertainty, FDI flows, investment flows actually go into a pause mode, which is not good for growth. So I do have a growth forecast of 6.5% for FY26, but I would say loudly and clearly that there are risks to the downside, because if, global environment remains challenged, then India is a part of this global stage, then India will also have a problem. My only small point here is that we can also look at it as a window of opportunity for us to really expand and try to plug in to the global value chain in a way we have not done before. So I hope we focus on the opportunity rather than the fact that, right now things look quite uncertain and challenged.
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही आर है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं ना ही. प्रेम गली अति साकरी, जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Well, thanks for tuning in to India Market Close. I'm Neeraj Shah with Harsh Sehta, and it's a market that is not devoid of winners. Yes, there is pressure, but we are off the lows of the day, or trading currently at the off the lows of the day, with the Sensex actually doing even better. Banks doing okay. IT in the green, by the way. I think IT should be in the green. Should pull up the Nifty IT for you. And it was in the green at about 12:31. I believe that momentum would have sustained. So Nifty IT should come up on your screen. Well and truly in the green, 0.6% higher for the IT stocks. So this index is doing well. I reckon the breadth would not be good because the small cap index is actually under a lot of spot of bother. So the market breadth, terrible today. 1:3 in favor of the declines, and courtesy what's happened to the small cap space. So before Harsh joins on the wall, let me just pull up what the small cap index is doing, and that should come up on your screen in a moment. And there lies the pain, about 2% points lower. So that is not looking good at all. And while Harsh will mark the individual stocks, just want to put up the points contributor on the Nifty, Harsh. And there you see the likes of Bajaj Finance, Mahindra and Mahindra, etc. doing okay. So there are winners in the session today. But of course, the quantum of losses that are contributed by Larsen, which actually we'll talk to our guest Priyankar Biswas in a few moments from now. Reliance, HDFC Bank and ITC, heavyweights cracking under pressure. Therein lies the problem.
Well, yes, consumer names though doing decently well. Bajaj Finance as a consumer lender, Neeraj, is holding up fairly well. Okay, let's pull up the BSE 500. But before that, actually, let's pull up the sectoral heat map. Try and see which sectors are holding up. Nifty IT, Neeraj spoken enough and more about that. 0.25% higher on the Nifty consumer durables index as well. What's not doing well, the energy index continues to languish along with oil and gas, metals down 2% as well, some bit of pain. FMCG index seeing a bit of a correction after the rally that it saw on Saturday. Nifty PSU Bank also down nearly 2%. So some of those facing a bit of heat there. The Nifty Realty Index is down 1% as well. So that's how it's shaping up. Now in terms of the BSE 500 names, top gainers, top losers, let's talk specific names. You've got Sapphire among the top gainers, so QSR in focus. possible the consumption theme is playing out. Symphony as well, Metro Brands as well. Maharashtra Scooters is zooming 5%, holding company of sorts for the Bajaj Group. Owns both Bajaj Auto as well as Finserv and Finance thereafter. UPL is doing fairly well. So chemicals, that's the other play, and we'll talk a little bit about that on the show as well. We'll have Varsha joining in for that. What's not doing well? Not surprisingly, Capex, Siemens on top of that list. You also have tariffs playing spoilsport for some of those names. HUDCO is down 9% again, purely on the basis of Capex. Rights as well. Samvardhana on the back of, again, tariffs. So the entire theme around the stocks which are moving around is either tariffs or either Capex or some bit of correction on the back of the rally that they saw on Saturday, Neeraj.
Oh, sorry, let's ask what to do in a scenario like this. Nilesh Jain of Centrum Broking on the technicals, and Sonam Srivastava, founder and fund manager at Right Research, joining in as well. Both of you, thank you so much for joining in. Nilesh, a bit of a pressure point for the small caps, but there is a bit of resilience in the larger indices, especially the non-capital goods space. How are you viewing trades on the index? Would you take a contra long on either the Nifty, Nifty IT or the Nifty Bank?
Very good afternoon to you. Absolutely. So today we are witnessing a bit of an underperformance in the broader markets. In fact, large caps are outperforming. So yes, the focus should be on the benchmark indices, as Nifty is looking comparatively better after a decline. We have seen Nifty manage to hold above its 21-day moving average that is currently placed at 23,270. And exactly from those levels, we have seen some bit of rebound as well. So overall, the structure-wise, as per the risk and reward perspective as well, it's good time to start taking long position in the index. So Nifty index is looking positive from a risk and reward point of view. As long as it holds about 23,150 mark, we can expect a sort of a pullback move towards 23,500 to 23,600. Bank Nifty, I would rather wait for a confirmation above 49,400. Currently, it is trading near about 49,200. So the good part of today's move is that Bank Nifty has managed to defend its 49,000 psychological support. So that's kind of respite out there. But still, I would rather wait for a confirmation above 49,400 to before initiating any long position in the Bank Nifty. Now, coming to Nifty IT index, where we have seen a strong rebound today, and overall Nifty IT index is looking positive, specifically few names within this space that are showing strength. So Wipro is one of them that is on our radar as well. For upside target of 320, 325, we can expect a follow-up move in Wipro. So watch out for IT space. We can expect an outperformance to continue in the IT pack as a whole.
Outperformance in the IT pack. Sonam, want to quickly have your take with regard to the market as a whole. What's the sense like at this point? You've had the budget, you've got more clarity. Focus will now shift to the RBI as well. But how are you viewing markets? Expect a larger correction from here?
So first of all, thanks a lot for having me. I think after the budget, the direction has become a little bit clear that consumption stocks have to be a focus area, and we're seeing, the capital goods and the capex stocks which were rallying before the budget see some correction. And consumption stocks, if you actually look at it right now, from retail to Paytm to Zomato and many such stocks are still holding strong. So I would say that this is a very clear indication that the theme has to shift towards consumption, the theme has to shift toward defensives. And, I sort of believe that we are near about the worst of it. We've seen the budget has come in, the RBI policy will come up with a rate cut. We know how the tariffs are shaping up now. So we are sort of building position, but in selective themes, which we believe could be strong, right?
Sonam, I wasn't sure I heard you right. You're expecting a rate cut in this February policy?
Yes, I think that's a consensus that is being built right now, right? That RBI has been the only bank among the major banks which has not cut the rates. And when the rate cuts come, I think that would be a big sentimental push, and we could see banking and NBFC sector rally, and even sectors where you borrow money to grow, we would see a lot of relief in those segments also.
Okay. Nilesh, with that view in mind though, which you gave earlier, what are the stock recommendations for this afternoon?
So we are focusing on long trades as of now. So NBFC space is something that is looking very strong. Bajaj Finance today hit a new record high, and overall we can expect a strong momentum to continue in this particular space. So M&M Finance is something that is looking attractive at current level. We have seen a strong breakout from a falling trend line. Now stock is on the verge of another breakout that is placed at 292. So we can expect a follow-up move in M&M Finance towards 304. That's the immediate target for this particular counter. One can keep a stop loss below 282. Another stock that is Max Health, in fact. So Max Health is also looking strong on the chart. On the weekly time frame, the stock has been in a very strong uptrend, and the recent correction has given a good opportunity. It looks like it is heading towards a new record high from here. But conservative target in this particular counter could be 1190, and with a stop loss below 1105, Max Health can also be bought.
Okay, so those are some interesting names for you. You know, Sona, I'm curious to know your take with regard to the NBFC sector. The top gainers today are a couple of chemical names, and then you have something like a Bajaj Finance really standing out on a day like this. What's the sense like? It's not cheap by any standard. It had come off the highs, yes, but now it's gone back. We've seen a nearly 20-25% rally when markets have actually come off nearly 13 to 14% now. So sharply outperforming the index. What's your sense at 6.5 times price to book? Does this look good to you?
See, I think the rally is happening pretty much in expectation of the rate cuts, right?
Yes.
You sort of expect the NBFC to do well, and I think the rate cut might be built into the prices, so we have to be careful. But yeah, I think it's a big event that would happen, and depending on the tone that the RBI takes, I think there could be more legs to this rally, right? These stocks have actually been sort of underperformers for years now. And I think with the rate cuts coming, there could be more legs to the rally for sure.
Okay. Sonam, in this market at this point, you're starting to see buying opportunities emerge. What is it that at this point you would buy? A sector, a pocket, or maybe even 2-3 names, whichever way you'd like to give us your views.
Definitely. See, I think there are a lot of stocks available in a bargain right now. It's just that you have to take that decision to jump in. I think the budget was a very good trigger and a very clear trigger that stocks focusing on the urban consumption theme, for example, look at Zomato or Trend or a Paytm, which are available at a big discount. They were good stocks to enter. So we actually have taken some positions there. We actually positioned ourselves towards the agriculture sector and some chemicals before the budget, but there was a mixed sort of signal to that segment. But we also expect that segment to do really well in the next, let's say, 1 or 2 years, right? So that would be a long-term bet. But right now, it seems pretty clear that consumption as a theme, and then with the rate cut coming in place, you have to pay attention to the banks as well, the NBFCs as well, right? Even insurance segment got some attention. That would also be insurance plus even healthcare and hospitals. So there are a lot of interesting stocks to pick. And I think as soon as the panic sort of goes away from the market, which I hope happens soon, we would see strong recovery in these sectors.
Okay, right. So those are some themes, sectors to focus in on as well. But let's quickly switch focus. President Trump has announced a 25% tariff on imports from Mexico and Canada and an additional 10% tariff on imports from China. Varsha joins in with how this will impact Indian companies. Varsha.
Thank you, Harsh. So 3 companies would be impacted in total. Like you have PI Industries, you have UPL, and you have Jubilant Ingrevia, which is in focus. PI Industries up almost 4% and UPL is up almost 5%. Now let's break down this. What are the key molecules which US imports? So you have top 5 molecules imported into US. You have pyrosulfonane, then glufosinate. These are all the products which is made by all these 3 companies majorly. Now let's talk about who stands to benefit the most. starting with PI Industries. Pyrosulfonate is actually a herbicide which is made by PI industry. It contributes almost 30 to 35% to the overall sales for the company. Now, PI will benefit significantly as it manufacture this product on a very large scale. So cost structure benefit is one of the reasons why PI will benefit. So then no other player actually produces 5,000 tons of single large molecule than PI does, and the continuous process of PI will lead to improvement in the said product, and which will eventually lead to higher margins for this product. So one is PI Industries. Other stock which is in focus is UPL. Now, UPL key molecule in the US include your glufosinate, clethodim and metribuzin. So basically these are products which are used in your agrochemical market and pharmaceutical market, but basically into agro market. Now, of these products, if you see, company had faced significant price erosion due to Chinese competition, which if you go through the con calls, management has highlighted that these are the products where they've seen lots of pressure coming from the China, and because of this UPL had to face losses, which we have seen in the last quarters. But with tariffs on China, UPL will become more competitive when it comes to US manufacturing, and UPL will likely compete more effectively with China in key markets. The third stock which is on my list is Jubilant Ingrevia. Now, this is the only non-Chinese pyridine manufacturer globally, and recently we saw this company's numbers also. So pyridine, actually the growth in volume of pyridine led to the good numbers for Jubilant, number one, and they are seeing incremental volumes across agrochemicals, pharmaceuticals and emerging sectors such as semiconductors. And lastly, so these are these three stocks which are in focus, but lastly, if I were to talk about what is Equirus view on this, is one is the valuation of all the three stocks remain at a significant discount according to the Equirus, and they anticipate a sharp short squeeze when it comes to PI and UPL.
Okay, very, very interesting, of course, and many of those stocks, thanks for that, Varsha, many of those stocks also moving on the back of tariffs, and therefore something to keep our eye out on. But let's switch focus. We have Priyankar Biswas, who's the India analyst tracking industrials, logistics and metals at BNP Paribas, joining us. And of course, talk of town right now, Priyankar, because a lower capex announced has resulted in reactions across the board on industrial counters. What do you make of both the budget as well as the reaction?
Yes, thanks for having me on this show.
It's good having you, Priyankar.
Thanks. So what I can tell you is that the main disappointment was that the relative flat growth in the capex for this year, number one, that is the FY25 RE versus the FY25 BE. So there was clearly a miss. And the growth that is coming in next year is actually quite a bit of spillage from this year to the next year. So there has been significant underperformance, especially in FY25 in key areas like defense, affordable housing, water. So while we are seeing some positive growth in this FY25 RE, the point has to be seen that it's again a spillages that is happening from the last year budget. So we cannot have that much of a clarity whether these things will eventually translate out. So that's on the problem side of the things. But the positive part is, and we had highlighted earlier in our thematic report in late November as well, that there would be a transition of the capex. So it's essentially moving from one pocket to the other. So in power transmission and distribution, then metros, airports, and shipping. So that is where the transition is taking place. And if you see that the spends on these segments have actually beaten the estimates in FY25 RE. And in FY26, we are having even more top of growth on that. And there has been reduction in duties on electrical steel, for instance, which should also support, let's say, the transmission capex going forward. So we are quite constructive on plays, especially on, let's say, transmission, metros, and those side of the areas. So we would be, let's say, relatively constructive on a name like L&T, for instance, though it has kind of fallen today. But given that it is taken as a bellwether for the capex. But what we feel is its exposure to those slow moving spaces are quite low, and the exposure to the significant growth places like transmission metros are quite high. So I would have my pick on that side.
Okay, Priyankar, good morning, good afternoon rather, Neeraj here. The Madhukela today, this afternoon, morning rather, was making this point that while it's 11% growth that has come into the numbers, if you add the grants that the central is giving to the state government for some of the capex as well, the actual number could be much higher. Now my question to you is, independent of what those individual views are, at what valuations, or how does the valuation cycle derate relative to what it would have been 12 months ago for you? If you were comfortable giving a valuation of X to an ABB, Siemens, Thermax, what have you, how lower down are you bringing down those valuation multiples?
So see, a very interesting point. So what we are all aware is that there has been a significant post-COVID re-rating. That goes without any doubt. So we have to see how much has the re-ratings has been by each individual stocks and what have they come off today. So if I, let's say, compare to, let's say, a pre-COVID averages, so where we stand, so there is still some scope of de-rating in a lot of segments, even from here. But again, we have to see it on a relative basis, because compared to, let's say, pre-COVID levels, the ROE and the margins have significantly improved than what it was then. So maybe it is unlikely that it will come back to the multiples that we had seen in the pre-COVID levels. Maybe a post-COVID average should be one that we can look at. And in certain cases, I do see quite a few of the names actually be quite close to those points with the valuations after today's fall.
Okay, so is there a pocket or a preference here outside of L&T that you have, Priyankar? And sorry for getting that name wrong first off.
That's so one can see outside of L&T. What I will say is, like, let's say if we look at the names which are exposed to transmission, for example, power transmission, where we are having, let's say, a significant uptick in the capex, for instance. So you have names like a KEC, for instance. So of course there may be some corrections there as well, but we could be appearing in a good value zone later on. Then you will have something like a Siemens as well, who's like good, almost close to a 40-45% of their EBIT comes from the energy segment, which deals with the high voltage transmission. So I would say those are the names that should be relatively well off than the other spaces.
Got it. Priyankar, therefore the question is, there are fundamentally some of the business, L&T is the largest point contributor on the losing side today, was down about 4% in Friday's session as well. I was looking at your note, and I think the note seems to suggest that L&T does not have very large presence in the spaces where the expenditure has been brought down. If anything, in nuclear, it's got a very large market share. In metros, etc., it's got a decent market share. Could it be that L&T is, like, as they say, Begani Shadi Mein Abdullah Divana, the opposite, right? It's getting clubbed with everything for the wrong reasons. And would you use these dips if you were investing? Or are you telling your clients to use these dips in L&T to buy into that stock, for example?
So yes, that's exactly the point. So so there has been a lot of negativity about L&T in the past 2 quarters, let me say. So first thing that was there, it was like almost taken like L&T will certainly miss its order inflow guidance. So that we heard in 2Q, then again with 3Q. But if we look at what exactly the numbers that they delivered, I don't think anyone would be building in that they would miss the order inflow guidance, given that they are already well placed on 500 billion of tenders as we speak. So there won't be a miss in the numbers so as to say on this year's order inflows. Now, of course, the thing about the budget is people will look at it too, what would be from an FY26 point of view. And justifiably, L&T gets hammered because it's taken as a bellwether for the capex story. But again, L&T's share of central government itself, like when the order inflows, if we see, is only 15%. And then whatever the other comes up, those spaces that you also mentioned from my note, those are getting very strong and is actually funded by the CPSE budgets. So don't see a lot of risk on that aspect. The multiples have, of course, come back to very much the pre-COVID levels.
Right. So Priyankar, while appreciate the view with regard to L&T, but what about some of the other pockets which had exaggerated rallies? Let me highlight a few. Maybe railways is one. After which we've seen a bit of a correction also in some of these counters. And then we've seen a flattish kind of move with regard to allocations in the budget. What would you make of that? And therefore, what's the view there?
So while we do not explicitly cover railway stocks, what I can say is that the flat railway allocation is kind of disappointing. Let me put it at that. So in real terms, it would mean probably a dip as well. So essentially, like if you see in the past, there has been a massive re-rating across the railway sector, if I have to blend it both. So there still remains a scope for correction, is how I'll put it there. Because the key line items that are there, the budgets are practically flat, even if we look at individual items. So where will the order inflow growth come from in railways? That is very questionable.
And would you also put defense in the same breath as railways, or would that be different?
So I may just go back to my reports in November as well. So a lot of the defense rally that I had highlighted was actually driven by retail. So the proof of the point is the number of investors that are there in, let's say, the shareholders have gone up anywhere between 7x to 20x. That is what has happened in defense. So institutional buying does not push up the number of investors. It's retail buying that pushes it up, and that too in limited free floats. So that froth was always there. So that froth has, of course, come off a bit, but there is still some way to go, is how I will put it. And then the other point is the defense miss was somewhere around 6-7% versus last year. So the growth that you see optically today at around, let's say, 12-13%. So if you see, even that could be missed as well. But let's not get into that. But even from a FY25B, that growth is quite limited. So what gives us the confidence that we may not be like flattish versus FY25BE next year? So there is an issue over there as well.
Fair point. With regard to nuclear, now that's a largish kind of allocation made and a largest kind of commitment made to nuclear. So of course L&T will benefit, but along with it, would there be certain other ancillary stocks which you would want to keep your eye out on, which could well benefit from this possible multi-year tailwind, if I can call it? Just like the way 3 years back a railway, a defense were part of that tailwind. Could there be other stocks as well on your radar?
So I haven't looked into nuclear in that great detail, like let's say what are the individual subsegments. So I am looking at it from a very broad brush, let me say. And from an EPC contractor view, when we say that L&T has a 50% share, so we were essentially referring to that aspect. So we haven't delved into the ancillaries, to be fair.
Okay. Okay. Thanks so much, Priyankar, for coming in, speaking with us. Great perspective. Thank you for chatting, but we'll let you go on that note. And with that, we'll slip into a very short break as well. Stay tuned, more on the other side.
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata. They're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26. I am now happy to announce that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही आर है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं नाही. प्रेम गली अति साकरी, जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Do you really know the company you invested? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invested? What's the picture behind presentations and claims?
Welcome back. Thanks for staying with us on India Market Close. And 2:30 mandatory. We take Samit Sarkar and everything that he's hearing from the street with our new segment, Heard on the Street. And Samit's here to bring us all the dealing room chatter. Samit, over to you.
Well, to be factually right, in fact, there's not much of a long call that are coming in from the market today. A lot of investors are too much in red because of the fall that we have seen specifically when it comes to small cap and the mid cap stocks. But few counters where there is still buying interest, and that's large caps only, ICICI Bank and SBI. A large FII has been a buyer in both these counters. ICICI Bank started lower on the trade but is now around green. Yeah, see, it's up just 0.06%, not much. But a large FII has been buyer. SBI is still in red, but we are still hearing that this FII has been buying the counter on lower levels, and we might see delivery numbers higher for both these counters in trade today. Apart from that, it's Tata Chemical. Now, large HNIs have been seller on this counter. Now, it's a contra call that is coming in despite the up move that we are seeing specifically in chemical stocks. Tata Chemical is one stock which has been trading on the lower side, and large HNIs have been seller on this counter ahead of the numbers. And lastly, it's Polycab. Now, this is an interesting counter because despite strong numbers, we had seen sharp selling in this counter, and now we understand that large FIIs and HNIs have now turned bullish on this counter, and they have started to accumulate this counter. And dealers are also indicating that a DII who has been a seller and his selling will most likely conclude today. So we could see an up move when it comes to Polycab from here on, because
this one would be a casualty of lower capex. If capex were to be lower, this would be a casualty of that.
On the flip side, people are also saying that given the fact that Trump tariffs has now come in, exports could increase for them. So that could benefit.
Any idea what quantum of revenues for Polycab would be exports? Any idea?
I don't think it's much as of now.
Exactly, yeah.
Because they have good domestic demand coming in. But yes, it could be a new avenue for them going forward.
Interesting. So Polycab, and by the way, Polycab had, I think this would be a new 52-week low if I'm not wrong. If you can pull up the 12-month chart for Polycab, just pull up the 12-month chart, 5802, because it recently went down all the way to 6200 and bounced back. If you can just pull up the 1-year chart for Polycab. No, not the 12-month low, but at least 6-7 month low at least. So yeah, interesting. Let's see what happens.
Export revenue is roughly 8%.
8%, yeah. So not very high. So could
6 to 8%, hovering between 6 and 8.
Interesting. Okay. Well, Sumit, thanks. Interesting names. Financials in particular. Bit of a surprise to see ICICI Bank on a day like this doing what it is doing, but clearly some FI buying interest out there. But the other piece also is that where does an FI put in money if the FI wants to even rebalance the portfolio out of capital goods and some of the others? There is IT and banking, both which provide growth at stable valuations. So I think that is the name of the game. The Bank Nifty is not doing too bad. On that note, Emin Kapadia of DR Choksi FinServ Johnson right now on the show. Emin, good having you as always. Thanks for taking the time out. Tell us, how is the texture of the market looking today, particularly of the Nifty Bank?
A very good afternoon to Neeraj. Thank you for having me on the show. It's always a pleasure. I'll just digress just a little bit from your question. The VIX was 19. Budget is out of the way. Delhi elections, credit policy are event this week. But the VIX has fallen from 19 to 14.5, which is a relief. Having said that, going back to Bank Nifty, Neeraj, Nifty went up 800 points in 6 days. It wasn't going to sustain without taking a breather. It's a bounce, a recovery, not a rally. 49,800 as far as the Bank Nifty is concerned, Neeraj, is rather an important level. So expecting that to get conquered on the first attempt after this fall, I don't think so. I believe the Bank Nifty is forming a double bottom. But for this to fructify, we need a close above 49,800. So we've had almost a one-way move last whole week, Neeraj. A little bit of consolidation wouldn't hurt anybody. I believe this consolidation could spill over to tomorrow also. And I think Wednesday onwards, things should start picking up. So a simple conclusion is, unless we break 48,200 now, Neeraj, as far as the Bank Nifty is concerned, short-term bottom has been made. Now for this to confirm to a medium-term bottom, like I said, 49,800 needs to get taken out.
Okay. In light of that, Hemant, can we first get your stock calls out of the way? What is it that you're recommending this afternoon?
Okay, firstly, I'll go with the easy one, Neeraj. Bajaj Finance. 4 years of a consolidation, an ascending triangle on the monthly chart. After virtually hatching X for 4 years, now the stock breaks out. So, on a very simple mathematic, Neeraj, next couple of years should be good. 5 figures is now just a formality as far as Bajaj Finance is concerned. I've given what is not a trading target, a slightly longer term view, but it's a very conservative view. Like I said, 10,000 will not stop Bajaj Finance, but yeah, a buy on Bajaj Finance at 8340, stop loss of 7840, target of 9340, risk reward ratio of 1:2. The other stock is what I feel is I'm like playing a 220 short, Neeraj. A buy on Paytm deeply oversold, positive divergences on the intraday. Volume is higher than the last few or last 5 trading sessions or so, on the verge of giving an upward key reversal on the daily chart. So a buy on Paytm at 775, stop loss of 750, target of 825. Neeraj.
Okay, and Hemen, hi, good afternoon. Harsh also joining in. What about the likes of a UPL, a PI Industries, a Jubilant Ingravia? Some of those stocks really buzzing in trade today on the back of tariffs, of course, on the fundamental side of things. And we had Varsha who broke it down for us. But what's your sense on some of these? More legs to go?
Excuse me, UPL, yes. 620, 588, 620 were very important levels on the longer term charts, which now seem to have been taken out. Okay, it's moved up from 530 to 630 in just 3 weeks. So maybe it takes a small breather, but yeah, the picture has changed to positive. And this is after 3.5 year underperformance surge. So I believe UPL worst is behind us. So it might not continue in the same speed at which it is moving now. But yes, things are looking much better. And we have turned not only in the medium, on the longer term charts also. As far as Jubilant Ingravia is concerned, okay, we've gone from 880 to 640 in a jiffy. Now 648 is a level on which it has taken support 5 times over the last 6 months. So one, that is very important. I know we are already 100 points away from there. 748 needs to get taken out. We've had a very nice move from 400 to 875. There's a time price consolidation. I feel it's going to take a couple of months before it does anything spectacular. But the undercurrent is bullish, and I believe this is a correction within an uptrend. So I don't expect it to break this range. It's a rather large range, 648 and 880. I don't think it breaks either side for at least a few months or maybe a quarter or two.
Okay, so those are views coming with regard to the pharma or the more so the chemical pack. Now let's take a look at the top 3 stocks that have been on our radar today. Rucha's here to tell us about those. Rucha, you've picked largely on the back of earnings.
You're right, Harsh. So I'll start with the Kalyani Steel. Well, this one is a thumbs down. It hit an intraday low of about 8.6%. Revenue down about 1.7%. Margin came in at 17.2% versus 19.5% on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Net profit was down about 17% to come in at 55 crore rupees. So bad earnings, lower than estimates, is why the stock is trading down. Next one on my list is Sky Gold. A thumbs up over here. The stock has hit an upper circuit of about 5%. Again, on the back of its third quarter earnings. Good earnings, beat estimates. Revenue has actually moved up from 460 crore to 997 crore over here. So 106% of jump on a YOY basis is what we could see over here. Margin came in at about 5.7% versus about 4%. Net profit also grew at 37 crore versus about 9 crore same time last year. So stellar results is what is making this stock hit upper circuit today. Last one on my list is Neogen Chemicals. This one hit an intraday high of 9.7%. The earnings actually came out on Saturday after market. Revenue of about 22.5%. Margin came in at 17.2%. versus 12.3% on a year-on-year basis, and net profit up 10 crore versus 1 crore same time last year. So again, stellar third quarter numbers is what is making this stock buzz in trade.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Rucha. Coming back to you, Hemen, with something like a Neogen, would that at all be something which you would find interesting even from a technical perspective? Because very strong numbers. Again, not much impacted by tariffs, but the numbers just pushing the stock higher on a day where markets otherwise are seeing some pressure.
It looks positively interesting, Harsh. If you were to look at the slightly longer term charts, it spent 2.5 years between 1200 and 1900. It gave a breakout, went to 2400, has spent the last 5 months consolidating, came back, took support on 1800, broke it, and we are back again. So it seems like a very boxy stock. It makes ranges and then consolidates and breaks out. So currently the range, I would say, disregarding one dip, would be between 1800 and 2400. The setup is positive. Yeah, Maybe it could take some time. I don't expect it to immediately take out 2400. But the move since listing, I have data from, I think, June 2019. So it is in an uptrend since listing. So I believe further upsides are on the way. Stock doesn't look bad. Only 1800 were to be breached again in terms of closing, at least on the weekly. That would negate the positivity. But yeah, consolidation, yes, but looks good.
What about something like a Larsen & Toubro?
Okay, Larsen & Toubro is what I thought would be an upward breakout is turning to be a bit nasty. It spent almost 13 months over here, Harsh, between 3225 and 3860. It's formed a rounding top. This looks a bit iffy. There's a monthly level, and we just began a new month, so it's futile to talk about it because we have a lot of time left. But 3225 has been crucial. It hasn't closed below 3225, Harsh, since November 23. So if 3225 were to get breached, we'd slip into a correction of a greater degree. The mechanical indicators seem to suggest a top has been made. Okay, if you look at a 5 or a 10-year chart, stock is bullish. But if you look at a 1-year chart, I believe this calendar year is not going to be very kind to L&T, especially 3225 breaks.
Okay. On the fundamental side, in fact, we caught up with Madhusudan Kela, market veteran and founder at MK Ventures, who talked about how market volatility could be a good entry point for investors. Why is he positive in the liquor space is also something he spoke about. Listening to a slice of that.
I would say, preserve the money what is being made. Don't credit your own self that you are like a star who made the money. It is the overall market boom which happened in the last 3 years that has made the money. So preserve the money, be very choosy, very selective. This is a bottom-up stock pickings market. And if you keep your homework ready, then market volatility will provide excellent entry points to invest into. But you have to be you have to put in more amount of work and have your expectation moderate. I'm positive, Neeraj. I think budget does give some kind of a fillip, but our conviction on liquor is really medium to long term. We believe that state governments are going to be more progressive, more open, as we have seen in UP, and also what we are seeing in Andhra Pradesh. Very early days. So the organized players will get more and more market share. So I remain quite positive on the liquor space, but my view is medium to long term.
Okay. Curious also to have your view with regard to the IT space. It's the one pocket which is actually sitting in the green at this point. Any names and what's the direction that you're looking at in terms of the IT space?
Okay, if you're looking at the Nifty IT index, we've been down for some 8 weeks, Harsh. So a bounce is around the corner. And I believe the bounce should have commenced today. The Nifty IT index is currently at 42,233. 41,600 is an important level, has taken support. Above 43,000, I believe a further upside is coming in. So we've had a run up. It's walked into correction, Harsh, and now we're staging a bounce back or a comeback. It's a recovery, not a rally. The all-time high was 46,000. Only and only if that gets taken out does IT reclaim its luster, so to speak. Otherwise, the bigger picture seems a bit, but I think currently we're tired and we're just going to recover some of the ground that is lost. So yes, if you have probably a few weeks point of view, IT would be more positive than negative, especially above 43,000, Harsh.
Okay. The other one buzzing today again on the back of earnings is Divi's Labs. They've announced the Q3 numbers. It reflects a solid jump in profit. And Varsha's here to, in fact, give us more perspective with regard to the numbers which came out and see the spike in the stock price as a result of that. Holding up around 3% higher now, was up nearly 5% at the top. But Varsha's here.
So Divi's did come out with a great set of numbers, did beat estimates on all fronts. Let's start with revenue. So analysts were expecting a revenue growth of around 20%, but company did beat this and came out with a revenue growth of almost 25%. Though we do not have press release right now, but this may be on the back of strong growth of custom synthesis segment that the company was expecting, and company was also expected to commercialize their iodine-based contrast media. So this would have led the growth in revenue. Now please do know that the contrast media segment is actually growing. If you see the overall, the contrast media segment is growing into double digit. Company did, if I were to talk about the EBITDA, so company did beat estimates of EBITDA margin, which came out to at 32% versus estimates of 31%. Now this might have been because of the improved product mix and a price recovery in the generic API segment as compared to last year. Also employee benefit expense were at 13%, 12.8% versus 14% last year, which would have helped in EBITDA margin, and the decrease in other expenses would have also aided margins. If I were to talk about the net profit growth was also aided by deferred tax expense advantage of rupees 37 crore, which also aided profit. Now talking about the capex plan, a part of Kakinada project commenced commercial operation in Jan 1st of 2025, and the rest of Kakinada project is being implemented and is expected to be operational in the next 6 months, and company has capitalized assets of rupees 433 crore for the quarter. So overall, yes, good set of numbers from the TVs.
Okay, Siddharth Khemka, Head of Research Wealth Management at Motilal Oswal, also joining in. By the way, thank you so much, Varsha, for giving us that perspective with regard to Divi's numbers. Always good getting that perspective, because pharma isn't a space which is very easy to understand. But Siddharth, what do you make of Divi's numbers?
Yeah, I think Divi's came up with good numbers in this environment where we are seeing a lot of companies halting over in terms of results. Divi's is a welcome. Also, if you look at overall from a pharma perspective, things have been much better. Divi's reported revenue growth of 25%, which is in line with what we were expecting. What was positive surprise is that EBITDA margins expanded to 32% compared to around 30% that we were expecting, and that was mainly because of operating leverage. I think in this environment, the space that they are in, largely CDMO driven company, market leader in that space, and with that kind of growth, I think market will be very enthusiastic with the estimates, with the numbers, and estimates will only go up from here. So we continue to remain positive. It is one of our preferred ideas in the pharma space.
Okay, Hemen, your views with regard to Divi's?
If you have our 2-year view, 7,000 coming.
Wow. Okay. But 2 years is long for 7,000, isn't it, Hemen? Just like a 15% return over the next 2 years, or?
Yeah, the thing is 3,400 to 6,200. This whole move needs to get technically digested, Harsh. So a time price retracement is going on. It looks good, there's no doubt, but I'm not sure if it has the wherewithal to take out. The exact level is not 6,200, it's around 60-75. I'm not sure it has the ammunition to attack and take out 6,275 without consolidating further. That's why, to protect myself, I took a safe call of 2 years, Harsh. It might be 1.5 years also, but yeah, the long-term charts are very unequivocally bullish. It's a correction within a bull market, and all-time highs are a very strong possibility here.
Hemen, is it, and Siddharth Khemka will be here as well, but very quickly, Hemen, is it only true for Divi's or some of the other API/CDMO players, Aarti Pharma Labs, Laurus, etc., all look good?
Laurus looks good. I'm not sure about Aarti Pharma Labs. I don't track it very closely, Harsh. But Laurus is yes. We are in a bull market, and with some hits and misses. No miss, the results are good even then it tanked. What I mean to say is we are at around 582, 700 coming in the next year or year and a half. Sorry, Neeraj, because high tops, high bottoms, everything is in a linear up move. It's a steady stock. It doesn't run away, but it rises. Correct. So yeah, I would be bullish on Laurus also.
Okay. Well, so that's the view on the CDMO stocks on the tech side at least. We'll ask Siddharth Khemka about the fundamentals of the next set of stocks, and that is essentially today's bull and bear segment. Spotlight is on EPAC Durables. It's cracked after posting Q3 numbers. Puneet, what is working while the Q3 numbers are not working?
Well, essentially 700 was coming for this stock as well, and then we've seen a 30% correction over the last 1 month. And the latest trigger has been the Q3 earnings. Now, while the company has been ramping up its new factory in Andhra Pradesh, and that's the first bull case, it's going to give up a lot of revenue opportunity over the next 3 years. This is the second straight quarter of roughly a 50% fall in profits, and that's mainly due to the ramp-up cost of this particular factory. That's one of the key aspects. Now, the new factory was expected to boost revenue across small appliances as well as the room air conditioner space, as well as the components for these, electronics. But it's not worked out, at least in the first 2 quarters, for something like an EPAC durable. When you move on, look at the second key aspect, that is, of course, the guidance that the company had given to our channel itself of about 160 crores in EBITDA for FY25. Now, in the first 3 quarters, they've just done about 85 crores of that. And that's one of the key negatives for a stock like EPAC. It puts a lot of pressure on the last quarter to achieve, this kind of guidance that the company had given. Now, while it might meet the revenue guidance of about 2,000 odd crores, because it's already done about 1,500 crores and it had done a 500 crore revenue in Q4 of FY24, the EBITDA might be a little bit of a steep target to meet. And that's why you've seen a correction of valuations going forward as well, because along with the correction in EMS stocks, this one was valued highly as well. So when you look at the next bull and bear case for a stock like EPAC, we did mention that the Hisense partnership was something which was key, and ICICI Securities expects that it could be a cumulative revenue of about 8,000 crores from this partnership. That's of course the bull case in this aspect, but it is a Chinese investment and it will need a government approval to go forward. So currently the company has mentioned that they are putting up a new line of about 10 lakh air conditioners for Hisense. This operates on different brands across India like Toshiba. But the key issue and aspect is that to convert it into a joint venture or a equity purchase into EPAC as well, it will require a government approval, and that might be something to watch out for. Finally, in terms of valuation, the stock is trading at roughly about 47 times price to earnings. After this particular correction as well, it was trading at around 60 times price to earnings. And that's one of the bear cases, because the valuation outlook is dependent on the company's metrics of scaling up this new Andhra Pradesh factory, while brokerages such as ICICI Securities and Dam Capital are expecting revenue to almost triple from the FY24 levels of about 1,400 odd crores. It seems like a lot of the growth metrics is already priced in, while it might be a very steep target for a company like EPAC with roughly market cap of 4,000 crores to achieve. So overall, it has done very well for its investors over the past 1 year of about 115% gains, despite this particular fall. The commentary in the conference call, which is scheduled today at 4 p.m., will be something to watch out for.
Okay, Puneet, just hold on. I'm going to quickly ask you a question on this one. So how quickly do you believe that the new factory will actually start impacting the revenue number of the company? Because currently all of that is coming in as OPEX, and therefore you're seeing dilution with regard to profitability. But once that starts contributing to revenue significantly, that may change. So just wanted perspective on that. How quickly does that happen?
Well, at the end of Q2, it was around 10% in terms of utilization. That should have doubled in Q3. And while the company does not give that figure in the investor presentation, it does mention it in the conference call. So we'll update on that. But the company had mentioned that only FY26, the last couple of quarters, will see a meaningful gain in terms of 40% of utilization. But FY27 is the first year where they see that aspect, and most of the revenue growth targets of about 4,000 odd crores is penciled in that particular year itself. So FY26 is going to be the year where utilization picks up, but the Hisense partnership as well as the new factory is expected to benefit in FY27, and market had already priced in that growth in the current price. So roughly about a 30% correction since then, but that's one of the key aspects to watch out for the utilization for the new factory over the next 3 to 4 quarters.
Very, very interesting. Siddharth, let me come to you on this one. Thanks so much for that, Puneet, and for answering that, question. But Siddharth, let me come to you, very quickly. Could this 30% correction actually be the opportunity, or are we maybe 2-3 quarters away? Because the markets may want to wait and watch as to how this ramp up actually happens.
So, Harsh, if you look at the EMS space across companies, so be it Keynes, be it Amber, they all are kind of giving out a mixed earnings and outlook. Some, for example, Keynes witnessed some project delays in the smart meters. Amber is witnessing a slower growth or a decline in the railway business, while the electronics and the room ACs business is witnessing growth. EPAC durable, we don't have coverage, but clearly the space, if you look at this high growth, is kind of coming down. Market needs to do some time correction because they need to recalibrate the growth. And I would believe that, yes, you have to wait for 1 or 2 more quarters of consolidation in the entire EMS space. The rebasing effect of valuation as well as of growth is going to take place. Some of these stocks were valued much higher than the earnings growth that they were reporting. Anyways, they were reporting a growth in excess of 60, 70, 80%. That is coming down, and that factor, I think, is a big factor for the market. The overall market scenario has also changed in the last couple of months. High PE stocks, high beta stocks are likely to witness some kind of consolidation. Having said that, is there a long-term growth opportunity in the EMS space? I would believe yes, definitely. Our projections for the entire EMS space, we see a 50% earnings CAGR on FY26, FY27 basis. A lot of new orders or projects that are being there. And as we also heard for EPAC, the new plant ramp up and the capacity utilization would start inching up during the FY26, I think maybe 1 or 2 quarters down the line. So Q2 FY26, I think that could be the quarter when things would start turning around for the entire EMS space.
Okay. Himin, your view with regard to an EPAC. We've seen quite a bit of correction, even when you're looking at since last week, since as late as last week, because of numbers being disappointing. So how is it looking on charts?
It's virtually fallen off a cliff, Harsh, and not looking very pretty, obviously, because when it goes like this, it implodes. So your indicators go for a toss, moving averages get breached, and support levels don't seem to work. Having said that, okay, we're still $60 away, but 360 seems like a very strong medium-term support. I believe that should work, and I believe it's on its way there. I mean, it's on its way to going there. So 360 is where we should see respite coming in. Needless to say, this whole move from 160 to 670 has been retraced, but the speed and quantum of the fall is a bit disconcerting. As of now, things are not looking good. Obviously, no rocket science needed for that, Harsh. 360 is where we should be seeing decent support. And if it holds over there, then stability, rounding bottom, consolidation, a bounce coming in. So as of now, it's in a no trade zone. It's better to avoid. If 360 holds, then we can take a contra call at that point in time, Harsh.
Okay. Okay. Right. Those are some views coming in, both EMS as well as EPAC in specific. But let's switch focus. We're going to slip into a very short break. But just before we do that, let's talk about both. About the finance minister talking about both disinvestment as well as reinvestment in the PSUs. That's what the finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV's Sanjay Pugalia, spoke about, and she adds that the cabinet approval on disinvestment will be taken forward as well. Listen into a slice of that, and we'll also slip into a very short break.
अब बात हम लोग डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट की ना करें, पॉसिबली री इन्वेस्टमेंट इन पीएसयूज की करें।
नहीं दोनों करें।
ओके, तो एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन का बहुत ही एम्बिशियस प्लान आपने अनाउंस किया है। रेलवे के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पूछ रहा था मैं।
एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का सब्स्टिट्यूट नहीं है। एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन चलेगा, पहले भी चला, अभी भी आगे चलेंगे दूसरे एडिशन की ओर। उसमें ही हमने ये स्पष्ट भी बोले कि अप टू 10 लाख करोड़ फ्लो बैक करेंगे। अगर कोई एसेट है उसको मोनेटाइज करने के लिए हम किसी प्राइवेट पार्टी के साथ करेंगे, वो सेल करने के लिए नहीं।
एग्जैक्टली।
ये ऑप्टिमम यूज करके सरकार को भी रेवेन्यू
अपने पीएसयूज को ठीक करेगी।
अपने भी पीएसयू हो सकता है, कोई भी हो सकता है, मगर ओनरशिप केंद्र सरकार के हाथ में ही रहेगा, ओनरशिप ट्रांसफ़र नहीं होगा। मगर उससे आज के लिए कुछ अच्छा मोनेटाइज करने के लिए आइडिया है, तो वो मोनेटाइज करने वाले का उनके अपने प्रॉफिट भी लेगा, हमारे अपने रेवेन्यू शेयर भी होगा, मगर लैंड और एसेट विल बी आवर्स। वो डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है
एब्सोल्युटली,
मगर उससे आने वाले रेवेन्यू सरकार खजाने में डाल करके कुछ और करेगा ऐसा नहीं है, मगर उससे आने वाले रेवेन्यू से प्लाउ बैक करके और एसेट बिल्डअप करेंगे। वो है प्रपोजल एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन का। मगर डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का जो कैबिनेट अप्रूवल दिया है उसको हम आगे ही ले चलेंगे। मगर इसमें एक बात याद रखना चाहिए कि डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट अब तक नहीं हुआ इसलिए छोड़ दिया सरकार ने और वो वैसे के वैसे पड़ा हुआ है, नहीं, सब के लिए उनके वैल्यूएशन बढ़ाने के प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट के द्वारा काम हो रही है।
एग्जैक्टली तो लेट मी रीफ्रेज इट। जो पहले था कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन का एक लॉजिक है, तो अब प्राइवेटाइजेशन को लेकर के सरकार बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड नहीं है कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन करना ज़रूरी है टू अचीव द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स।
प्राइवेटाइजेशन और डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का माहौल भी बहुत आवश्यक है। आज आप एक ज़माना था कि आप प्रॉफिट नॉट अर्निंग लॉस मेकिंग PSUs को सेल कर रहे हैं। मैं तो अभी बोल रही हूँ कि कोविड के बाद मार्केट अच्छा रहने के बावजूद भी इधर तैयार करने में कितने काम होना चाहिए उतना होने का ये 3 साल कम पड़ा है। क्यों? अपने आप हर एक PSU अब तक धीरे धीरे प्रोफेशनल हो रहे हैं, मगर उनके अपने इंटरनल वैल्यूएशन मैकेनिज्म भी एस्टैब्लिश नहीं हुआ। वो चले अच्छा, मगर जो मार्केट का असेसमेंट, फेयर वैल्यू असेसमेंट जो करना है, उसके लिए जो प्रोसेसेस होना है, वो सब प्रोसेस उसमें नहीं है। क्योंकि उनको ये था कि पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनी हमारे वैल्यूएशन हम क्यों करें। मगर पब्लिक सेक्टर हो प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो, आप मार्केट में लिस्ट हो गया है तो आपके वैल्यूएशन डिटरमाइन करना बिल्कुल नेसेसिटी है। LIC के IPO के समय कम से कम 1.5 साल लगा वैल्यूएशन हम फेयर मार्केट वैल्यू रीच करने के लिए, IPO जाने से पहले जी। इसीलिए हर इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर हम इतने काम करना पड़ रहा है जो व्यवस्थात्मक पहले से होना था वो नहीं हुआ। अभी प्रोफेशनलाइज करके हम रन कर रहे हैं, उससे प्रॉफिट भी कमा रहे हैं, अच्छे मैनेजमेंट भी हो रही है, उनके वैल्यूएशन भी खुद ब खुद ठीक हो रही है, मगर ये सिस्टम उनके अंदर रखना आवश्यक है।
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26 that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही RRR है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं नाही, प्रेम गली अति साकरी, जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
नमस्कार, आप देख रहे हैं NDTV नेटवर्क. मोदी सरकार के तीसरे कार्यकाल का पहला बजट, और वो भी ऐसा बजट जिससे अगर उम्मीद करते हैं कि वो बड़े सपनों को साकार करे और प्रामाणिक हो और ट्रांसपेरेंट हो, तो आप कह सकते हैं कि वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारामन ने जितने बजट अभी तक पेश किए हैं उसमें ये सबसे शानदार, सबसे बड़े सपने वाला और सबसे ट्रांसपेरेंट बजट है. इसके डिटेल समझते हैं क्योंकि इसमें सबके लिए कुछ है या कुछ मिसिंग भी है, ये पता करने की कोशिश करते हैं. वित्त मंत्री जी, आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला. किसी भी टेलीविज़न नेटवर्क पे आपका ये पहला इंटरव्यू है जो हमारे 6 चैनल के सारे दर्शक देख रहे हैं. कल जब बजट भाषण सुना उसके बाद मेरा पहला एक्रोनिम निकाला मैंने, वो था RRR, रिस्पॉन्सिव, रिस्पॉन्सिबल, रिफॉर्मिस्ट और मैंने कहा रिवॉल्यूशनरी. अब इसमें एक R और हम अगर जोड़ना चाहें, रोरिंग इकोनॉमी कैसे बनेगी, विकसित भारत के लिए ये जो ग्रोथ रेट देगा वो 8% से प्लस देगा क्या?
8% देगा ये तो ज़रूर हम सब एक्सपेक्टेशन रख सकते हैं. मैं देख रही हूँ कि अगले 20 साल 25 साल के लिए भारत का फंडामेंटल्स आज ठीक है, मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक फंडामेंटल्स. इसको और मजबूत करने के लिए हम कदम उठाना चाहिए. इसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी पहले से ही हमें गाइडेंस देते रहे कि इस साल के बजट के लिए आप पूरे अच्छा सा तैयारी करो कि फंडामेंटल स्ट्रॉन्ग करने के लिए. और उसमें एक और पहलू ऐड भी किए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कि मध्यम वर्ग जो हमें ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर के नाते टैक्स भरते रह रहे हैं, उनके लिए हम कुछ करना है। तो क्या करना है? आप कुछ वर्कआउट करके आओ। ये था उनकी गाइडेंस शुरुआत से ही।
जी, तो क्या मैं ये इंटरप्रेट कर सकता हूँ कि चूंकि सरकार का फोकस बिल्कुल सबसे ज़्यादा गरीब, पिछड़े, दलित लोगों पर ज़्यादा रहा, गरीबों पर ज़्यादा रहा, रूरल एरिया पे ज़्यादा रहा, मिडिल क्लास कहीं ना कहीं नेग्लेक्ट हो गया, जो कि बिल्कुल आपका एक कोर है भारत के लिए, आबादी भले ही छोटी हो, तो उस नेग्लेक्ट को एड्रेस करने का कोशिश किया गया है।
इसमें एक मैं स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूँ, पहले से ही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी 2021, 2020 उस समय से ही ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर का रिकग्निशन के नाते फेसलेस ले आए, इनकम टैक्स चार्टर, टैक्स पेयर्स चार्टर हमने घोषित करवाए, और टैक्स पेयर्स को सर्टिफिकेट भी भेज देते कि समय पर टैक्स भरने वाले टैक्स पेयर हो या रेगुलरली टैक्स पेयर, उनका रिकग्निशन हो। ये सब करते आ रहे हैं। टैक्स पेयर का रिकग्निशन और सम्मान कभी भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के मन में है, और इस समय जब दुनिया के तुलना में हम फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी रह रहे हैं, पिछली बार भी रहे, पिछले 2-3 साल में रह रहे, और IMF और वर्ल्ड बैंक के नज़रिया में हम अगले साल भी फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग रहेंगे। और इस संदर्भ में क्या हम टैक्स पेयर्स को सम्मान करने जैसे ये काम कर सकते हैं? इस गाइडेंस के नाते हम काम किए, इसीलिए इस बार इनकम टैक्स का ये प्रपोजल हम ले आए।
एक और क्यूरियोसिटी है लोगों में, दैट इज हाउ डिड यू अराइव एट दिस नंबर ऑफ 12 लाख रुपीस?
मिडिल क्लास के चर्चा बहुत होता है, और आज रियलिटी हम देखें तो कम से कम 1 लाख तक पर मंथ सैलरी कमाने वाले के लाइफस्टाइल कैसे हैं, और अगर वो शहर, मेट्रोपॉलिटन शहर में रहते हैं, उनका एक्सपेंसेस क्या है, और उनके लाइफ में स्टार्टिंग स्टेज में रहने वाले का खर्च क्या क्या हो सकता है, ये सब असेस करने के बाद हमें लगता है टैक्स पेयर उस लेवल नंबर से टैक्स भर रहा है, क्या उनको हम कुछ कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए अराइव किए कि एटलीस्ट 1 लाख पर मंथ राहत ज़रूर दें।
जी, एक क्या अप्रोच में कोई चेंज है, शिफ्ट है? अभी तक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट लेड ग्रोथ की तरफ सरकार का कोर फोकस था, जहाँ तक बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स का सवाल है। अब आप क्या कंजम्पशन लेड ग्रोथ देख रहे हैं? इसी वजह से इस बार केपेक्स पे मामूली इंक्रीमेंट है।
पहले मैं उस बात को मैं पकड़ना चाह रही हूँ, केपेक्स में मामूली। जब कोविड के समय से हर साल 15%, 20% इंक्रीमेंटल नंबर ऐड करते हुए ग्रोथ इन पब्लिक एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन कैपिटल एसेट्स इतनी दूर तक ले आए, हम पिछले साल 11.11 लाख करोड़ का अनाउंसमेंट किए। उसके ऊपर अभी जब 10% के ज़्यादा 10.23% इंक्रीज हो रही है, और RE से कंपेयर करते हुए इट रीचेस अ हायर नंबर 11.21, 24, ऐसे वो मामूली सा हो गए। 11 लाख से अधिक भारत देश में लगातार पिछले 2 साल, और उससे पहले 10 लाख, ऐसे एम्फेसिस ऑन पब्लिक एक्सपेंडिचर जब हो रही है, 10% ओवर RE इज़ ऑल्सो मामूली। आप एक बार इसको रिकग्नाइज करना चाहिए कि रिपीटेडली पब्लिक एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन कैपिटल एसेट बिल्डिंग इतने लेवल तक पहुंच गए, आज 10.23 ग्रोथ ऑल्सो इज लुकिंग लाइक मामूली। नो, आर एम्फेसिस ऑन कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर कम नहीं हुआ है, आज भी उतना ही अमाउंट खर्च कर रहे हैं, और स्टेट्स को भी दे रहे हैं 50 इयर्स का इंटरेस्ट फ्री कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर का पैसा। सो उसमें कोई कुछ कम नहीं है। मगर आप जो बात पूछ रहे हैं कि कंजम्पशन के ओर खर्च करने के लिए अभी शिफ्ट हो गया, क्या शिफ्ट नहीं, उसको भी जोड़ रहे हैं कि ग्रोथ के लिए अगर इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स चाहिए और ट्रिगर्स चाहिए, जैसे कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर पिछले 5 साल में लगातार उसके द्वारा इकोनॉमी को ग्रो करने के लिए हम मल्टीप्लायर इफेक्ट को ध्यान में रखते हुए खर्च किया, अभी कंजम्पशन का भी हम प्रोत्साहन इससे आएगा, ये हमारे कैलकुलेशन है। मगर हमारे पहले मकसद ये था कि ऑनेस्ट टैक्स पेयर्स का हम ज़रूर रिकग्नाइज करना है।
जी बिल्कुल, बिल्कुल ठीक कहा आपने। एक आर्गुमेंट तो ये है कि सरकार और केंद्र सरकार और राज्य दोनों मिला लें तो 17% का कैपेक्स ग्रोथ है, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर साइड में भी काफ़ी काम करेगा और कंजम्पशन पर भी फोकस करना है। एक बात बताएं, ये बहुत लोग समझना चाहते हैं कि 1 लाख करोड़ का रेवेन्यू फॉरगॉन अगर है, इसमें 1 लाख करोड़ अगर खर्चे में शिफ्ट होता है, क्या वो हमारी जो ग्रोथ की ज़रूरत है, विकसित भारत का जो टारगेट है, उसके लिए एडिक्वेट है?
अगर एक ग्रोइंग नेशन हमारी जैसी इसमें खर्च और ज़्यादा करना और तेज़ी से करना, आंकड़ा इतना तक पहुंचना, तो कोई भी बोल सकते हैं नो इससे ज़्यादा होना चाहिए, इससे ज़्यादा होना चाहिए। मगर सबका एक लिमिट भी है, हमारे रिसोर्सेस का भी हम ध्यान रखते हुए, किसी का बर्डन ना करते हुए इकोनॉमी को आगे ले चलना है। एक और डेटा मैं आपको अंदाज़न बोलना चाह रही हूँ। हमने इस बार 4.3% तक जीडीपी के तुलना करने में 4.3% ऑफ द जीडीपी कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर को खर्च कर रहे हैं इफेक्टिवली, बोथ दैट विच गोज टू द स्टेट्स एंड हमारे 4.3 ऑफ जीडीपी। और आने वाले साल का प्रेडिक्शन फिस्कल डेफिसिट का हम क्या बोल रहे हैं, 4.4, जो हमारे ग्लाइड पाथ के तहत 4.5 के नीचे तक पहुंचना है, वो पहुंचने के लिए एस्टिमेट बोल दिया। उससे हमें क्या समझ में आ रहा है कि 4.3% ऑफ द जीडीपी वी आर स्पेंडिंग ऑन कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर, फिस्कल डेफिसिट 4.4 प्रेडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, विच मीन्स हम बोरो कर रहे हैं डेफिसिट फाइनेंस के लिए, तो वो सीधा अच्छा कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर के लिए जा रहा है। सो एज अ रिस्पॉन्सिबल गवर्नमेंट, और मोदी जी का सीएम रहते हुए उनका एक्सपीरियंस, अभी पीएम रहते हुए 3rd टर्म है उनका उसमें एक्सपीरियंस, ये सब में मैच्योरिटी अब देखिए, कोई सोशल वेलफेयर प्रोग्राम का कम नहीं हो रही है। ऊपर से टैक्स पेयर्स को रिवॉर्ड करने के लिए, रिस्पेक्ट करने के लिए बड़ा सा कदम उठाया गया। फिर भी ये डेटा पॉइंट बहुत महत्वपूर्ण कि हम बोरो करने वाले नंबर, डेफिसिट नंबर is going towards capital expenditure.
True.
Effective capital expenditure is also 4.3. 4.4 is your fiscal deficit for the coming year. Responsible handling of your borrowing हो रही है, इसको मैं आप जैसे वरिष्ठ सीनियर पत्रकार जैसे लोग इसको रिकग्नाइज करना चाहिए।
नहीं, ये आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा। एक्चुअली बहुत लोग ये बात अब मानने लग गए हैं, पहले थोड़ा स्केप्टिसिज्म था कि फिस्कल डिसिप्लिन और प्रूडेंस के मामले में आप लोग एक तरीके से ज़िद्दी हैं, वरना बहुत प्रेशर हो सकता है और आप डेफिसिट फाइनेंसिंग कर सकते हैं, डेट के मामले में और इररिस्पॉन्सिबल हो सकते हैं। कोई भी डेमोक्रेसी में ये होता है, पूरा इस वक्त दुनिया में लोग डेट पे स्प्लर्ज कर रहे हैं। वैसे मैं थोड़ा सा समझना भी चाहता हूँ आपसे और इस पे कि ये इतना जो स्ट्रिक्ट डिसिप्लिन है, उसके सामने इस बार एक क्रिटिसिज्म ये हो रहा है कि जो आदत है इस सरकार की कि बहुत सारे अच्छे वेलफेयर स्कीम लाते हैं, इस बार कोई नया ज़्यादा स्कीम नहीं लाए आप।
स्कीम जुलाई के बजट में अनाउंस भी हुआ है, 6 महीने बाद में जो बजट आ रहा है। अभी विकसित भारत के लिए जो इन्वेस्टमेंट्स फॉर आवर फंडामेंटल, जैसे मैंने शुरुआत में की, हमारे फंडामेंटल फाउंडेशन सही स्ट्रेंथ के साथ होना चाहिए। एआई आ रही है बड़े पैमाने पर, भारत में उसके क्षमता कैसे होगा, उसके लिए युवा कैसे ट्रेनिंग पाएंगे, इसके लिए हम एआई का रूट में कितना और इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं, उसके ऊपर ध्यान दिया गया। प्राइवेट सेक्टर में रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट के लिए ध्यान दिया गया। 1 लाख करोड़ का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ रिसर्च सपोर्ट के लिए जुलाई के बजट में, उसका आगे ले चलते हुए और भी इस बजट में भी अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है। इसके साथ साथ हेल्थ में आज बड़ा भयंकर fearful or fear instilling kind of a illness, terminal illness और लाइफ थ्रेटनिंग इलनेस, इन सब के लिए डे केयर सेंटर्स दे रहे हैं हर जिले में। इसके अलावा मेडिकल सीट्स को बढ़ा रहे हैं। वी आर ऑल्सो स्पेंडिंग ऑन एवरी लेवल ऑन एजुकेशन एंड न्यूट्रिशन। सो ओवरऑल नज़रिया आप देखिए अगले 25 ईयर्स के लिए फंडामेंटल्स को मजबूत करने के लिए इस बजट में इतनी सारी एजुकेशन हो, न्यूट्रिशन हो, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ डिजिटल बुक्स हो, AI निर्माण करने वाले स्किल्स हो, इन सब के लिए देते हुए दूसरी तरफ शिप बिल्डिंग जो भारत के आज के हालात में इंटरनेशनली ऑयल इंपोर्ट करो या अपने कंटेनर्स ढूंढ लो, इन सब का भी चैलेंजेस आ रहा है। ग्लोबली आज कंटेनर्स का बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है, शिप का बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है। भारत में शिप बिल्डिंग कैपेसिटी रहने के बावजूद भी हम कुछ उसमें आगे नहीं बढ़ पा रहे। फंडामेंटली हमारे पास अगर अच्छा बड़े कंटेनर्स रहता, हमारे ट्रेड पॉलिसी में कितना काम आएगा। इसीलिए उसके लिए भी मैरीटाइम मिशन ले आए, उसका पैसा 20,000 के ऊपर करोड़ दिया गया है। सो इट इज़ अ बैलेंस बिटवीन strengthening your foundation towards Viksit Bharat Yatra, equally immediately attending to your children, their nutrition, education, higher education and LRS जो आपने पैसा आपके बच्चे के लिए विदेश भेजना चाहते हैं एजुकेशन के लिए, उसके ऊपर completely रिमूव कर दिया TDS को। और अगर MSME लोग भारत में उत्पादन बढ़ाने के लिए विदेश से कुछ रॉ मटेरियल ले आना चाहते हैं, उसके लिए ड्यूटी को कम कर दिया, कस्टम्स रैशनलाइजेशन हुआ है। सो मैं इसको मानती हूँ कि एकदम बैलेंस करने के लिए कोशिश की। लंबे रास्ते के लिए जो फाउंडेशन चाहिए, आज के रिक्वायरमेंट के लिए न्यूट्रिशन, हेल्थ, एजुकेशन, इन सब के लिए भी।
बिल्कुल, आपने बहुत सारे पॉइंट्स जो अभी बताए उनमें से ही कुछ सवाल निकलते हैं। कस्टम ड्यूटी का जो रैशनलाइजेशन हुआ उसका टाइमिंग बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। कई आइटम्स हैं जिसमें मोटर बाइक और कार भी हैं, तो उसमें अब टेस्ला गाड़ियों पर भी कम हो जाएगा ड्यूटी और हार्ले डेविडसन भी कम हो जाएगा। तो ट्रंप लेड अमेरिका को देखते हुए जो टैरिफ की बात बार बार हो रही है, उसमें क्या हम ये समझें कि भारत क्लियर कट सिग्नल दे रहा है ट्रंप को?
भारत ये कर रहा है कि हमारे अपने इकोनॉमी को स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए, आत्मनिर्भरता पक्का रखने के लिए, और जैसे मैंने कहा अगले 25 ईयर्स में हमारे फाउंडेशन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब मेक इन इंडिया फॉर द वर्ल्ड, इसके लिए स्ट्रेंथन करने के लिए बहुत सारे कदम उठाए। और इसमें हमारे MSMEs को सस्ते में रॉ मटेरियल मिले, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स जो हमारे देश में नहीं है उसको ले आएँ। इन सब के लिए कस्टम्स ड्यूटी का रैशनलाइज किया, नंबर ऑफ ड्यूटीज़ को रिड्यूस किया, जिन जिन आइटम के ऊपर है उसको भी रिड्यूस किया, जिससे हमारे प्रोडक्शन इसमें बढ़ जाए। मगर जो आइटम इधर नहीं है उसको अगर इंपोर्ट करना है, उससे वैल्यू एडिशन करने के बाद एक्सपोर्ट करना है, उसको भी हम रैशनलाइज किए हैं कस्टम्स में।
बिल्कुल मैडम, एक कंसर्न है लोगों का, क्योंकि FDI का डिक्लाइन लगातार है और FPI की बड़ी भारी सेलिंग हुई है। क्या इस बजट में ऐसा कुछ है जो उनको सिग्नल करे कि भारत में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए अब आना और आसान हुआ है इस बजट से?
इस बजट से बहुत सारे मैसेज ऐसे हैं कि हमारे FDI भारत में आए और इधर इन्वेस्ट करने में हमारी लॉ अबाइडिंग सोसाइटी है, कॉमन लॉ प्रैक्टिस करता है, स्किल्ड मैन पावर है। मैन पावर के कॉस्ट और बाकी देशों के साथ तुलना करने के समय आप देखते हैं हमारी कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन कम होता है। इसीलिए वो अट्रैक्ट करने के लिए पॉलिसी भी और ऐसे टैरिफ का भी संज्ञान में लेते हुए करते हैं। एक और अनाउंसमेंट मैंने इस बजट में किया कि हमारे बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटीज़ जो करते हैं हम, उसके लिए जो टेम्पलेट मॉडल ट्रीटी हमारे सामने रहते हैं 2016 से वही चल रहा है। अभी ग्लोबल सिचुएशन देखते हुए हमें लगता है उसको भी थोड़ा इन्वेस्टर फ्रेंडली बनाने के लिए आवश्यकता है। उसको भी मैंने घोषणा की कि हम उसको भी बदलेंगे।
जी मैडम, मेरे पास सवाल बहुत है और थोड़ा सोशल सेक्टर पे और राज्यों पे भी बात करेंगे, लेकिन उसके पहले कुछ और जो कंटेंशियस इश्यूज़ हैं उनमें से एक ये है कि प्राइवेट सेक्टर कैपेक्स के बारे में ये बजट एक्सप्रेस करता है अपना ये थॉट या एक्सपेक्टेशन कि अब शायद वो लोग इन्वेस्ट करना शुरू करेंगे। मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि अभी तक वो इन्वेस्ट क्यों नहीं कर रहे हैं, जबकि आपका इकोनॉमिक सर्वे ही बताता है कि वो कैश पाइल पे बैठे हुए हैं। उनका कहना है कि इनेबलिंग इन्वायरमेंट नहीं है। आप किस वजह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि इस बजट के बाद अब वो इन्वेस्टमेंट शुरू करेंगे?
मैं मानती हूँ इस सरकार प्राइम मिनिस्टर मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लगातार पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट करने में और हमारे पब्लिक सेक्टर का रोल बढ़ाने में और हमारे पॉलिसी जैसे डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के पॉलिसी हो, इन सब के कारण हम इकोसिस्टम तैयार कर रहे हैं कि ज़्यादा इन्वेस्टमेंट इस देश में हो, डोमेस्टिक हो, फॉरेन इन्वेस्टमेंट हो, वो सब बढ़े। इसके लिए लेजिस्लेटिव एंड इकोसिस्टम बढ़ाने में पूरे मदद दे रहे हैं। कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स रेट को 2019 में कम किया, जिससे उस समय का सीरियस प्रॉब्लम था कि ट्विन बैलेंस शीट का, वो सब अभी ख़त्म हो गया है। बैंक भी अच्छा हेल्थ में आ गए, कंपनियां भी अच्छा हेल्थ में आ गए। जैसे आप सही कह रहे हैं, पैसिव इन्वेस्टमेंट करके वो इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं। अभी अगर कंजम्पशन बढ़ता है और उसके तहत लगता है कि ग्रेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट का पॉसिबिलिटी है, वो भी अच्छा ट्रिगर हो सकता है।
मुझे आशंका है, डर है कि वो ये कहना शुरू करेंगे कि अभी पूरा कैपेसिटी यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं हुआ है तो थोड़ा और इंतज़ार करते हैं।
मैं उसके ऊपर इतना विस्तार से और ग्रैनुलर लेवल में जवाब दे नहीं सकती हूँ। कंपनीज अपने अपने कमर्शियल डिसीजन लेते हैं। मौका भारत में है और फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग हम इस साल भी हैं, आने वाले साल भी रहने वाले हैं और पूरे दुनिया देख रही है भारत की ओर। इसलिए मैं मानती हूँ सब आएंगे इन्वेस्ट और एक्सपैंड दोनों करने के लिए।
बिल्कुल, एक नया अप्रोच जिस पर कि अब चर्चा शायद बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि इसके पहले ज़्यादा खबरों में नहीं था तो हम लोग कम फैमिलियर हैं। डीप टेक की बात आप लोगों ने कही है, उसमें न्यूक्लियर पावर के बारे में एक बड़ा प्लान अनाउंस कर दिया है, बहुत बड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट उसमें होने जा रहा है। तो अब ये सब तो रियलिटीज़ हैं। इसी तरीके से एआई पे आप लोग पहले बता चुके। तो भारत के कई नए सेक्टर जो डेवलप हो रहे हैं, उसमें आपको क्या लगता है कि नए एंटरप्रेन्योर ही आएंगे या ओल्ड इकोनॉमी के भी प्लेयर को आना चाहिए?
नया बहुत आ रहे हैं, ऑलरेडी आ रहे हैं, और मुझे लग रहा है कि ओल्ड इकोनॉमी का इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स भी इसका फ़ायदा असेस कर रहे हैं। और आप ये भी एक बार एनालाइज करना चाहिए कि एआई ड्रिवन प्रोसेसेस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में ओल्ड इंडस्ट्रीज़ में भी आजकल आने लगी है। इसीलिए मुझे लग रहा है कि इस टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन, एआई ड्रिवन, वेब 3 ड्रिवन प्रोसेसेस को कोई नकार नहीं सकते। जितने लेवल वो डाइजेस्ट कर पाएंगे उतना लेवल लेना ही पड़ेगा। और मुझे उसमें भारत देश में युवा को सक्षम करना, ट्रेन करना और उनको तैयार रखना सरकार रिकग्नाइज करती है, वो बड़ा काम है और उसमें हम ज़रूर हमारे रोल करेंगे।
ये मैम आपने खुद बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग बताया। तो इसमें जो कंसर्न है वो ये है कि चूँकि एआई बहुत तेज़ी से आ रहा है तो जॉब के चैलेंजेस होंगे, स्किल के चैलेंज पहले से हैं। तो जो ट्रांजिशन पीरियड का स्ट्रगल है, नौकरी मुझे अभी चाहिए इस युवा डेमोग्राफी में, और वहाँ जब तक ये बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक बनेंगे और नए किस्म के जॉब क्रिएट होंगे, उसमें गैप का खतरा है।
इसीलिए तो जुलाई के बजट के द्वारा हम पीएम इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम ले आए, जिसमें टॉप 500 कंपनीज में जो भी 10th पास हो, 12th पास हो, उस लेवल से लेकर के डिग्री हाथ में है मगर अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं है, अपॉर्चुनिटी इसलिए नहीं है, स्किल नहीं है हमारे हाथ में, उन सभी लोगों को केंद्र सरकार पैसा दे करके और कंपनियों के तरफ से उनका CSR से कुछ पैसा दे करके पूरे साल का एक्सपोजर दिलाने के लिए हम इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम ले आए। और इसके साथ साथ इस बजट में भी ट्रेनिंग फॉर एआई, इसके लिए सेंटर्स बना रहे हैं, जिसका ट्रेनिंग भी विदेश से आए हुए एआई में ट्रेनिंग करने वाले स्पेशलिस्ट लोग को हम मंगवा रहे हैं और बुला रहे हैं और उनको इधर आकर के सर्टिफाई करने के लिए। इसमें बहुत सारे पहलू हैं। उसमें स्किल ट्रेनिंग मंत्रालय भी, हम भी नया घोषणा के द्वारा, ये मेजर एरिया है। हमारे डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड को अच्छा उपयोग इकोनॉमी के लिए उपयोग करना है तो ये सब कदम आवश्यक है।
बिल्कुल, डी रेगुलेशन की बात आपने कही है और एक जो नॉन फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर के कंप्लायंस को देखने के लिए कि 50% इसमें से हटा देने चाहिए, तो वो कमेटी कब बनेगी और वो इम्प्लीमेंट कब होगा, ये बहुत क्यूरियोसिटी है लोगों को जानने के लिए।
ये बहुत सीरियस इशू है जिसमें हम बार बार पिछले 2 साल से देख रहे हैं कि सर्टिफिकेशन, इंस्पेक्शन और स्टैंडर्ड्स डिटरमाइनिंग, इन सब में बहुत ही एरियाज में हमें और अच्छा काम करने का आवश्यकता है। अलग अलग रेगुलेटर अलग अलग उनके अपने काम करते जा रहे हैं, मगर इन सब में ओवरलैप्स भी है और इन सब को कोऑर्डिनेशन करने का आवश्यकता भी है। इसीलिए इस हाई लेवल कमेटी का घोषणा हुआ है। जल्द से जल्द हम फॉर्म करेंगे उसको।
एक चीज़ और, आपने अर्बन चैलेंज फंड की बात कही, क्योंकि अर्बन फोकस, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर फोकस ऑब्वियसली बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो वो कैसे काम करेगा, क्योंकि उसमें भी काफ़ी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं जो दिलचस्पी लेंगे।
अर्बन प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ मेट्रोपॉलिटन एरियाज़ में नहीं है, और प्रॉब्लम जब मैं कहती हूँ वो हाउसिंग का हो सकता है, जॉब्स का हो सकता है, उधर भी स्किलिंग का हो सकता है। और हर अर्बन एरिया में रहने वाले और आकर उधर बसाने वाले लोग अर्बन लोग ही नहीं, गांव से भी आए हुए लोग हैं, उनके टैलेंट सेट्स अलग हैं। इन सब का कोऑर्डिनेशन करते हुए एक शहर को शहर जैसे रखना और शहर जैसे प्लान करना और शहर जैसे विस्तार करने का भी एक प्लान तरीके में जाने का आवश्यकता है। मगर एट दिस पॉइंट इन टाइम बहुत सारे शहर में इस कोऑर्डिनेशन करने का या स्पेसिफिक प्रॉब्लम्स आइडेंटिफाई करने का उस मेट्रोपॉलिटन इलेक्टेड बॉडीज़ में, लोकल अर्बन बॉडीज़ में कैपेसिटी है नहीं है, ये सब भी इशू हो रही है। जैसे हम 2 साल पहले से म्युनिसिपल बॉन्ड्स में मार्केट में जा कर के पैसा रेस करने के लिए एक इंसेंटिव भी दे रहे हैं, मगर प्रॉब्लम जहाँ है वहाँ हम एड्रेस करने के लिए कोशिश पिछले बजट से कर रहे हैं। प्रॉब्लम कैपेसिटी के कारण म्युनिसिपल बॉडी आगे जा कर के मार्केट से पैसा उठा नहीं रहे। एक आध सूरत जैसे, अहमदाबाद जैसे, इंदौर जैसे म्युनिसिपैलिटी आगे आकर के मार्केट से रिसोर्स रेज कर रहे हैं। वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट प्रोग्राम हो, अर्बन सिटीज़ में रेंटल अकोमोडेशन हो, इन सब के लिए। मगर हर म्युनिसिपैलिटी ऐसे कैपेसिटी नहीं रखते। फिर कैपेसिटी बढ़ाना भी है और उधर इंडस्ट्री के लिए आने वाले, गांव से आने वाले लोगों को बसाने के लिए व्यवस्था, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, ऐसे अर्बन चैलेंजेस को मीट करने के लिए हम टेक्निकल असिस्टेंस भी और उसके लिए कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग भी और उसके लिए रिसोर्स रेज करने का भी हमारी इस घोषणा से लोग चैलेंज मोड में आए। जो अच्छा सा चैलेंज में आगे आ रहे हैं उनके साथ हम काम कर रहे हैं और इसमें वर्ल्ड बैंक जैसे इंस्टीट्यूशंस भाग लेने के लिए तैयार हैं। उनसे रिसोर्स भी और टेक्निकल स्किल्स भी ले आएंगे। ग्लोबल बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस भी इसमें आ जाएगा।
बिल्कुल। एक चीज़ और, मुझे लगता है अब लफ्ज़ बदल गए हैं। अब बात हम लोग डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट की ना करें, पॉसिबली री इन्वेस्टमेंट इन PSUs की करें।
नहीं, दोनों करें।
ओके, तो एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन का बहुत ही एम्बिशियस प्लान आपने अनाउंस किया है। रेलवे के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में पूछ रहा था मैं।
एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का सब्स्टिट्यूट नहीं है। एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन चलेगा, पहले भी चला, अभी भी आगे चलेंगे दूसरे एडिशन की ओर। उसमें ही हमने ये स्पष्ट भी बोले कि अप टू 10 लाख करोड़ फ्लो बैक करेंगे। अगर कोई एसेट है उसको मोनेटाइज करने के लिए हम किसी प्राइवेट पार्टी के साथ करेंगे, वो सेल करने के लिए नहीं।
एग्जैक्टली।
ये ऑप्टिमम यूज करके सरकार को भी रेवेन्यू
अपने ही PSUs को ठीक करेगी।
अपने भी PSU हो सकता है, कोई भी हो सकता है, मगर ओनरशिप केंद्र सरकार के हाथ में ही रहेगा, ओनरशिप ट्रांसफर नहीं होगा। मगर उससे आज के लिए कुछ अच्छा मोनेटाइज करने के लिए आइडिया है तो वो मोनेटाइज करने वाले का उनके अपने प्रॉफिट भी लेगा, हमारे अपने रेवेन्यू शेयर भी होगा, मगर लैंड और एसेट विल बी आवर्स। वो डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं है।
एब्सोल्युटली।
मगर उससे आने वाले रेवेन्यू सरकार खजाने में डाल करके कुछ और करेगा ऐसा नहीं है, मगर उससे आने वाले रेवेन्यू से प्लाउ बैक करके और एसेट बिल्डअप करेंगे। वो है प्रपोजल एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन का। मगर डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का जो कैबिनेट अप्रूवल दिया है उसको हम आगे ही ले चलेंगे। मगर इसमें एक बात याद रखना चाहिए कि डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट अब तक नहीं हुआ इसलिए छोड़ दिया सरकार ने और वो वैसे के वैसे पड़ा हुआ है,
सोच के है।
सब के लिए उनके वैल्यूएशन बढ़ाने के प्रोफेशनल मैनेजमेंट के द्वारा काम हो रही है।
एग्जैक्टली तो लेट मी रीफ्रेज इट। जो पहले था कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन का एक लॉजिक है, तो प्राइवेटाइजेशन को लेकर के सरकार बहुत ज़्यादा एक्साइटेड नहीं है कि प्राइवेटाइजेशन करना ज़रूरी है टू अचीव द ऑब्जेक्टिव्स।
प्राइवेटाइजेशन और डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट का माहौल भी बहुत आवश्यक है। आज आप एक ज़माना था कि आप प्रॉफिट नॉट अर्निंग लॉस मेकिंग PSUs को सेल कर रहे हैं। मैं तो अभी बोल रही हूँ कि कोविड के बाद मार्केट अच्छा रहने के बावजूद भी इधर तैयार करने में कितने काम होना चाहिए उतना होने का ये 3 साल कम पड़ा है। क्यों? अपने आप हर एक PSU अब तक धीरे धीरे प्रोफेशनल हो रहे हैं, मगर उनके अपने इंटरनल वैल्यूएशन मैकेनिज्म भी एस्टैब्लिश नहीं हुआ। वो चले अच्छा, मगर जो मार्केट का असेसमेंट, फेयर वैल्यू असेसमेंट जो करना है उसके लिए जो प्रोसेसेस होना है वो सब प्रोसेस उसमें नहीं है। क्योंकि उनको ये था कि पब्लिक सेक्टर कंपनी हमारे वैल्यूएशन हम क्यों करें। मगर पब्लिक सेक्टर हो प्राइवेट सेक्टर हो, आप मार्केट में लिस्ट हो गया है तो आपके वैल्यूएशन डिटरमाइन करना बिल्कुल नेसेसिटी है। LIC के IPO के समय कम से कम 1.5 साल लगा वैल्यूएशन हम फेयर मार्केट वैल्यू रीच करने के लिए, IPO जाने से पहले
जी।
इसीलिए हर इन्वेस्टमेंट डिसइन्वेस्टमेंट के ऊपर हम इतने काम करना पड़ रहा है जो व्यवस्थात्मक पहले से होना था वो नहीं हुआ। अभी प्रोफेशनलाइज करके हम रन कर रहे हैं, उससे प्रॉफिट भी कमा रहे हैं, अच्छे मैनेजमेंट भी हो रही है, उनके वैल्यूएशन भी खुद ब खुद ठीक हो रही है, मगर ये सिस्टम उनके अंदर रखना आवश्यक है।
और ये वैलिडेट हो गया जो एक्सपीरियंस है उससे। कमिंग बैक टू एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन, जस्ट टू इलस्ट्रेट कि हम ये सोचते हैं कि रेलवे की ज़मीन लेंगे, उसको मोनेटाइज करेंगे तो बेसिकली स्ट्रक्चर्स बनेंगे, होटल्स बनेंगे, मॉल्स बनेंगे, इसी तरह की एक्टिविटी होगी। किन किन सेक्टर्स पे इसका इम्पैक्ट हो सकता है?
एवरी सेक्टर, स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम्स कितना है, पब्लिक सेक्टर स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम, गवर्नमेंट बिल्ड स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम, आज स्पोर्ट्स के लिए जगह नहीं है, यही शिकायत है। मगर जो स्टेडियम है उसको अपडेट करो, तैयार करो और सबको उपयोग में ले आओ, वो भी एसेट मोनेटाइजेशन है।
ये थोड़ा मेरे दिल की बात है जो आपने कहा मैडम, स्पोर्ट्स स्टेडियम या जैसे यहाँ पर भारत मंडपम बना है पूरे देश में। अब इस आबादी को जो तरह तरह के एक्सपीरियंस और आगे बढ़ना और कॉन्सर्ट इकोनॉमी की बात कही प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने, तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि ये रियलाइजेशन सरकार में है कि बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर इस तरह के स्ट्रक्चर्स, स्टेडियम्स वगैरह बनना ज़रूरी है, बड़े बड़े कन्वेंशन सेंटर बनना ज़रूरी है, और बहुत इनएडिक्वेट है,
बहुत इनएडिक्वेट है। मगर वो जो संपत्ति है वो वैसे की वैसे पड़ा हुआ है, संपत्ति है, इनएडिक्वेट भी फील कर रहे हैं, उसको क्यों ना हम उपयोग में ले आए, उसको क्यों ना हम मॉडर्न करें, उसको क्यों ना हम एक स्पोर्ट नहीं, जितने भी स्पोर्ट है उन सब के लिए वो तैयार रहें और पब्लिक के लिए अवेलेबल रहें। ये स्पोर्ट्स का एक उदाहरण है, ऐसे बहुत सारे हैं,
बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। अब मैं थोड़ा सोशल और पॉलिटिकल सवाल पूछना चाहता हूँ। तो इन अ मैनर ऑफ स्पीकिंग, कल बजट स्पीच सुनने के बाद मुँह से ये निकला कि ये बिहार के चुनाव के अनाउंसमेंट का बजट है और दिल्ली का तो बूथ कैप्चर हो गया।
ये तो जनता के बजट है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी सही कहा, पीपल्स बजट है। और मैं उसमें एक और साहस करना चाहती हूँ, अब्राहम लिंकन के शब्दावली उपयोग करते हुए। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने तो इंडिकेट ही किया कि पब्लिक पीपल्स बजट है, ये बाय द पीपल, ऑफ द पीपल एंड फॉर द पीपल बजट है। पीपल के आवाज़ सुनकर बहुत सारे इसमें फैक्टर्स ले आए, इसमें कैरेक्टरिस्टिक चेंजेस जो हुआ है वो सब पीपल के वॉइस के अनुसार हुआ है। सो वी आर मेकिंग द बजट फॉर द पीपल फ्रॉम द इनपुट्स दैट दे हैव गिवन अस एंड मेड इट फॉर गवर्नमेंट विच इज़ पीपल इलेक्टेड। सो इसमें पूरे देश का बेहतरी के लिए बहुत सारे अंश हैं। ठीक है, ऑपोजिशन पार्टी को तो यही लगता है कि चुनाव के लिए बजट होता है। मैं उससे सहमत नहीं हूँ। चुनाव के भी हो सकता है, मगर पूरे देश में, देश के लिए इतना, असम में चुनाव हो रही है क्या? बड़ा सा 12.47 कैपेसिटी यूरिया प्लांट बन रही है असम नाम रूप में, वो भी रिवाइविंग वन ऑफ द ओल्ड यूरिया फैक्ट्रीज। एंड पूर्वोदय हमारे फिलॉसफी है, पूर्वोदय के लिए बहुत कर रहे हैं। और पूर्वोदय में बिहार नहीं है क्या? और बिहार के लिए कितने सालों से एक एयरपोर्ट तक जब बात करते हैं सब, बिहार में आबादी इतना है, इतना डेंस है, और राजगीर है, और नालंदा है, गया है, बोध गया है, इसके बावजूद अच्छा सा एक इंटरनेशनल एयरपोर्ट नहीं है। इसके लिए हम सब जिम्मेदार है कि नहीं है? उधर देना है कि नहीं है? पूर्वोदय जब बात करते हैं, और इतना बड़ा स्टेट, इतना जनाबा, इतना पॉपुलेशन, और यू डोंट वांट टू डू एनीथिंग। और मकाना, इसीलिए हमने अनाउंस किया कि पूरे श्री अन्न के लिए पूरे 1 साल गया।
और बुद्धिज़्म के कारण टूरिस्ट की आबादी, इंटरनेशनल टूरिस्ट्स बहुत आते हैं बिहार में, लेकिन उनको हम 1 रात या 2 रात रुकवा नहीं पाते। हाँ। और हम उसमें डॉलर लूज कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, सो टूरिज्म के नाते भी क्या हम बिहार को जो शानदार हिस्ट्री को दिखाते हैं, दर्शाते हैं हमारे, उनके लिए एयरपोर्ट देना मन में दुख आता है। और कल कोई बताया कि बिहारी दिखता है, अरे बिहार क्या बाग नहीं है भारत में? और बिहार के स्किल्ड, सेमी स्किल्ड वर्कर्स पूरे देश में जा रहे हैं, क्या उनके गांव में ठीक काम नहीं होना चाहिए?
बिल्कुल। एक और बहुत अहम स्कीम आपने कल अनाउंस की है, वो है SC ST और महिलाओं के लिए, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए बिना कोलैटरल के लोन वाला। हाँ। उसका ज़रा डिटेल अगर आप समझें।
हाँ, ये पहले आपको मालूम होगा कि स्टैंड अप एक स्कीम चलता था स्टार्टअप के साथ साथ, उसमें हमें बहुत अच्छा परिणाम मिला, और उसमें और ज़्यादा लोगों को जोड़ने के लिए ये सोचता। और हर एक जगह जहाँ भी एक बैंक हो, उस बैंक का एक ब्रांच, सिर्फ एक ब्रांच रहने में, उस ब्रांच को हम बोल रहे हैं कि एक कम से कम SC, एक कम से कम ST और एक कम से कम महिला के लिए आप कुछ ना कुछ उनके इनोवेटिव एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बढ़ाने के लिए आप मदद करो, और उसके लिए पूरे सिक्योरिटी केंद्र सरकार देगी। सो वो व्यक्ति जो आता है, SC और ST और महिला जो आते हैं, उनके हाथों से हम कोई सिक्योरिटी लेने का आवश्यकता नहीं है। उनके पास बिजनेस आइडिया है, अच्छा कर सकते हैं, उनको दो मदद, और हम स्टैंड करते हैं गारंटी। यही स्कीम है, अभी बढ़ा रहे हैं
जी। रूरल सेक्टर
नाम नहीं है अभी तक, एक
हाँ,
अच्छा सा नाम आएगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो नाम बताना है क्या?
हाँ बताइए।
नहीं, आप बताएंगे?
नहीं, पूरे
अच्छा, ढूंढ रहे हैं।
हाँ, अच्छा नाम जो आएगा उसको हम जरूर लगाएंगे उसमें।
तो हम लोग क्या ये NDTV के दर्शकों को कह सकते हैं कि वित्त मंत्री जी आपसे नाम मांग रही हैं और वो भेजें?
हाँ भेजिए, जरूर भेजिए।
इंटरेस्टिंग, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर दिस। रूरल प्रॉस्पेरिटी, ताकि लोग मजबूरी में माइग्रेट ना करें और भी सब स्टैंडर्ड ज़िंदगी जीने के लिए, ये एक मुद्दा सामने रहा है। रूरल डेवलपमेंट ओवरऑल है। और तीसरा एग्रीकल्चर। तो हुआ क्या है कल दरअसल कि वो 12 लाख के चक्कर में ये दूसरी हेडलाइंस थोड़ी सी दब गई हैं, लेकिन वो सब बड़े अहम अनाउंसमेंट आपने किए हैं, जैसे प्रधानमंत्री धन धान्य कृषि योजना। तो उसमें क्या ऐसी चीज़ है जो आपको लगता है कि बड़ा ट्रिगर बनने जा रही है रूरल
ये धन धान्य, प्रधानमंत्री धन धान्य कृषि योजना, मैं मानती हूँ इट्स गोइंग टू बी अ गेम चेंजर। क्योंकि आप एक एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स का प्रोग्राम पिछले 4-5 साल से चल रही है। वो एक राज्य के अंदर ही अगर एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट उस लेवल तक नहीं है, राज्य के स्तर पर नहीं है, उससे कम है, उसको फोकस करके हर सोशल वेलफेयर एंड हेल्थ पैरामीटर्स को लेके चलने के लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ही सीधा डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ बात करके 116 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वो चला। वो अच्छा सैचुरेशन लेवल तक आए, प्राइमरी हेल्थ केयर आए, मोर्टालिटी रेट बच्चों का, इन्फेंट मोर्टालिटी रेट, मैटरनल मोर्टालिटी रेट, प्राइमरी हेल्थ सेंटर हो, स्कूल हो, पोषण हो, इन सब के ऊपर। अभी और पीएम ग्राम सड़क योजना ये सब भी उसको ब्लॉक स्तर पर लेके जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट स्तर पर हो गया। ब्लॉक अगर एक आध ब्लॉक उसमें और अटेंशन हम देना है तो उसके लिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी प्रगति प्रोग्राम के द्वारा महीने में एक बार उसको चेक भी करते हैं प्रोग्रेस। उसके जैसे मैं ये नहीं बोल रही वो एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स है, वो तो अलग है। एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्टिविटी में जो कम आ रहे हैं, एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्टिविटी कम रहने के कारण जो स्ट्रेस है, एग्रीकल्चर में स्ट्रेस है, एग्रीकल्चरल रिलेटेड एक्टिविटीज़ में कम पड़ने वाले जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स भारत देश में जितनी भी हों, उन सब के एक आंकड़ा लेने के बाद कम से कम 100 सच प्रोडक्टिविटी लो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स को हम लेके उसमें प्रोडक्टिविटी बनाने के लिए, अच्छा प्रोडक्टिविटी बनाने के लिए हाई यील्डिंग सीड्स, उधर जो भी उत्पादन हो, वो चावल ग्रोइंग एरिया हो सकता है या जोवर ग्रोइंग एरिया हो सकता है या कुछ श्री अन्न के क्षेत्र भी हो सकता है, उन क्रॉप्स के लिए हाई यील्डिंग सीड्स लेके जाना, किसान को स्किलिंग करना, मतलब इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम के तहत स्मॉल इरिगेशन को, माइनर इरिगेशन को लेके जाना, फिर उधर एग्रीकल्चर रिलेटेड अदर एक्टिविटीज़ का भी करना, जिससे माइग्रेशन का टेम्पटेशन नहीं होना चाहिए। फिर भी वो जा सकते हैं जो जाना चाहते हैं, मगर उधर अपॉर्चुनिटी अच्छा बढ़ाने में, एग्रीकल्चरली उसको इम्प्रूव करने में और वैल्यू एडेड इंडस्ट्री को उधर ले आने में फोकस्ड तरीके में। हर वैल्यू एडेड इंडस्ट्री हर जगह काम नहीं आ सकता है। उन डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो चाहिए उसको लेके जा करके उधर युवा को ट्रेन करके उनका चॉइस रहना चाहिए कि इधर है अपॉर्चुनिटी, फिर भी मैं जाना चाह रहा हूँ कहीं सिटी में, ठीक है जाओ, मगर इधर अपॉर्चुनिटी के कम के कारण नहीं जाना, अपॉर्चुनिटी हम इधर दिलवाएंगे। वो है वो करार
जी। ये गिग वर्कर्स के बारे में भी आपने एक कल अनाउंसमेंट किया, तो उसमें एग्जैक्टली उनको मिलेगा क्या?
तुरंत हम रजिस्ट्रेशन इन ई श्रम पोर्टल में उनके नाम भर्ती करना, फिर उनके डिटेल्स उसमें आएगा, फिर उनको आइडेंटिटी दिलवाना और उनको तुरंत पीएम आयुष्मान भारत स्कीम में उनको जोड़ना, जिससे 5 लाख रुपया तक उनको मुफ्त में इलाज मिलेगा जी। ये तुरंत होगा उनके लिए।
ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है क्योंकि ये लोग बहुत क्रिटिकल काम करते हैं, हमारे अर्बन लाइफ के एकदम इंटीग्रेटेड पार्ट हो गए हैं। दूसरा, इंडियन पोस्टल डिपार्टमेंट के बारे में भी एक स्कीम थी, वो भी इट इज़ क्वाइट, आई एम क्यूरियस टू नो मोर अबाउट।
आई एम हैप्पी यू आस्क्ड दिस क्वेश्चन। मुझे बहुत एक सेंस ऑफ ग्रेटिफिकेशन इसमें से मिलता है, क्योंकि मैं इसमें बहुत ही एक उदाहरण मैं आपके सामने रखना चाहती हूँ। बचपन से हम सबको भी टाउन्स में, विलेजेस में, अगर केंद्र सरकार या सरकार के द्वारा जो भी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आकर के हर फैमिली से जुड़ता है, वो डाक सेवक होता है। ग्राम में आप आकर के सेना में भर्ती हुए कोई परिवार में उनके आवागमन, मतलब हिस कमिंग बैक होम, उसके ऊपर मैसेज आना है या दुख के खबर आना है, वो ही ले आता था। या कोई एप्लीकेशन जॉब के लिए डाले, आपको जॉब मिल गया, वो शुभ खबर भी वही ले आता था। सो ही यूज्ड टू बी फॉर एवरीथिंग। आज भी वो इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी लेके जाता है, कॉमन सर्विस सेंटर के काम करते हैं और पोस्टल का करते हैं। आजकल कुरियर सर्विस भी उनके द्वारा हो रही है और हर गांव में पंचायत स्तर पर कम से कम एक पोस्ट ऑफिस है, उसमें पेमेंट बैंक का ऑपरेशन भी आजकल हो रही है। सो जब इतना बड़ा नेटवर्क भारत देश के हाथ में है, गांव-गांव तक है, क्या उनको हम बेहतर उपयोग कर नहीं सकते? इसीलिए ये अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है कि उनका लॉजिस्टिक्स के लिए भी हम उपयोग करेंगे और देश भर के मूवमेंट ऑफ गुड्स के लिए वो काम में आएंगे। लोकली विश्वकर्मा लोग या वो लोकली छोटे हैंडीक्राफ्ट्स का एक्सपोर्टर, उन सब को भी वो पॉइंट ऑफ रेफरेंस होगा एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए और रॉ मटेरियल रिसीव करने के लिए भी। और ये लॉजिस्टिक्स एस्पेक्ट एक है। दूसरा, उनके पेमेंट बैंक का काम जो होता है, इंडिया पोस्ट पेमेंट बैंक, उसका भी कैपेसिटी बढ़ाएंगे।
बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग ये 2-3 इंटरवेंशंस हैं, क्योंकि रोज़ाना लाइफ में दिखलाई पड़ते हैं तो पता चलता है लोगों को। अब एक सवाल और है मेरा, और वो ये है कि अगेन कमिंग बैक टू विकसित भारत, टू काइंड ऑफ वाइंड अप आवर कन्वर्सेशन, विकसित भारत के लिए जो समय काल है 2047 का, उसके लिए जिस तेज़ी से दौड़ने की ज़रूरत है, जाहिर है कि हम लोग कई बार क्रिटिसिज्म में बोलते हैं कि ये सरकार बिग बैंग काम नहीं करती है, इंक्रीमेंटल काम करती है। एक्चुअली अब लगता है कि इंक्रीमेंटलिज्म इज़ अ गुड थिंग। तो मैं ये समझना चाहता हूँ आपसे कि जो ग्लोबल हेडविंड है, जो अनसर्टेनिटी और अनप्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी नई इंट्रोड्यूस हो गई है, उसमें भारत के एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर के जो कंसर्न्स हैं वो रहेंगे, लेकिन तब भी हम अपने आप को उनसे इंसुलेट कैसे करेंगे इस गोल को अचीव करने के लिए?
ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस में शिपिंग का उदाहरण इतना विस्तार से इसीलिए बोला कि कैपेसिटी हमारे अगर हाथ में रहता, हम ही शिप बिल्ड करते, कंटेनर्स बिल्ड करते, और ग्लोबल ट्रेड के लिए हम जितना अभी चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं उसका, ऐसे ही ड्रग्स में हम, मतलब मेडिसिन बल्क ड्रग्स में हम अच्छा करते हैं, उसके लिए हम कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करना है। ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस हमें बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स में दिखाई दे सकता है, उसके लिए हम तैयार भी रहना चाहिए, अच्छा अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ पे उपयोग करना। मगर अगर चैलेंज आता है कि किसी देश के ऊपर, मतलब किसी देश को हम जाके मार्केट कर नहीं सकते हमारे गुड्स, नया मार्केट ढूंढ लेना, ऐसे करके बहुत सारे ओपनिंग करना है। और जब इन्वेस्टमेंट आता है एक देश से, उन देश में इंटरेस्ट भी बढ़ता है भारत के सक्सेस के ऊपर। हम हमारे पैसे, हमारे कॉरपोरेशंस, हमारे कंपनी जाकर भारत में पूंजी निवेश करें, तो माई इंटरेस्ट इन कीपिंग इंडिया गोइंग वेल विल ऑल्सो बी इन्वॉल्व। सो बायलैटरल रिलेशनशिप बढ़ाना और नेगोशिएशंस करने में उनके साथ अंडरस्टैंड करके नेगोशिएशन करना। सो ये एक डिपार्टमेंट का काम नहीं, पूरे होल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच में एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स भी, इंडस्ट्री भी, हमारे फिनांस के द्वारा कस्टम्स भी, और इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटियाँ साइन करने का ताकत भी, ये सब।
तो बेसिकली ट्रेड और टैरिफ जो रिस्ट्रिक्शंस और प्रोटेक्शनिज्म की जो बात हो रही है, उसको लेकर के मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया के कंसर्न्स काफ़ी होंगे कि कैसे हम उनसे दोस्ती भी रखें और कैसे अपना बिजनेस बढ़ाएं, क्योंकि अब एक्सपोर्ट करना थोड़ा सा मुश्किल भी हो सकता है।
हाँ, इसीलिए एक्सपोर्ट प्रमोशन का मिशन हमने इस बजट में अनाउंस किया, जिसमें बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स हैं। न्यू मार्केट के लिए फैसिलिटेट करना और एक्सपोर्टर्स को सपोर्ट करना, ECGC जैसे एक्सपोर्ट क्रेडिट गारंटी कॉर्पोरेशन के द्वारा, एक्सिम बैंक जैसे एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट करने वाले का, क्रेडिट फाइनेंस करने वाले का, सब इनका कैपेसिटी बढ़ाना, ECGC का, एक्सिम का कैपेसिटी बढ़ाना, जो कि एक्सपोर्टर्स का जितना चाहिए उतना हम हेल्प कर पाएंगे। ऐसे ही लाइन ऑफ क्रेडिट के द्वारा बहुत सारे जाकर के फॉरेन कंट्रीज़ में प्रोजेक्ट लेते हैं, उनको कैसे सपोर्ट करना। फिर लेदर गुड्स का अनाउंसमेंट हुआ, कुछ इंपोर्ट करने का रिस्ट्रिक्शंस टैरिफ में रिमूव किया, एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए मिनिमम एक्सपोर्ट प्राइस था उसको हटाया। लेबर इंटेंसिव टॉयज हब भारत बनना है, उसके लिए कैसे टैरिफ के रूट से, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स के लिए सपोर्ट कैसे, तुरंत उसमें एक्सपोर्ट करने के लिए टैरिफ का विषय में, और इंपोर्ट करने के लिए कस्टम्स ड्यूटी रिमूव करने में बहुत सारे स्टेप्स इस बजट में घोषणा हुई है। सो लेबर इंटेंसिव, लेदर, टेक्सटाइल्स, टॉयज, मरीन प्रोडक्ट्स, इन सब के लिए प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए बहुत सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए।
वेल थॉट स्ट्रेटजी है। एक सेक्टर और छूट गया हमारी चर्चा में, वो है डिफेंस का, क्योंकि कल कुछ ऐसी कमेंट्रीज आई थी कि डिफेंस सेक्टर को लेकर के थोड़ा सा डिसअपॉइंटमेंट है, क्योंकि उसमें भी बहुत प्रायोरिटाइजेशन और काम की ज़रूरत है, लेकिन कुछ अनाउंसमेंट नहीं आया।
नहीं, डिफेंस का मामले में अनाउंसमेंट नहीं और कम भी नहीं हुआ अलॉटमेंट। हम हर बार ये जानबूझ करके, डिफेंस पेंशन्स अलग है, डिफेंस प्रोक्योरमेंट और रिलेटेड एक्सपेंस अलग है, दोनों को कम ना करते हुए आगे कैसे ले जाना उसके ऊपर ध्यान देते हैं। इस बार भी डिफेंस का बजट में कुछ कटौती नहीं है, मगर डिफेंस का बजट का पेक्यूलियरिटी हम समझना चाहिए। जिस साल उनको पेमेंट करने का आता है उस साल ज़्यादा प्रोविजनिंग करना होता है, जिस साल वो ऑर्डर पे करते हैं उनके लिए पहले इंस्टॉलमेंट देने का होता है, उनका लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोजेक्ट प्लान होता है, LTPP बोलते हैं, उसके अनुसार उनका प्रोक्योरमेंट का सिस्टम होता है अगर इंपोर्ट हो। मगर हम आनंद से ये बात को याद दिलाना चाहती हूँ और हम रिकग्नाइज भी करना चाहिए कि नियरली इफ़ आई नो राइट 60% आजकल भारत में प्रोड्यूस्ड हुए कंपोनेंट्स को ही डिफेंस लोग खरीदते हैं। विदेश से इंपोर्ट करना स्पेसिफिक लार्ज टिकट कुछ है तो भी वो अलग है, बट मेनली रनिंग कंज्यूमेबल सब कुछ आज भारत से ही खरीद रहे हैं। हमारी डिफेंस प्रोडक्शन सिर्फ भारत के लिए नहीं, एक्सपोर्ट का भी हो रही है। दैट इज व्हाई आई थिंक वी हैव क्रॉस्ड 25,000 crores अर्निंग विद डिफेंस कंपोनेंट्स गोइंग एक्सपोर्ट।
एक आखिरी सवाल कि कॉस्ट ऑफ कैपिटल टू बिकम कॉम्पिटिटिव काफ़ी कुछ करने की ज़रूरत है, तो एक एग्जांपल के तौर पर अगर मैं समझना चाहूँ कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की भी अभी जो ज़रूरत है उसमें प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग के तौर पर बहुत ज़्यादा सहूलियत देने की ज़रूरत है, उस पर कोई थॉट?
प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर लेंडिंग का वेरी क्लियरली वी आर आइडेंटिफाइंग MSMEs का जो जाना है, एग्रीकल्चर का जो जाना, एग्रीकल्चर को आपने देखा होगा कि किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड के द्वारा जो 2 लाख रुपया पर किसान ले सकते थे, अभी वो बढ़ा करके 5 लाख तक हमने बढ़ाया, विच इज़ ऑल्सो इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन दिया हुआ है। 7% सीलिंग इंटरेस्ट का होता है और केंद्र सरकार 1.5 तक देती है। अगर एक किसान समय पर उसको वापस करता है, लोन सर्विसिंग ठीक है उनका, 3% का इंसेंटिव बाद में मिलता है। सो ऐसे प्रायोरिटी सेक्टर के लिए विस्तार कर रहे हैं, ना कि कम करना। और उसमें MSME के लोन के ऊपर भी बहुत SIDBI के द्वारा अच्छा आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, क्लस्टर्स में बैंक ब्रांचेस रख रहे हैं।
जी मैम, आपका बहुत शुक्रिया। इसमें से बहुत सारे पर्सपेक्टिव भी क्लियर हुए और बहुत सारी नई बातें भी सामने आई। आपको एक बार फिर से, जिसको कहते हैं बिल्कुल निर्विवाद बजट, इस बजट की क्रिटिसिज्म की कितनी भी कोशिश कर लें बहुत ही मुश्किल है, और ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंजिंग काम है जिसको आपने अकम्प्लिश किया है। बहुत बहुत बधाई इसके लिए आपको।
धन्यवाद जी, धन्यवाद।
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
चला चला पटकन पटकन।
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26. That there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही RRR है। इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है।
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं ना ही, प्रेम गली अति साकरी जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit. Hello and welcome. This is KYC, a show designed to give regular investors powerful, actionable insights into the fundamentals of a single NSE listed company every day. Today we are taking up Inox Wind. It's been a fantastic last 12 months for this particular company, not only on the back of the changes that the company has seen in fundamentals, but also in terms of price action. There's certainly been a lot of outperformance. And as usual, let me start by telling you about what this particular company does. It is part of the Inox Group and one of the leading companies, in fact, as far as this particular group is concerned. It does look at the business, it is in the business of manufacturing wind turbine generators. It in fact has a manufacturing capacity of around 2.5 gigawatts across 4 facilities. And well, at the moment, it also has a considerably large order book of around 3.3 gigawatts. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, that's what it has. So it does seem like it has plenty in terms of visibility going forward. Now, Inox Wind is a fully integrated company in terms of wind energy. Particularly, it's a maker of wind turbine generators, but it also provides other renewable solutions, and it is essentially also an EPC service provider. Inox Green, of course, is also a provider of operations and maintenance solutions, and Inox Renewables and Inox Green are Inox Wind subsidiaries. So that's just in case there's any confusion as to where Inox Renewables and Inox Green comes through and what role they have to play as far as Inox Wind is concerned. On a consolidated basis, however, Inox Wind is what we are looking at and going to try and figure out this company in this show today. So as usual, what we usually do is we talk about how the company has done over the past few years, and keeping the income statement in mind, the kind of order book that the company currently has. We talk about the balance sheets and the cash flows as well, and how things are panning out there for the particular company. And moving on, we talk about other factors like return ratios, shareholding pattern, how the stock has done, as well as what the street is making of this particular company. So let's start by taking a look at the income statement. And when it comes to the income statement, it's actually done quite well over the past 3 years at least. So it has seen its revenue move from 700 odd crores back in FY22 all the way to nearly 1800 crores in FY24. In fact, as of the first 9 months of FY25, it has already surpassed the kind of revenues it has seen in FY24. So it does seem like it's going to be one of the strongest years that the company has seen. Let's talk about profitability as well. Perhaps we can take out, how things have panned out when it comes to EBITDA. And from a large negative of around 430 crores and 667 odd crores in terms of an operating loss in FY22, FY23, in the 9 months of FY25, the company has already become profitable, and by quite a margin. So there is a considerable amount of change in the company and the prospects for this particular company going in. Now, this is as far as, of course, your EBITDA trends too. Let's move on and talk about your several other margins, but perhaps we can bring out margins as well. So for FY24, your EBITDA margins coming in at around 18%, and the first 9 months, again, your margins coming in at around 23%. It's something that we're going to take up with the management too. But it does seem like, based on all of this, the company is on an ascending trajectory, and it does look like there's a lot of improvement in a lot of metrics, which is why, at least as far as its income statement is concerned, we're going to give the company a thumbs up. Let's move on and talk about its order book position. This is another important one because this actually gives you an idea of the visibility for the company. And as you can see, we are looking at a steady growth in your order book as well for Inox Wind. Back in the second quarter of FY24, that order book stood at around 1.3 gigawatts, a little less than that, eventually going to 2.5 gigawatts back in the start of FY25, and 9 months down the line, that particular order book currently stands at around 3.3 gigawatts. It's something that we're going to talk to the management about as well. And the order book revenue visibility stands at around 19,700 crores over the next 2 to 3 years. And the company earns an average 6 crores per megawatt. So it is considerable. It's also something that we're going to keep an eye on as well. But overall, in terms of visibility as well, we're going to give it a thumbs up to the company. So that's 2 thumbs up so far. Let's talk about the balance sheet then. And this is another interesting one here. What we are seeing is, equity shareholders' funds or values, in general, we're looking at about 323 odd crores. That's the net worth of the company. As far as its borrowing is concerned, that stands at around 403 odd crores. That's its overall gross borrowing. But its cash balance stands at around 361 crores, which actually takes its net debt to a very, very negligible number at the moment. So it's actually favorable for the company. It does seem like the company is sitting on a fairly strong balance sheet position as well. So, no issues there either. So it's going to be a thumbs up as far as the balance sheet is concerned too. Do remember, these values are for the first half of FY25, and there has been an improvement in terms of its operating metrics over FY24 as well, which is why it's going to be a thumbs up. Now, let's come to maybe one or two concerns here, and the return ratios. So when it comes to the return on capital employed, as one might expect, because of the fact that the company is coming out of operational losses, naturally the return ratios are going to be in the negative right now. But the positive is that these return ratios, that is, the negativity is reducing, and because of that, we're going to give it a neutral rating. So the return on capital employed ratio is looking at an improvement, even though it is moving into the red. It does seem like it's poised to move into the green at the moment, considering the kind of order flows that the company is seeing and the kind of operational metric that we have seen in terms of its order, or rather income statement as well as the balance sheet. So that's going to be another positive, and hence I'm going to give this one a neutral rating. Moving on to cash flows, again, because of the fact this is a capital intensive, business, we're looking at your overall cash flows from operations turning positive at around 22 odd crores, and net cash flows from operations as well has turned positive in the first half. But because it's just the first half, we'll wait for the financial year to end, and that will give us a better picture of how cash flows have panned out. This is as far as your overall financial statements are concerned, coming down to Inox Wind. The real question is that if you look beyond the financial statements, and they certainly do indicate a lot of improvement over the last few years, where do the other metrics stand? So let's talk about the shareholding pattern. At the moment, we do know that the Inox Group holds about a little over 48% in the company. We have a considerable amount of high institutional holding in the company. So when it comes to DIIs and FIIs, again, DII is holding 9.8%. It's also seen an increase in the DII holding. FII holding, on the other hand, has seen a little bit of a drop, but it still stands at well over 15.2%, 15.3%, close to that. And your public shareholding, well, that largely stands at around 26.7%. So what's really exchanged hands is just between DIIs and FIIs, and I'd reckon that the FII decline is also not necessarily because of the company itself, but because of the overall environment with respect to capital markets in general, not necessarily to do anything with Inox Wind, which is why we'll give this one a thumbs up as well. So pretty steady when it comes to the financial statements, pretty steady when it comes to the shareholding at the moment. Now let's come to the more interesting part here, and that is how the company has done. Now, over the last 6 months, the company has declined around 4%. But Inox Wind has outperformed the chunk of the broader market indices. So the Nifty Mid Cap Index or the Nifty Small Cap Index, hasn't done as well. In fact, in the last 1 year, it has moved up around 35%, and this is about, well, if I'm not mistaken, about 4 to 5 times better than what we've seen as far as the mid-cap index is concerned. So it's going to be a thumbs up overall. There's been a significant amount of outperformance here as far as the company is concerned in terms of the returns that it has given, rather the returns the stock price has given to the shareholders. So it's going to be another thumbs up. Just want to point out, over the last 5 years, it's moved up 17 times. So it's a clear multi-bagger. There's no doubt about that as well. And perhaps over the last 5 years, there's been yet another staggering outperformance as far as the particular company is concerned. Moving down to street coverage, what is the street making of this particular aspect? What is this particular company? So we don't have a lot of analysts. We have about 6 analysts on the street who cover Inox Wind. And it does seem like that they are bullish as far as Inox Wind is concerned. So firstly, we have 5 out of 6 buys on this particular company, just 1 hold and no sells on this particular company. And in fact, the consensus target at the moment, as far as this list of analysts is concerned, indicates an upside of around 40% from current market levels. So it does seem like at least analysts are looking favorably at Inox Wind at this point in time, especially given the market conditions right there. So it's going to be a thumbs up here as well. So if you consider all the factors that we've spoken about with respect to where the company is, and I'm not going to talk too much about the valuations, because if we consider just the price to earnings valuation, it may not necessarily be a fair picture, because like I mentioned, that the company's come out of losses very, very recently, and naturally the price to earnings ratio is going to be considerably large, which is why we thought that it would be a better idea to perhaps judge the company on several other parameters. And hence, when you come down to all these other parameters, let's take a look at how things are shaping up. So income statement, order book, balance sheet, all thumbs up. It's a neutral for cash flows. Moving on, again a thumbs up for perhaps the shareholding pattern, and certainly a very strong one in terms of what the company has done, or rather what the price of the share has done over the past few years, along with street coverage, which is also a thumbs up. And that brings us a total score for the company at around 6.5 out of 8. So certainly on a very, very strong footing. Want to end this particular segment of the show by talking about the management commentary in terms of guidance, and perhaps we can get a better picture, an updated picture from the management. The full year margins are expected to be at around 17%, and they are looking at targeting an execution of around maybe 800 megawatts in FY25 and about another 1200 megawatts in FY26. But we'll get more clarifications on this particular aspect. I'm going to get in the management of the company as well, but for this particular conversation, I am also joined by my colleague Neeraj Shah, who's going to perhaps help us shed more light on the particular company. Neeraj, thanks for joining in.
Glad to be here, Agam. Yeah. I don't know how much more I can add after all the fabulous explaining that you've done already on this one.
Well, thanks, man.
But I mean, the one thing that you said, Agam, is very true, that for this sector at large, Inox Wind, Suzlon, etc., the past is not an indication of what the future will be, because the sector has come out of the losses. So I think that's a very important factor to consider. And maybe 4 years, 5 years out, we can look at the past and then try and ask whether they can actually do an encore of what they've done in the last 5 years over the next 5. But maybe that is something that is reserved for the future, I would reckon.
Right, absolutely. So, well, on that note, let's get in Devansh Jain. He's the Executive Director at Inox GFL Group, who joins us on the show. Devansh, good morning. Thanks for joining in. Devansh, first and foremost, I'm going to take a view on the entire sector at the moment, the current environment for wind energy in general. I know that the government has ambitious plans when it comes to not just renewables, but for wind specifically as well. You have a current order backlog of around 3.3 gigawatts at the moment. Can you give us an idea about what more opportunities present themselves in the current environment, keeping in mind what the government has in store, and what role can Inox Wind play here?
Hi, good morning, Agam. Good morning, Neeraj. Glad to be back. So first and foremost, maybe just a little bit on the budget. I think the recent budget maintains a very, very strong focus on RE capacity addition in India and supports Make in India with the National Clean Manufacturing Mission. I think it reduces a lot of noise around the sector over the last couple of, I would say, weeks since the US President's statements around renewable energy. Having said that, I think one thing which was always very clear, barring sentiment, was the fact that Trump's policies have zero impact on India's renewables mission and on India's wind sector, because the entire Indian wind sector is a domestic play. And India's larger renewable ambitions were all eventually moving towards a domestic manufacturing kind of an environment. And I think that's been more than evidently put forth in this budget, where they've given a huge impetus, huge clarity, line of sight to domestic manufacturing for green hydrogen equipment, electrolyzers, wind turbines, and solar cells. So I think we're very excited, very bullish, and I think it only increases our ambitions as we move forward, given that the government is absolutely gung-ho about renewable energy. I think also the recent statements from them to kind of strengthen and improve intrastate transmission infrastructure is very helpful, because you've had a lot of the renewables coming up on the ISTS grid, the central grid. And I think by focusing on strengthening the state infrastructure and grid, I think you'll be able to do a lot more consumption at local consumption points or at far-flung consumption points. So that's a little bit with respect to how we see the budget and how we see the sector moving forward. Specifically on the wind side, I think the government's mission is very, very clear, very strong. I think we're looking at, in terms of various government statements, every quarter comes and goes. But I think the government really is targeting for about 10 gigawatts of wind every year from central and state tenders and hybrid FDRE tenders. Over and above that, you have the C&I market, which is very large. Now, if you're going to put all of that together, you're probably going to see almost 15 gigawatts of wind requirements every year. But I think, realistically, we would see the wind sector doing about 6 gigawatts next year. And thereafter, that's FY26. And FY27, I would expect it to be around 8 gigawatts and kind of keep moving, moving up, as we move forward. I mean, that's almost doubling of the markets in the next year, and then further, almost 40-50% increase in the next financial year. Having said that, I think also it's a very unique opportunity in India, given that you primarily have possibly two players in a duopolistic market for turnkey operations. And I think we probably are the largest players on the turnkey side. We have the largest project development pipeline in the country. And with our, recent foray into Inox Solar at the group level, I think we're probably the only player, certainly in India and probably only globally, which is offering absolutely unique, comprehensive solutions, transgressing the entire ecosystem from development, execution, to wind, to solar, to O&M services, and eventually battery as well, which is a large part of the group as we move forward.
Yeah. So Devansh, glad to hear that you were constructive on the budget. I would love to ask the next question in two parts. One is the updates, right? I'm believing you're sticking to 800 and 1200 megawatts for FY25 and 26. But I reckon in order to do 800, you need to do what, 331 megawatts in Q4, if my math is not completely wrong. On track to do that, part one. Okay, let's start with this. Are you on track to do 331 in Q4?
So Neeraj, I won't talk about specific numbers, but yes, we maintain our guidance for FY25 and we maintain our guidance for FY26. Just with respect, adding a point around that, there are a lot of questions around margin, given that we've guided for about 17%.
I'm coming to that. Devansh, I'm coming to that. Sorry, but just one more follow-up there. I heard you say that it'll be 6 gigawatts in FY26, 8 gigawatts in FY27. If you do 1,200, hypothetically, let's work with that hypothesis. And if you do 1,200 out of 6, that keeps you at 20% of the market share, right? And then if the market moves to 8 gigawatts, if I presume that you are going to do only 20%, then you probably reach 1,600 megawatts. I'm presuming you were not going to be satisfied with a constant market share. Is it safe to assume that you will be higher than 1,600, closer to 1,800 or 2 gigawatts in 27?
Neeraj, we've publicly guided for 800 this year, 1,200 FY26, and 2 gigawatt plus in FY27.
Okay. So you're confident with
that?
Okay.
We've already said about 25% plus. And that's, if you notice over the past 3 or 4 quarters, we've virtually upgraded guidances and volume targets every quarter. This is probably the first quarter where we said, let's do something different rather than upgrading guidances every quarter. Let the market now visualize where we're headed. It's not rocket science to extrapolate what the current numbers are and what they would look like as we end FY25.
Okay. The next follow-up that I have is that I was listening to a conversation that you were having earlier, and Inox Solar, right? And Inox Solar, Inox Wind gives you the capability to bid for hybrid orders. Now, your executions as you had planned earlier, did they factor in the hybrid order wins from Inox Wind, Inox Solar combined, part one? And if not, and maybe leave that 2 gigawatt target independently, is there some ballpark estimate of what's the kind of hybrid order wins that you can do with both of these entities combined in let's say the next 2 years?
Look, let me just clarify. First and foremost, Inox Solar is in the private domain.
Agreed.
But it complements the entire larger group. So whatever statements we've made and guidances we've given out for Inox Wind are all relevant to Inox Wind until now. Inox Solar came up only about a quarter ago.
Exactly.
So what Inox Solar really does is enables Inox Wind to participate now in hybrid tenders, FDRE tenders. It also enables our EPC arm and our O&M arm, which are under Inox Wind, right? Inox Green and Inox Renewable Solutions, to further increase their profitability, business opportunities, and obviously at the end of the day, Inox Wind wins if they're going to supply more and more hybrid projects. Now, as we've stated, 1,200 megawatts next year and say 2 gigawatt thereafter for wind. On the solar side, the solar market is much larger in India. Having said that, if typically wind goes at about 6 crores a megawatt, solar, the cell modules got about 1.5 crore per megawatt. So let's not get overexcited about just megawatt numbers. In terms of revenue, we have 4 times the revenue of one cell and module. But I think we would target, as we move forward in the next 2 years, about 10% of the solar market in India, very clearly. I think we have one of the strongest moats in the business. We understand the sector inside out. We have some of the largest common infrastructure assets in the country today. Our O&M capabilities are far, far more complex than solar, which I would say is fairly run-of-the-mill. So I think we should be looking at a very, very large play on that side as well, which would only aid our EPC and O&M business in Inox Wind.
So Devansh, you don't have, I think your balance sheet is in a very comfortable position at this point in time. You can correct me if I'm wrong there, but I think it looks good at this point in time. Considering your execution targets, there will be a lot of working capital requirement. Does that mean that you will potentially need to raise funds down down 2 quarters, 3 quarters down the line? And if you would you need to consider debt or equity, or do you think that at the moment your internal accruals are enough for you to deal with whatever you have in terms of your order book?
Look, I think we've stated that fairly clearly. We're a net cash balance sheet. There is no question of raising capital at the Inox Wind level. We're throwing up significant free cash flows, and we had said that H2 would be fairly large free cash flows. We've put in our working capital, which was required to ramp up this business, and I would say that given our profitability numbers look extremely strong, we would be in a position where we would be throwing up such fairly large amounts of capital, which in fact we'll probably have to put a dividend policy in place to return back to shareholders.
Okay. And Devansh, at the moment, with respect to the pricing environment, are there any concerns at this point in time?
In terms of pricing for wind equipment?
Yes, yes, yes.
Look, we're virtually sold out for the next 2 years. So I don't think I don't think there's any challenge around that. Let's also not forget what's happening now is you've really got 2, 3 players in the sector, strong players, right? In terms of EPC capability, possibly just 2 players, we being the largest in the EPC segment. And with more and more focus on domestic content requirement, and I believe there will be more steps taken, this is going to just become very, very tough for some of our Chinese counterparts to even do anything. I mean, first and foremost, in terms of quality and long-term capability, I think it's chalk and cheese. Number one. Number two, I think with domestic content requirement effectively coming in, and I think the budget is in fairly giving enough hints around that. I think this is only going to make our positioning stronger and stronger in the Indian market. So I think there's no question of pricing pressure. I think we're being very selective in the kind of people we want to work with. We want to work with strong, credible players who have the capability to either execute, if it's equipment supply, or where we are doing turnkey for them. Those who have the ability to raise capital and pay, and not just make excuses for the sake of making excuses. I think the sector's learned a lot over the past 5 to 6 years, and certainly we are using our learnings of these years to be very careful and selective with whom we work and how we work.
All right, fair enough. Point taken, Devansh. On that note, thanking you for joining us and giving us a lot more insight and clarity with respect to your business here. But and of course, thanking Neeraj for joining us and making this cameo on my show. But yes, on that note, it's a wrap on this edition of KYC. Lots more lined up on the other side. Stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26 that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही आर है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं नाही. प्रेम गली अति साकरी, जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Welcome. You're watching The Big Question. I'm Tamanna Inamdar. The global tariff wars have begun and the world is reeling. From a meltdown in cryptocurrencies to equities and crude, everything is in turmoil. Here is what has happened in the last 48 hours. On the 1st of February, President Trump slapped 25% tariffs on imports from two of the United States' biggest trading partners, Mexico and Canada. Energy resources from Canada will have a lower tariff at 10%. 10% additional levies have also been slapped on China. All these countries have come under Trump's tariff wrath for what the US president has called a failure to curb illegal immigration and smuggling of drug fentanyl into the United States. At the same time, these countries are top contributors to the US's $1 trillion trade deficit. All three countries have vowed to retaliate to the tariffs. Both Canada and Mexico said they were preparing similar tariffs on the US. In fact, Canada has gone ahead and imposed 25% tariffs and taken off American liquor from their shelves. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has said that now there should be only made in Canada goods that are bought by Canadians. China has said it would take necessary countermeasures to defend its legitimate rights and interests, has promised to raise the issue at the WTO. Now, the implementation of tariffs and the subsequent retaliation could mark the start of a new era of global trade wars in an already volatile geopolitical situation. The impact is already being felt. Like we said, there have been impact on all asset classes. As for India, despite repeatedly criticizing India's tariff structure and calling India tariff king, tariff abuser, Trump's latest round does not mention India. And of course, big part of it is because in our recently concluded union budget, there have been tariff reductions from India's side on some goods imported from the United States. You will remember we said on this program that this is something we are reporting will happen, and this has been confirmed in the union budget as well. But meanwhile, the question now becomes, is there an opportunity for Indian exports? With Trump tariffs, Indian exports could become more competitive in the global market. According to an analysis by Oxford Economics, India was the fourth largest beneficiary of trade diversions that occurred between 2017 and 2023 after Trump launched a tariff war with China in his first term. Which is why the big question today is, how will the tariff wars play out for India? To speak on this, I'm joined today by Gautam Chacharya. He's MD and Head Global Markets at UBS. Prachi Mishra, Director and Head ISAC Center for Public Policy, Ashoka University, is joining us. She's also an economist, former economist with the IMF. Ashok Malik, partner of the Asia Group and chair of the India practice at the Asia Group, is with us on the show today, as is Brahma Chilani, strategic affairs expert. Welcome to all of you, and thank you so much for speaking with us on the big question. Gautam, let me start with you and your take. And just before we get to the impact on India, let's set the stage of how far these tariff wars can go.
I think we have other experts to talk about how far the tariff wars can go, because it's also geopolitics. But purely from a market's perspective, there are two clear things to watch out for. One, any uncertainty, because we don't know how far the tariff wars will go. Any uncertainty is never good for markets. So that's the first comment. Second part is what our economists globally are analyzing and mentioning post the first set of tariffs is that this is a bigger growth shock than necessarily inflation shock for the relevant economies. And that's where the risk is more for India. Now, India, we all know, is less affected by what happens in terms of global trade compared to other emerging markets. But India does get impacted through two indirect but meaningful channels. One is what happens to global growth. If global growth or US growth slows down, it does impact India's exporters or even India's economy indirectly. And second is through the currency. If US dollar keeps strengthening, it will show up in local currency levels also.
Okay, so obviously tariff wars are not good for the world. The fear is that the global economy will slow down. To what extent? Let me come to Prachi Mishra on this. In terms of impact, because if you see it from Trump's point of view, he's saying these countries have to stop doing what they're doing, and he wants to close the trade deficit with them as far as America is concerned. There's $1.6 trillion of trade between America and these three nations. Do you think that these nations will buckle to some of these demands? This is also a negotiating tactic.
Thank you, Tamanna. Pleasure to be back. Let me start by, setting some facts right. I think you already described what has happened, but I think three things I think we should keep in mind. Number one is that energy trumps everything. So, as you mentioned, Canadian oil and energy products have been excluded. Second, I have to say that fear of inflation trumps everything too. So if you look at China, the baseline expectations were around a 20 percentage point additional tariffs on China, baseline, but the risks for additional tariffs, on some industrial products going to as much as 60 percentage points. This is not materialized. And one potential reason could be that, tariffs on China, especially on consumer goods, would have much larger effects on inflation.
So one of Trump's bold strategies was to argue that the previous administration let inflation go out of control, and this administration will not do the same. And third, I think this time is really different, and I think you pointed this out, that during the last administration, there was only threats to Mexico and Canada for 25% tariffs, but those never materialized. And this time, this is really a reality. But I mean, what remains to be seen is how long-lasting these are, because that's what is important for the behavioral response. And if you want to look at really the implications for the global economy, to look very systematically at what the implications for the United States are going to be, what the implications are going to be for countries like Mexico, Canada, China, which have already been, have had, facing tariff increases, and the rest of the world. And, there are lots of different mechanisms through which each of these components will get affected, and we have to keep that in mind. I'm happy to, talk in more detail about any of these. Let me stop here.
Okay, let me come to another part of it, about how seriously these are taken. And I'll start that with Ashok Malik, and let me contextualize that question and why I'm asking it. Because some of these tariffs are going to get implemented in true rigor from the 4th of February. It's also coming at a time when there are certain things that the Trump administration is asking for. Pressure now building on Justin Trudeau to come to the negotiating table. The Mexican head of state saying that she will as well. Ashok Malik, how seriously should we take these threats? In the sense, yes, they have been implemented or they have been announced. Will they really go through with it?
I think these are serious moves and serious threats. And yes, you're quite right. He is pushing for some sort of a deal and negotiation with America's premier trading allies, who he feels have got market access without giving much in return. Having said that, I do see a protectionist streak in America persisting even beyond any negotiation or any deal. And do remember, trade negotiations, even at the best of times, are difficult to achieve. And certainly not overnight. So am I hopeful of some sort of a grand trade deal before 4th February? That would be nice, but I don't think timelines are that contracted. The impact on Canada and Mexico is significant. Both those countries depend enormously on the US market. Something like 20% of Canada's GDP and 20% of Mexico's GDP is essentially exports to America. And you've already seen a run on the Canadian dollar. Both those countries will be enormously affected. And the calculations within the US would suggest that the inflation impact on the US economy is very manageable. It will lift inflation to about 3%, which for the moment seems manageable. So Trump is obviously negotiating hard and saying, give me a deal I can work with. I don't think the deal will come in a matter of weeks. It'll come in a matter of months, perhaps. More important, I don't see any let up, because he's promised significant tariffs on Europe, especially Germany, countries like Germany, which have trade surpluses with the US. He's promised that in 6 to 8 weeks. And then there's a universal tariff coming in April. So I think this will play out till early summer at least.
Yeah, no, maybe it's just getting started. You have proposed tariffs on the European Union. They have some strictures in South Africa as well. So, and then the universal tariff program. But Brahma Chilani, I'm wondering if you agree with that. And the context here is, look at what happened with Colombia and that whole negotiation there. If the ask is to go slow on immigration from, say, Canada, and the concerns around the push of fentanyl, etc., do you think that the two sides could come to the table and this could be averted as a full-blown tariff war?
Fentanyl and illegal migrants are only excuses. What Trump is seeking to do is to close all the bilateral trade deficits that the US has with different countries in the world. He views tariffs as a game-changing instrument to help fill America's coffers and bring manufacturing back to the US. It is not a coincidence that the 3 countries that he has targeted are the ones to whom American manufacturing has been principally outsourced. And he's doing what he vowed in his inaugural address. He said in his inaugural address that we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. He is going to shake up the global trading system. We should have no doubts about that. And I think the most significant of his tariff actions has been in relation to China.
Yeah.
If you recall what happened in the tariff war when Trump was in office in his first term, those tariffs were not lifted. In fact, they were not even lifted by Biden. They remain in place. What he has done now in his second term is to fire a warning shot against Beijing's bow by imposing an additional 10% tariff. This places Xi Jinping's regime in a predicament. Any retaliatory Chinese measures would likely invite further rounds of American tariffs, resulting in Beijing running out of US exports to target. This is exactly what happened in the first Trump administration when tariffs were initially slapped on China in 2018. But for Xi Jinping, doing little against Trump's latest punitive action would make Xi Jinping look weak at home. And also add to the fact that China's economic growth engine is sputtering. It cannot afford to get into a widening trade war with the US because this will likely have an international spillover. In sum, this will seriously harm China's interests. And this opening salvo against China that Trump has fired is just the opening salvo. More is to come. But make no mistake, those 10% new US tariffs on China will not be lifted. The 25% tariffs on Canada and Mexico are negotiable, but not the 10% US tariffs on China.
So a Wall Street Journal report today says that China has now presented or is preparing its first bid for negotiations, including allowing more US exports into their country, including taking TikTok off the table, in the sense looking at TikTok as a purely commercial deal. So perhaps more negotiations coming there as well, Brahmachalani?
Well, look at China's reaction. It vowed countermeasures, and the only countermeasure it has announced is taking the matter to the WTO. The WTO is now a toothless organization. There is no way that the WTO can address China's concerns over the latest punitive action of Trump. So it goes to show how limited the leverage that China has to deal with Trump's actions. And it actually is bracing for more punitive actions coming from Washington. So it's fearful that that this is just the opening round of action against Beijing, and that more will come. And I think this will clearly shake up the US-China relationship because, as you know, that China now increasingly depends on its exports to sustain its slowing economy. Exports have become the only sector that still thrives in China. And last year's figures show that China's trade reached almost trade reached nearly $1 trillion.
Right.
And so this heavy reliance on exports is going to erode because of Trump's strategy, not only to impose punitive action on Beijing, but to make it a wider tariff war, which will also co-opt America's allies and partners.
Okay. That, this sets me up beautifully for what is the core question today. And while we know tariff wars across the world means less trade between countries, more inflation in various pockets depending on which country produces what, it's just changing what the global world order is. The question is, what does it mean for India? And I know we're looking at it myopically because in the global picture, all right, not the biggest part of the pie, but from our context, maybe the most important. I'm going to come to Gautam first on this question.
So look, for India, from a markets and economic perspective, any slowdown in global growth has an impact. okay, we can always argue India is less sensitive to global trade, but it is sensitive. Any slowdown in global growth will hurt India's growth numbers. In terms of the markets, again, any uncertainty globally or any uncertainty non-US markets will hurt India, like we've seen in the last few months, where EM as an asset class has suffered. And along with that, we have seen foreigners selling India also. And third part is what it means for markets in terms of broader sectors and all. Again, there are sectors which should be less affected, and there are sectors which will be more affected. IT services should actually be least affected, also helped by currency, while the local consumption, etc., should be broadly okay and not much adversely affected.
Okay. Ms. Mishra, how do you look at the impact from an Indian perspective?
Tamanna, before I come back to the Indian perspective, let me quickly say that, a couple of things when we are looking at the impact, for example, on the United States. Remember that tariffs are not in isolation. There is also expectation of big corporate tax cuts, deregulation more generally, which could boost US growth. Some of these may take time to play out, while some of the effects of tariffs on consumption and investment may be more immediate. This is important to keep in mind, but also if you look at tariff recipient countries, say China, I mean, Brahmachalani already spoke about Chinese exports, how they would be affected and they would be pushed back due to higher tariffs. However, as you pointed out, China would retaliate, is already planning to retaliate, and therefore, the impact on China's net exports and its drag to growth may not be, that much in the end. And, I think remember that if Chinese growth is expected to decline significantly due to the tariffs, China has macroeconomic tools which it can use even preemptively. It can use fiscal, it can use monetary, as well as FX policies. So I think in the end, my baseline view would be not that much of an overall effect on growth or inflation in China. Of course, I wouldn't rule out risk scenarios. If you come back to India, I think, one phenomenon which we are already seeing. So as US pushes Chinese goods back, China is going to dump it on the rest of the world. We're already seeing some of it. And that is going to reduce India's competitiveness in third markets too. And we have to think about, international legal systems. As I think Brahmachalani correctly, pointed out, US has withdrawn from the WHO already. And if it really withdraws from the WTO, there's going to be huge, global implications for generally multilateral rules-based frameworks. And remember that China uses FX as a tool, then it could also have third market effects on competitor countries like India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. But at the same time, there's a big silver lining. Excess supply of Chinese goods outside the United States could reduce global prices and lead to lower inflation in the rest of the world, including in India. And of course, I think at the margin, I think the question which you are hinting at is there could also be a big opportunity for India if some of the space vacated by these countries who are directly targeted can be captured by us. Let me stop you.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm not even hinting at it. I'm saying it up front and center because only from the point of view, and I'll come to Brahmachalani on that, we have the experience of how to negotiate with Trump. It's always a negotiation. It's a give and take. Are we relatively better placed to figure out that negotiation and come out on top?
Well, let's look at what happened during Trump's first term. He exerted pressure on India, quietly, not publicly, to boost imports of American oil and petroleum products in order to reduce its trade surplus with the US. And then if you look at the US government figures, suddenly there was a spike in Indian imports of American oil and petroleum products. 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. For 4 years, there was a huge spike in Indian imports of American oil and petroleum products until the Russian invasion of Ukraine opened up cheaper Russian oil for India. So again, this time, Trump has made clear that he wants India to do two things: boost its imports of American oil and petroleum products, and to buy more American weapons. India's growing trade surplus with the US clearly puts it in the crosshairs of Trump's tariff strategy. Many countries run trade deficits with China that are partly or wholly offset by running trade surpluses with the US. So does India. Under Prime Minister Modi, India has been running a huge trade deficit with China. That is partly offset by running a trade surplus with the US. But with Trump intent on closing all of America's bilateral trade deficits, India might finally resort to raising tariffs on imports from China. Now, this avalanche of imports from China are undermining India's manufacturing capabilities. They are, in fact, by 2021, 2022 financial year, our trade deficit, China's trade surplus with India was higher than India's total defense spending. In other words,
so in China, it's inflationary. It's inflationary for ordinary Indians because as of now, we are importing a lot from China. So tariffs are inflationary at the end of the day.
Well, if you only focus on inflation and not on economic strength, yes. But should India be underwriting China's economic and geopolitical power?
Okay.
So maybe Trump's threat may force India to face up to the hard truth on the widening trade deficit with China. Okay. Because it's one thing to import essential items, essential goods from China. It's another thing to allow your economy to be swamped with non-essential imports from China.
I'm going to get Ashok Malik's view on this. What's the impact going to be like for India in your view, Mr. Malik?
Look, if you look at any of these countries, Mexico, Canada, India, perhaps the EU at some point, either Trump imports tariffs and then the other country imports tariffs and then you negotiate, or if you can get away without him imposing tariffs and you don't impose tariffs in return and then you negotiate. A negotiation is coming. A hard negotiation is coming. It's coming for all of us. It's coming for Canada. It's coming for Germany. It's coming for India. It's coming for all of us. In this context, I think the budget sent very good signals. The tariff concessions in the budget are not the end of the story, but they're a signal. Minister Jaishankar's visit to the US, Trump's statements on India, where he's spoken about India being India's tariffs being a concern for him, but he's not been hostile or negative beyond a certain point. So there is space for negotiation here, and certainly Prime Minister Modi's planned visit to the US in February has come not a day too soon because it's an early visit. There will be a desire to make it a constructive visit on both sides, and while we may not see an immediate deal, we will see some signaling towards some sort of a deal. And in specific areas like defense manufacture platforms and equipment, we are buying from the US. We can buy more from the US. The problem really is our defense budget. It's not the value we see in some US platforms. In terms of energy, US gas and US oil, we can buy from the US, but the US has to begin production. Right now, it's not producing enormous quantities. Trump has to crank up those machines, and then we can buy. And of course, there is a lot of scope for energy cooperation. There's scope for cooperation in certain commodities, including certain types of agricultural commodities. So there is space. Both sides recognize there is space.
So, it's going to be tricky negotiations, a tightrope walk for India and the rest of the world over the next few months, really, till the dust settles on how exactly this tariff war is panning out. So it's going to be wait and watch. As of now, any nation that has its fundamentals in place, its macros in order, will be best positioned to withstand the storm. And that, of course, includes India. Thank you so much to all of you for joining us on this edition of The Big Question. Tell us what you think of the show and your thoughts on the topic. We're keen to hear from you. Tell us what you'd like to see on the show, and we're happy to cover it for you. See you again, same time, same place.
चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi that Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26 that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही RRR है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरि नहीं, जब हरि है मैं नाही, प्रेम गली अति साकरी जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Hello and welcome to this Monday edition of the World Report with me, Arjun Samar Mahindran. Let's take a look at what's making headlines around the world. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has reached the US. He landed at Maryland's Andrews Air Force Base Sunday ahead of his meeting with US President Donald Trump on Tuesday. Netanyahu was then welcomed at the Blair House in Washington Sunday evening ahead of his meeting with Trump on Tuesday. It's a very important meeting, the Israeli Prime Minister told reporters before takeoff. Netanyahu said he would discuss with the president Israel's war against Hamas, the release of all the hostages, and of course, the Iranian terror axis. His first high-level meeting will be on Monday with Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. US President Donald Trump said on Sunday that the European Union is quote-unquote way out of line and suggested he would slap Europe with tariffs after he hit America's biggest trading partners, Canada, Mexico, and China, with import taxes. Now, Trump also spoke to reporters at the Joint Base Andrews in Maryland on Sunday. He said the United States has been ripped off by virtually every country in the world. Listen in to what POTUS said.
We have over a $300 billion deficit. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They take almost nothing. And we take everything from them. Millions of cars, tremendous amounts of food and farm products. So the UK is way out of line, and we'll see. The UK, but European Union is really out of line. UK is out of line, but I'm sure that one, I think that one can be worked out. But the European Union it's an atrocity, what they've done.
According to Canadian officials, Ottawa will file a World Trade Organization claim against US President Donald Trump's tariffs and also seek redress under a regional free trade deal. Ottawa also unveiled on Sunday a list of 1,256 American goods it plans to target in a first round of counter tariffs worth 30 billion Canadian dollars or roughly 20.6 billion US dollars starting Tuesday. The list includes cosmetics, appliances, tires, tools, plastics, furniture, coffee, wines and spirits as well. A second round of counter tariffs could be announced in the coming weeks, when total amount of the products targeted would rise to 155 billion Canadian dollars. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum said Sunday that the United States is shooting itself in the foot by imposing a 25% tariff on Mexican goods entering the U.S. Take a look.
Entonces, como dicen, pues están dando un balazo en el pie, porque le suben 25%, pero allá va a haber mucha afectación. Aquí también, sobre todo, si esto se mantiene, pues las empresas que están aquí pueden llegar a valorar si se quedan aquí o se van a otro lado por el 25%.
US Vice President J.D. Vance said on Sunday that Denmark is not being a good ally when it comes to Greenland and its importance to America's national security. The comments come as the Trump administration doubles down in its new America First approach to diplomacy around the globe. For weeks, the administration has refused to rule out the use of military force to seize control of the Panama Canal and Greenland after declaring the U.S. control of both to be vital to American national security. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has demanded that Panama make immediate changes to what he calls the influence and control of China over the Panama Canal. The warning follows President Donald Trump's vow to retake the canal and meeting between Rubio and Jose Raul Mulino, Panama's conservative president, in Panama City on Sunday. On the other hand, Mulino told reporters he did not see a serious threat of U.S. military force to seize the canal, saying he had proposed technical-level talks with the U.S. to address Mr. Trump's concerns about Chinese influence. Now, clearly, the two men appeared to emerge from the two-hour meeting with different interpretations. Qatar's Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman Al Thani on Sunday called on both Israel and Hamas to immediately begin negotiations on Phase 2 of the Gaza ceasefire deal. Speaking at a press conference in Doha alongside Turkey's foreign minister, Sheikh Mohammed stressed that the ceasefire agreement requires both parties to engage without any further delay.
We started already engaging with the parties in order to define the agenda and to start engaging in those discussions. There is nothing yet clear about where are the delegations will come and when it's going to take place, but at least over the phone these discussions has started. And we hope that we start to see some movement in the next few days. And I know that it's critical that we get things rolling from now in order to get to an agreement before day 42, and it's critical also to show that there is a commitment from both sides to engage in a good faith.
Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah said on Sunday that the funeral of its longtime leader will take place on the 23rd of February, months after he was assassinated in a series of Israeli airstrikes in a southern Beirut suburb. Secretary General Naim Qassem made the announcement regarding his predecessor Hassan Nasrallah in a pre-recorded speech. It came days after a US brokered ceasefire agreement that ended the war between the Lebanese militia and Israel was extended until the 18th of February. Nasrallah was killed on the 27th of September after a series of Israeli airstrikes struck several buildings in a southern Beirut suburb. A top security aide said Nasrallah was inside the militant group's war operations room when the strikes, in fact, actually took place. Syria's Ahmad al-Shara, alias al-Julani, is in Saudi Arabia where he met Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman on his first foreign trip since being named president of the transitional government earlier this week. After the meeting, al-Shara said that the meeting with MBS had shown that Saudi had a genuine desire to in fact support Syria in building its future. The Syrian president also added that his meetings in Riyadh had included plans for cooperation in the fields of energy, technology, education, and healthcare. The commander of a main US-backed force in Syria has said on Sunday that the recent ouster of the Assad family from power should be followed by building a secular, civil, and decentralized state that treats all its citizens equally, no matter their religion or ethnicity. The commander of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces, Mazloum Abdi, said in an interview on Sunday that he recently met Syria's newly named interim president, Ahmad al-Shara, in Damascus. He said the two sides are negotiating with the help of mediators to find compromises regarding Syria's future, including the future of the Kurds. Jordan's King Abdullah will meet US President Donald Trump on the 11th of February at the White House, the Jordanian state news agency reported on Sunday, following Trump's call for the transfer of Palestinians to Jordan and Egypt. Now, last week, Trump in fact said that Egypt and Jordan should take in Palestinians from Gaza, which he called a demolition site, following 15 months of Israeli bombardments that have rendered most of its 2.3 million people homeless. Now, critics have called his suggestion tantamount to ethnic cleansing. A group of 50 sick and wounded Palestinian children began entering Egypt for treatment through Gaza's Rafah crossing on Saturday. It's the first opening of the border since Israel captured it nearly 9 months ago. Thousands more are to follow. The reopening of the Rafah crossing represents a significant breakthrough that bolsters the ceasefire deal Israel and Hamas reached last month. Israel agreed to reopen the crossing after Hamas released the last living female hostages in Gaza. Now, Rafah is Gaza's only crossing that does not enter into Israel. Artificial intelligence heavyweight OpenAI has launched a new AI tool called Deep Research, which it said conducts multi-step research on internet for complex tasks. Now, the tool is powered by a version of the upcoming OpenAI O3 model optimized for web browsing and data analysis. OpenAI said the users have to give a prompt, and OpenAI's chatbot ChatGPT will find, analyze, and synthesize several online sources such as text, images, and PDFs to create a comprehensive report at the level of a research analyst. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman has said that the tool is like a superpower and can do tasks that would take hours or, in fact, days and cost hundreds of dollars otherwise. An investigation into a Mexico-bound air ambulance crash in northeast Philadelphia continued on Sunday. 7 people were killed and 22 others injured when the jet crashed in a busy Philadelphia neighborhood. Now, 5 people, in fact, still remain hospitalized. At least 11 homes were significantly damaged, along with some businesses as well. The air ambulance plummeted to the ground Friday evening, less than a minute after it had taken off from Northeast Philadelphia Airport with 6 people on board. Now, they included a girl who had spent months being treated at a city hospital. Competing claims are emerging over a deadly attack on a boarding school in Russia's Kursk region that has been under Ukrainian control for 5 months, with Ukraine and Russia accusing each other of, in fact, carrying out the strike. The General Staff of Ukraine's armed forces said Saturday night that 4 people were killed and a further 4 seriously wounded in the Russian strike, with 84 people rescued by Ukrainian servicemen from the rubble of the building. On the other hand, Russian Ministry of Defense claimed in the early hours of Sunday that it was, in fact, Ukrainian forces that had launched a missile strike on the school, saying that the missiles were launched from Ukraine's Sumy region. Serbia's powerful populist leader Aleksandar Vučić is facing his biggest challenge yet as student-led demonstrations intensified at the weekend in what was being called the Balkan country's greatest ever protest movement. 3 months to the day after a concrete canopy collapsed at the entrance of Novi Sad's railway station, tens of thousands of protesters converged on the northern city, blockading its 3 bridges in commemoration of the 15 people killed in the accident. The tragedy has been, in fact, blamed squarely on government inaptitude and graft. Meanwhile, hundreds of voters in Ecuador gathered in the south of Quito to listen to presidential candidate for the Citizen Revolution, Luisa Gonzalez, during a campaign closing event. The crowd stood in the evening rain, motivated by her message of change and hope. On the 9th of February, Ecuador will elect its new president and vice president, assembly members, and Andean parliamentarians in the general elections. They will have to choose between 16 presidential candidates. Listen in.
Vamos a trabajar juntos las familias ecuatorianas, por cambiar nuestros destinos. No nos vamos a conformar. Hemos resistido tanto y vamos a resistir hasta el 9 de febrero, donde vamos a ir todos juntos a votar, todos sin revolución ciudadana, y empieza el cambio de la patria con Luisa González, presidenta.
And on Saturday, an intangible cultural heritage performance of underwater Sichuan opera Face Changing was held at Xinjiang Joy Ocean Park in Changsha, integrating the traditional Sichuan opera art with wonderful ocean world. The performer, dressed in a gorgeous costume, danced nimbly in the water while colorful fish swam among him, sending unique Spring Festival blessings to the tourists. The rupee tanked 67 paise to hit a record low of 87.29 against the US dollar in early trade Monday, after Trump tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China triggered fears of a broader trade war. Donald Trump slapped Canada and Mexico with 25% duties and China with a 10% duty. The move was the first strike in what could usher a destructive global trade war, forex traders have warned. The rupee, meanwhile, continued to face pressure due to sustained foreign fund outflows and the broad strength of the American currency in the overseas markets due to unabated dollar demand from oil importers and weak risk appetite. BSE Sensex and Nifty 50, the Indian equity benchmark indices, tanked in trade on Monday morning. While BSE Sensex went below 77,000, Nifty 50 was near 23,250. At 9:16 a.m. local time, BSE Sensex was trading at 76,843.16, down 663 points or 0.86%. Meanwhile, Nifty 50 was at 23,266.05, down 216 points or 0.92%. Last trading week, which ended on budget day, witnessed notable market movements with a positive shift, contrasting the previous week's performance. Meanwhile, Asian stock markets also slumped on Monday, and US equity futures pointed sharply lower. This after US President Donald Trump's tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China triggered fears of a broad trade war and hit to global growth. The US dollar shot to a record high against the Chinese yuan, in fact, in offshore trading, and jumped to the highest since 2003, more than 22 years, against Canada's currency, and the strongest since 2022 versus Mexico's peso. Indian batter Abhishek Sharma on Sunday slammed his second T20I century during the 5th and final game of the series against England in Mumbai. Abhishek reached the milestone in just 37 balls, missing India captain Rohit Sharma and David Miller's all-time record by a whisker. Now, Rohit and Miller hold the record for the fastest century among batters from Test-playing nations. They both hit a century in only 35 balls. Abhishek looked on the course of surpassing them at one point, but missed out in the end. India triumphed over South Africa to win the Under-19 Women's T20 World Cup for a second time, in fact. The women in blue put forth a dominant showing, beating their opponents by 9 wickets. The PM has congratulated the Under-19 team, calling the victory a result of teamwork, dedication and sheer grit. Marcus Rashford will look to reignite his career over at Aston Villa now after joining on loan for the rest of the season from Manchester United, where he has fallen out with recently hired manager Ruben Amorim. The move was completed late Sunday, with neither Premier League club disclosing any more terms surrounding the deal. The Press Association and other sections of the British media have reported Rashford was joining Villa with a view to a permanent transfer for £40 million or $50 million, and that Villa was in fact paying a loan fees as well as covering the majority of Rashford's salary, reportedly worth nearly $400,000 a week. Fans at a Toronto Raptors game continued an emerging trend Sunday of booing the American national anthem at pro sporting events across Canada. Fans of NBA's lone Canadian franchise booed the anthem after similar reactions broke out Saturday night at the NHL games in Ottawa, Ontario and Calgary. Hours after President Donald Trump made his threat of import tariffs on America's northern neighbor a reality. Now, just over a week before they gather for spring training, Los Angeles Dodgers players got together on Sunday morning. For what, you may ask? Well, for a different kind of a team activity. For the second year, Dodger player Chris Taylor organized a plunge into the crisp morning Pacific Ocean to raise thousands of dollars for the Friendship Foundation. It's a local charity. Also receiving funds raised from the event was the LAFT Foundation or the Los Angeles Fire Department Foundation, as a thank you for all the efforts of the LA firefighters against the Palisades and the Eaton wildfires earlier in January. Now, Dodgers stars Mookie Betts, Tyler Glasnow and Miguel Rojas were among the numerous players who turned out from the World Series champions. And Beyoncé has won the Album of the Year at this year's Grammys, capturing an elusive first win in the category and marking her third win at the 2025 awards. Beyoncé won the honor for her genre-bending Cowboy Carter album. She thanked the Recording Academy and those who collaborated with her on the album. Her daughter, Blue Ivy, accompanied her on stage. Earlier in the night, Beyoncé became the first black woman to win a Grammy for the Best Country Album. She also took home an award for the Best Country Duo Group Performance for Two Most Wanted with Miley Cyrus during the Grammys pre-show, making it a trio of trophies total. Rapper Kendrick Lamar has won the Song of the Year at this year's Grammy for Not Like Us, marking his second huge win in the late stages of the 2025 Grammy Awards. Now, this follows up his win for the Record of the Year for the same song, in fact, which was his final salvo in a widely publicized rap beef with Drake. Lamar paid homage to West Coast artists while accepting his awards. Indian-American global business leader and musician Chandrika Tandon has won a Grammy for Triveni, an album which blends ancient chants with world music at the 67th Grammy Awards in Los Angeles. Now, 71-year-old Tandon won the hallowed gramophone for her recent collaborative album in the Best New Age Ambient or Chant Album category. The 7-track album aimed to be a meditative journey in what Tandon has called inner healing. And some drama from the MV, from the functions. American rapper and record producer Kanye West is no stranger to controversy, nor is his current partner, Australian model Bianca Censori. The couple once again made headlines on Monday, this time at the 67th Grammy Awards, stirring up yet another controversy that reportedly led them being escorted out of the venue. Shortly after arriving at the Crypto.com arena, West and Censori walked the red carpet where they caused a stir. While posing for photos alongside West, Sensori removed her fur coat to reveal a sheer dress that left her nearly nude in front of all. Well, that's all we have for you today. Take care and have a wonderful day.
What have you got in mind? अब तक आपका मतलब composition, dialogue सब prepare हो गया होगा?
नहीं अभी कुछ प्रिपेयर नहीं हुआ है मैडम। अभी समीक्षा कर रहा हूँ बजट की।
समीक्षा कर रहे हैं। अच्छा, आपके टॉप 3 पॉइंट्स क्या हैं? Was the income tax relief a positive surprise for you, or was it expected?
No, of course it was not expected. I also never expected that it should be above 10 lakh. So it was a really great surprise, and it is a good reform, you can call it, after GST and all. And of course, as the finance minister has said, that it will be 1 lakh crore will come into the system and all. It is certainly no doubt going to increase the consumption, and this is what we are seeing in the performance of many stocks related to FMCG and consumption and also. But overall, this is a good thing, no doubt about middle class and all. People like you and me will be benefited. But one thing I would like to tell you, ma'am, in this $4 trillion economy, this is very small money. This is not going to take the market to a new high. If you think that this is going to be a game changer for this market, so far stock market is concerned, economy is different here. And so if you think that this market is going to touch a new high on this reform or on this policy, I don't think so. I have my own doubts.
ना विजय जी, जैसे आपने अपने आप को मिडिल क्लास में डाल दिया, वो हमने नोटिस किया कि you know it's not.
भाई अभी मुकेश भाई के साथ खड़े रहते हैं, अपने कोई क्लास ही नहीं है भाई। अभी आप सोचिए ना, अभी किधर अंबानी अदानी जी के साथ खड़े होते हैं।
वो तो ठीक है,
कोई क्लास नहीं है।
But can you explain कि why is market so iffy about it? Because sticking to fiscal deficit, fiscal discipline is a good thing. Yes, the capex number is not as high as was expected, but it also has to be realistic on how much you can spend. Government was unable to spend last year.
तो इसी बोलकर शायद उन्होंने फिर जो दूसरे साल का जो कैपेक्स है वो भी उन्होंने कम कर दिया, 10% कम कर दिया इन्होंने। तो हम जो बातें कर रहे हैं दैट वी वांट टू बिकम $30 trillion इकोनॉमी, $40 trillion इकोनॉमी एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स, इट इज गोइंग टू हैपन ओनली इफ यू थिंक समथिंग व्हिच इज अनएक्सपेक्टेड, सरप्राइजिंगली अनएक्सपेक्टेड, कि हमको सोचते हैं माने हम जब तक वो एनिमल स्पिरिट जब तक नहीं आएगी सिस्टम के अंदर में, तब तक वी कैन नॉट कंटिन्यू टू, और 6-7% ग्रोथ विच इज वेरी गुड. We claim that we are the fastest growing economy in the world. But look at our base also, no? Every time we are comparing ourselves with China and other countries and all. But just try to understand our base. Until unless we really grow 15-20%, I think तब तक कोई बहुत बड़ा तोड़फोड़ यहाँ पर नहीं होने वाला है. तो मेरे को लगता है ये मिक्स है, ये कि ठीक है अब ये डिफेंस के शेयर सारे डाउन हो गए, अभी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के शेयर सारे डाउन हो गए कि उन्होंने बजट का वो नेक्स्ट ईयर का वो कैपेक्स ही उन्होंने कम कर दिया. सब मिक्स है ये, इसके अंदर में कोई सीधा वन वे कुछ ऐसा नहीं है कि हाँ भाई अभी ये सीधा वन वे ट्रैफिक हो गया, ऐसा नहीं है.
ओके, द वन वे ट्रैफिक एंड विजय केडिया इज राइट एंड मिस्टर केडिया, आप जाए उसके पहले आप प्रिपेयर्ड हो या ना हो, आप ऑन द स्पॉट कर लेते हैं तो हम आपसे एक गाना या एक शेर तो सुनेंगे ही सुनेंगे, लेकिन आपके लगते चलते हुए प्रशांत खेमका जी भी हमारे साथ हैं, सो लेट्स गेट हिम ऑल्सो इन द कॉन्वर्सेशन, उनकी भी बात सुनते हैं. लेकिन आपको जाने से पहले एक शेर तो कहना पड़ेगा. अभी तो जा भी नहीं रहे, जाने से पहले मैं बोल रहा हूँ. हाँ,
एक शेर प्रशांत जी भी गए, एक शेर प्रशांत जी भी बोलेंगे.
अच्छा चलो, लेट्स आस्क हिम. प्रशांत खेमका.
पहले केडिया जी.
एज प्रॉमिस्ड केडिया जी, आप कह रहे हैं कि मार्केट के लिए थोड़ा और समय लगेगा, लेकिन एक आपकी तरफ से व्यू, वन शायरी, एंड देन ऑफ कोर्स प्रशांत खेमका विल जॉइन इन.
तो वो 2 लाइन जो अभी मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है वो ये है कि थोड़ा है, थोड़े की जरूरत है, ये जिंदगी फिर भी यहाँ खूबसूरत है.
ये ऐसे विजय केडिया ओरिजिनल नहीं हुआ, बट आज के लिए चल जाएगा. द टैलेंट दैट ही पोजेसेस, ये थोड़ा अंडरवेलमिंग था.
वेरी नाइस.
बट अच्छा था. केडिया जी, अगली बार जब आए एक गाना हो जाए, लेकिन चलो अभी क्योंकि आपने बोला था कि हम इनसे भी सुनेंगे, तो खेमका जी से भी सुनता है ना, कि उनकी क्या राय है.
जरूर. सो केडिया जी, आपकी इजाजत हो तो कबीर दास जी से प्रेरित होकर अभी एक दोहा मैंने सोचा है और अभी अभी एक्चुअली लिखा है। हालांकि सोचा
अरे
तो
वाह।
था कई दिनों से। तो तेजी में निवेश सब करे, मंदी में करे न कोई। तेजी में निवेश सब करे, मंदी में करे न कोई। मंदी में भी जो निवेश करे, तेजी उन्हीं की होए।
क्या You have claps all around. Claps all around in
क्योंकि
the studio.
आजकल 5, 10, 15% मार्केट गिरा, उसको लेके लोगों को बहुत मंदी मंदी में डर लग रहा है। तो इसलिए मैंने सोचा ये एक टाइमली दिमाग में आया, कबीर जी का दोहा रिलेटेड से प्रेरित है।
केडिया जी रिस्पॉन्ड करना है कोई?
नहीं अभी क्या कबीर दास की उल्टी वाणी, बरसे कंबल भीगे पानी।
See, this
is the top of wow. This is what a day, and what a way to close out this session.
चला चला पटकन पटकन.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit.
The blessings of Ma Lakshmi the Prime Minister spoke about, will they shine on the middle class and the taxpayer?
The market will not be disappointed.
Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman with the Bahi Khata, they're getting ready to go in and present the budget.
I present the budget for 25-26 that there will be no income tax payable up to income of 12 lakh rupees.
ये बजट जो है बहुत ही RRR है. इसका मतलब ये हुआ कि रिफॉर्मिस्ट भी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबल भी है और रिवॉल्यूशनरी भी है.
जब मैं था तब हरी नहीं, जब हरी है मैं ना ही. प्रेम गली अति साकरी, जामे दो न समाए.
This is another level. This is another level.
This is how a special Saturday session should end.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV Profit.
Headlines you start your day with. What matters worldwide is now in the palm of your hands. Get ready to seize the day and maximize your financial potential. Stay ahead of the curve with all you need to know on NDTV Profit.
Do you really know the company you invest in? What's the picture behind presentations and claims? Is the outlook as rosy as the company claims? Know your company, powered by NDTV Profits Research, shines a light on the biggest stock market movers. Know your company at 11:30 a.m. Monday through Friday, only on NDTV.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching Ask Profit on NDTV Profit, a show where you ask your queries and we try and answer them through our experts. Today, Vikas Jain from Reliance Securities will be answering all your technical queries, and Mahesh Moja from Henset Securities will be answering all your fundamental queries. So do call in on the numbers that's flashing on your screen. Let's go across to our first caller right after this break. Arjun is calling us from Cochin. Hi, Arjun.
Yeah, hi.
Please go ahead with your question.
Yeah, my query is regarding Trident Limited.
Okay.
I hold 500 shares at an average price of 37.
Okay.
So I'm looking for both a short-term and a long-term view on it.
Got it. And when did you invest in Trident, Arjun?
1.5 years before.
Okay, so it's been a while. And did you read anything particular about the company before investing in this?
Yeah, it was performing well at that time, and later it got stuck, and there was no movement in the stock for more than a year, I think.
Got it, got it. Let's take this question to Vikas first, because Vikas, Arjun holds 500 shares of Trident at 37, and the stock is currently trading around 30. And because of this gap, he is sitting on a loss of around 3,000 rupees. And as he also mentioned that in the past 1 year per se, the stock has seen pockets of ups in between, but has largely been, trading with a downward bias on the charts. What do you think about, Trident going ahead? Should he add more stocks of this company to his portfolio or hold on to his current positions?
So I believe, I completely agree. This stock has comparatively underperformed the whole textile space, because if you look at the other textile stocks, they're moving in tandem and witness strong amount of up move. It is witnessing some amount of bounce back near to those 38, 39, then again witnessing some amount of correction. But now it's again at the lower band of around 30, 31. His purchase price is somewhere near to 35, 37 rupees, what he mentioned. So we believe we should wait some amount of bounce, but again that bounce should be used to exit the positions near to 34 or 35, because that again would be a concern area, which is the around the 100-day average. So use the rallies to exit and invest into some other better textile stocks. What he believe this stock would see some amount of strong up move.
Okay. And Mahesh, what's your view on Trident? Do you echo that view? Because Vikas suggests to sell some positions at the points of rallying. What do you think?
I think stock is not looking good at the current juncture. So technically, it's a sell. But I think if any reversal from these levels, then could get 36 to 38 odd level. But if his horizon is very short term, then he should keep a stop loss near 27 range. So if any bounce back, then he may exit.
Let's welcome our next caller, and this is Sanjay calling us all the way from Surat. Welcome to the show, Sanjay. What's your query about?
Yes, madam. Good evening. Sorry. I have Senco Gold 47 at the 317. Okay, actually, this stock is split nowadays. 31st January.
Got it.
So it is 96, and my cost is 158. Split in two parts.
Got it. Are you looking for a long-term or a short-term view, Sanjay?
Actually, I would like to know that nowadays gold price is on the top.
Yeah.
So is it beneficiary for this company? Should I hold for long term?
Got it. Mahesh, I'll come to you. We have Sanjay calling all the way from Surat, currently holding 47 shares of Senco Gold at a price of 317. Now, in the 1 month, it's down about 10%. In the last 5 days, however, the stock has gained over 19%. The first query that Sanjay has is, the rise in gold prices. How is it beneficial to a counter like Senco Gold? And should he even consider, having stayed invested in this stock for a long term?
I think he can book at least 50% here because of major uncertainty in all the market. So 50% booking is advisable here. But in a longer term, stock has a potential to go up to 600, 640 level. So to be frank, 50% booking is advisable. Rest 50% can be hold. From longer term perspective, inventory of gold could be a good benefit for any jewelry stocks. So that is the potential, that is the inventory benefit for all the jewelry stocks. So I think that could be a point, but any dip in gold, then we may see some more pressure on the stock also.
Okay, got that. And now we have Mahesh calling us from Hyderabad. Hi, Mahesh.
Hi, madam. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Please go ahead with your question.
Madam, I bought Oil India.
Okay.
I trade off 527, madam, 4 months back, 4 to 6 months back.
Okay.
So, madam, I looking long term. My hold karna or average karna, please explain.
Got it. So, Mahesh, let's go across to you for Mahesh's query. So, he holds 300 shares of Oil India at 527. The stock, unfortunately, has taken a beating. It is currently trading around 396. And since he mentioned 6 months, in the past 6 months, it has seen cuts of 30%. Now, on Friday, the company informed the stock exchanges of exploring the renewable energy space and informed that Oil Green Energy Limited will be a wholly owned subsidiary of this company. However, the street does not seem to be rewarding that move, at least from the stock performance perspective. What do you think Mahesh should do with his shares?
Actually, all the stocks are OMC stocks and other these type of stocks are facing selling pressure these days. But fundamental stock has a much more valuation for upside. But currently, the stock in downturn trend, so we may see some more downside till 350 to 360 zone. So from that level, if any bounce back come, then stock can go up to 500, 480 to 500 zone. So technically, setup is bearish, and we can see some more pressure. For upside, if his horizon is more than 12 months, then he can hold because his 500 level could come in a year horizon. But currently, his stock is down the trend, so we may see some more pressure in it.
We have another caller tuning in. It's again Mahesh from Karnataka this time. Welcome to the show, Mahesh. Good evening. What's your query about?
Ma'am, namaskara. I have a query related to Vishal Mega Mart. I have purchased some 250 shares of Vishal Mega Mart at 101 rupees. So I just wanted to know on a long term, like 1 year view on it, will that reach 150 or 160 on this stuff?
Got it. Mahesh, I'll come to you. Vishal Mega Mart recently listed, may not have a proper technical view because of lack of charts. It recently did put a strong set of numbers in Q3, revenue up 19%, EBITDA conquering the same kind of growth, and net profit seeing a 28% uptick. Has seen some kind of beating post the listing, maybe that's very stock related or the markets in general. What's your view for Vishal Mega Mart for the long term? Viewer is currently holding 250 shares at a price of 101.
I think he can hold further for a 150 to 160 zone because numbers company has posted good number, but if you see from budget that as we have seen up to 12 lakh no income tax type or an income tax rebate in budget, that beneficial sector is FMCG and these type of all the sectors. So sentiment also become positive for Vishal Mega Mart. I think in shorter term we can see some more upside up to 135, 140 zone. If longer term horizon, then our target should be 160 to 175 range. So my perspective, he can hold further. If anyone want to buy, then they can buy on this level also.
Okay, so it's a hold on Vishal Mega Mart. Let's go across to Kumar. He's joining us on the phone line from Chennai. Hi Kumar, how are you doing?
Fine, I hope the same from you. I am holding LIC, okay?
Okay.
The 890 understands. So is it advisable that I further buy during the downside, or what is the chart, technical chart?
Okay, and when did you invest in LIC, Kumar?
It is a month back.
Okay, a month back. So recent purchase. Vikas,
Yeah.
let's take this question to you. Kumar holds 100 shares of LIC at 890 apiece, and the stock is currently trading around 830 and has been down in trade today around 2%. Plus, but also to not let go on, we must take note of the fact that Nirmala Sitharaman announced a big positive for the insurance sector by saying that now FDIs will be able to invest 100% in insurance spaces, and hence a lot of insurance counters were reacting positively to this one. However, what's your take on LIC from a technical perspective?
So he should continue to hold on. In fact, if he's looking at, he can add further. Because if you look at the structure, the company did well when it got listed somewhere into 2022 or late 2022. But since then, from the lows of those 530, 550, it witnessed a strong move near to 1200 levels. So if you do a retracement level from those 550 odd, the support comes near to those 794, 795, which has been holding on. The positive news flow with respect to the budget also looks promising. The company is expected to announce numbers on Friday, which should lead to some amount of positive pullback. So the stock should do well. On the higher side, it would test near to 980 to 1000 levels over the next 3 to 4 months. So it should continue to hold or add more.
Let's welcome our next query, and this is coming from Shiv Kumar all the way from Odisha. Welcome to the show, Shiv Kumar. What's your query for today?
Good evening, ma'am. I have 72 shares of Cummins India. I bought around 4 or 5 months back. So what should I do with this? Because this is coming down, and I have a long-term perspective.
Got it. And what price did you buy this stock for? And what was your initial?
3,500.
And what was your initial, view in when you entered the stock?
Excuse me?
What was your rationale behind, buying the shares of this company?
I thought the company is good, that's why I bought.
Got it. Mahesh, I'll come to you. Cummins India under pressure today as well, down about 4%. But we did have a Kotak note stating how the tariffs by US on Mexico could have some kind of positive movement for Cummins India. Our viewer does want a long-term view. Currently sitting on a loss of over 50,000. What's the outlook for Cummins India?
No, currently stock is facing some downturn, and then it can be continue for some more pain. I think if anyone want to hold, then he should keep stop loss near 2540 range. If any range broken 2540, then we can see some more downside from that level also. Stock is fundamentally good and has potential to go upside, but in shorter term period we can see some more pressure from these level also. So all the stocks on these sectors are facing some selling pressure. These stocks may face some more selling pressure from these levels also. Breaking 2540, we may see 2000. We can see 2400 odd level.
Okay, got it. And now we have Ankit joining us on the phone line from Ahmedabad. Hi, Ankit.
Hi, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for calling Ask Profit. Please go ahead.
My query is I want to invest in either IT sector or in PSU sector.
Okay.
As I don't have any of the shares in my portfolio.
Okay.
So which sector looks good for near future? And my time horizon is around 2 to 3 years.
Got it. Mahesh, let's take this question to you. Ankit is quite interested in investing in the IT or the PSU space. And IT, it has always been observed that when the market is down and in pain, IT is one of those rare indices that does well or is relatively in strength. And speaking of PSU, given the government's focus on, boosting infrastructure and, focusing on growth, PSU stocks have not done bad. What do you think about these two spaces? And if you could also suggest a couple of counters.
I think both the sectors are